Confession: I am so desperate to be seen naked, so I go to saunas. It feels strange to admit this, but it's the truth that's been burrowing itself deeper into my mind with each passing day. I grew up feeling invisible, always blending into the wallpaper of my life, and as I moved into adulthood, that sense of anonymity settled uncomfortably within me. I work in a corporate office where everyone wears the same bland suits, and despite my attempts to connect with my coworkers, I often feel like a ghost, drifting through the hallways unnoticed. The idea of being seen, truly seen, without the barrier of clothing, began as a whisper in the back of my mind during one of those long, disheartening days at work. After overhearing a few colleagues share stories about their trips to a local sauna, where they'd experienced an exhilarating sense of liberation, I decided to find a place and give it a try myself. The first time I stepped into the sauna, my heart was racing, not just from the heat enveloping me like a warm blanket, but from the thrill of stepping outside my comfort zone. I had chosen the hour when it's typically quieter, just me and the relief of the steam filling the space, the sound of water softly bubbling in the corner. I cautiously peeled off my towel, each moment feeling like a revelation, as I sat there, the heat seeping into my skin, electrifying my senses. With my eyes closed, I could almost believe I was invisible, like a part of the soothing steam that wrapped around me. The first few visits were largely uneventful, just contemplative time alone in a shared space, but it soon became clear to me that there was tension brewing underneath my seemingly innocent nudity. I realized that what I truly craved was not just the warmth of the sauna but the comfort of being openly vulnerable, stripped of societal expectations and judgments. I watched individuals come and go, their conversations floating around me, laughter spilling over easily, creating an inviting atmosphere that I had never felt before in my corporate life. Then came the turning point, an unexpected encounter with a woman named Elena. She entered one day, radiating confidence and ease, and immediately captured my attention without saying a word. She settled across from me, the soft light reflected in the steam floating around us, and as I caught her gaze, I felt the gravity of my own vulnerability. I longed for her approval, her attention, thinking that perhaps this was what I had been seeking all along, affirmation in the starkness of our nakedness. We shared some small talk, the pleasantries of strangers slowly blossoming into something more intimate over the weeks. With each conversation, I found myself more drawn to her, but also more terrified of the vulnerability I was exposing. My thoughts spiraled, wondering if she saw me as I wished to be seen or simply another body in the steam. The emotional swell of confusion and desire became exhausting. I enjoyed our chats deeply, yet held the shame of my intentions just under the surface, pondering if I was chasing this connection or merely hiding behind my longing for attention. As the weeks rolled on, I noticed that every visit became a mix of dread and excitement. My chest would tighten as I approached the sauna entrance, the prospect of encountering Elena twisting my insides like the steam swirling around me. On one particularly humid afternoon, I took my place beside her, the air charged with unsaid words and unacknowledged feelings, our bodies so close yet worlds apart. There was a fragility in the air, and it struck me then, how desperately I craved to leave my mark on this life, to be more than a nameless figure fading into the background. That day, amidst the soft drumming of my heart and the subtle scent of eucalyptus enveloping us, I confessed to Elena my struggles with invisibility, the anxiety of being overlooked in life, and, most fearfully, my unacknowledged desperation for validation. I spoke with a rawness I hadn't anticipated, spilling my truths like the sweat beading on my skin. To my surprise, Elena didn't recoil. Instead, she shared her own experiences, admitting that she, too, had felt the loneliness of being misunderstood and the joy found in being seen, not only by others but by herself. We talked for hours, our walls melting away along with the sauna's heat, unveiling not just our vulnerability but a meaningful connection that provided solace and strength. In retrospect, I realized that it was never about the nakedness or the sauna itself, it was about the courage to be seen, truly seen, and for once in my life, I felt a spark of clarity. I found freedom in vulnerability, and the comforting notion that seeking connection, while fraught with uncertainty, can yield the most extraordinary transformations. In the days that followed, my visits became less about mere exposure and more about self-acceptance and the burgeoning friendship I had with Elena. No longer was I the desperate individual solely yearning for attention, rather, I embraced my intersectionality of longing and companionship. We continued to meet, spending lazy afternoons wrapped in the comfort of our thoughts, but now, it infused with laughter and a shared understanding. The sauna, once a symbol of my vulnerabilities, had transformed into a sacred space of connection and healing. Update: A few months have passed since those revealing confessions in that steamy sanctuary, and I'm happy to report that Elena and I have grown much closer. We even explored the possibility of a romantic relationship, stepping into a world where intimacy flourishes and being seen as an everyday luxury rather than a rare obligation. I'm still learning to embrace my nakedness, not only in the physical sense but emotionally as well, and I find solace knowing that opening myself up to someone else has yielded greater rewards than I initially sought. The sauna has become our special haven, gradually shifting from a symbol of desperation to one of hope and companionship. It remains a vibrant reminder that the quest to be seen can lead to beautiful connections and unexpected transformations. Looking back over the last few months, I realize how far I've come, how those tense moments spent alone in the sauna have morphed into shared laughter and gentle conversations that flow like the steam that envelops us. Marcus, my newfound companion in this intimate journey, has changed the way I perceive not only my own nakedness but also the vulnerability that comes with allowing someone else into those raw spaces of my life. When we first met, it was just me, sitting quietly, wrapped in the warmth of the cedar walls, eyes closed, my mind wandering to all the causes of my insecurities, the memories of feeling invisible in crowds, of being a spectator in my own life. Then came the day he slid open the heavy door, steam curling into the air like whispers of hidden secrets, and settled down beside me. His presence was unexpected, yet there was a calming assurance in the way he carried himself. We exchanged a few pleasantries, both wrapped in our towels, sharing shy smiles, but there was an undercurrent of drawn tension, the kind that happens when you sense that your life is about to shift in an undeniable way. With each visit, we found ourselves gravitating closer to one another, our separate journeys of discovery weaving a tapestry of shared experiences that grew richer with every passing hour. As the weeks passed, our conversations developed from nervous giggles and banalities into deeper discussions about life, dreams, and fears. I learned that Marcus, too, had been seeking liberation, that he had spent years suffocated by the expectations of others, the weight of carefully constructed facades. Our private sanctuary became a place where the disrobing of clothes was merely the beginning. It was in shedding our emotional armor, the layers of pretense, that we truly began to flourish. In the gentle heat of the sauna, we learned to respect each other's boundaries, to explore the outlines of our souls without rushing into intimacy, allowing the space for trust to develop at its own pace. Once, after a particularly profound conversation, when I spoke about my childhood struggles, Marcus took my hand in his and squeezed it gently, a simple gesture that conveyed understanding more profoundly than words ever could. In those moments, I realized that the desperation I once felt to be seen merely stripped away layers of armor. What I truly craved was connection, understanding, and love in its purest forms. It was during a twilight evening at the sauna, the world outside fading into a whisper of cool air contrasted against the steamy warmth inside, that everything shifted. Surrounded by the musky scent of eucalyptus and soft flickering light, we made a pact, not just for the two of us but also to continue this newfound exploration with others. The brave act of being naked in front of one another became a metaphor for the kind of vulnerability and openness we wanted to cultivate not only in our growing affection but in our interactions with the outside world. Inspired by the freedom we found together, we began inviting others to join us in these discussions, people from our lives who struggled with their own insecurities or simply desired a safe space to explore their personal journeys. Little by little, our sauna transformed from a place of self-sought desperation into a community of sincerity, growth, and acceptance. As we gathered more often, the sound of laughter, shared stories, and the comfort of bare skin against warm wood turned our sanctuary into a fragrant blend of healing and camaraderie. It was intoxicating, watching as people uncovered themselves, both in body and spirit, fighting the urge to conform to societal standards. And within this newly formed tribe, I felt strength swell within me. Each person who walked through the door reinforced my belief that every struggle to be seen, to be understood, was an essential step on the path toward authentic relationships. It felt as if we were reclaiming the narrative of our lives together, each of us no longer afraid to emerge from the shadows into the light of acceptance. And so, as I sit here, reflecting on the journey from volunteering to be vulnerable to creating a safe harbor for others, I've come to realize that sometimes desperation leads us to unexpected places. The quest to be seen has morphed into a brighter vision of companionship, insight, and the realization that we are not meant to navigate these experiences alone. Each of us, stripped bare of judgment and fear, finds that true connection happens not in the obscured corners of our lives but in the shared spaces where our souls can breathe freely. Update: after the last sauna gathering, I've become more adventurous. We decided to organize a weekend retreat dedicated to embracing ourselves wholly, physically and emotionally. I never expected my search for visibility to blossom into this beautiful community. Marcus and I are exploring the next steps of our relationship, and I can genuinely say that I am learning to lift the veil of self-doubt not through sheer will, but through the love and support that surrounds me. Whether we pull it off or not remains to be seen, but if the sauna has taught me anything, it's the power of opening up, letting go, and letting the warmth of camaraderie wrap around you like a cozy embrace. As I stepped into the sauna that evening, a familiar warmth enveloped me, bringing with it an intoxicating mix of steam and laughter. It was a bustling Friday night, which meant the atmosphere was alive with friendly chatter and the soft sounds of splashes from a nearby hot tub. The scent of eucalyptus wafted through the air, mingling with the hint of soft skin meeting wooden benches, making it feel sacred, almost like a sanctuary. I glanced over at Marcus as he entered, his bright smile instantly lifting my spirits. We've come to cherish our time here, not merely as a shared space but as a canvas for our blossoming relationship, one filled with light-hearted conversations and moments of silence that spoke volumes. I was beginning to realize that my craving for being seen wasn't solely about the physical act of bearing myself, it was a deeper yearning for connection, a desire to let people into the raw honesty of who I was beneath those layers of skin and self-perception. As we settled onto the wide bench, I found myself reflecting on a recent conversation. Just the week prior, Amy, one of our more outspoken sauna friends, had playfully nudged me to consider how nakedness could serve as a metaphor for vulnerability, not just the absence of clothes but the shedding of emotional armor. When we strip away our insecurities and let ourselves be authentic, she said, her words dripping with warmth like the condensation on the windows, that's when we truly connect. I felt the gentle stirring of something profound within me as I came to terms with how much I held back for fear of judgment and rejection. I looked at Marcus, seeing the way he spoke with his hands, how his laughter invited me to lose myself in the moment, and I realized he didn't just see my naked body, he appreciated the layers beneath my skin, the quirks and vulnerabilities that made me who I was. As our conversations meandered that night, jumping from the silliness of everyday mishaps to deeper discussions about our childhood dreams, I found myself suspended in a state of blissful existence, fully engaged and present. I had never felt more seen or valued. The sauna, once a space I frequented out of desperation, evolved into a cherished place where affection and honesty flourished, entirely transforming my initial yearning into something profoundly beautiful. Eventually, as the water swirled softly around us, I took a leap into the depths of my thoughts without hesitation. You know, Marcus, I began, my voice a touch steadier than I anticipated, it's funny how this all started as a quest to be seen in a physical sense, but now, it feels like it's grown so much more. He nodded, eyes sparkling in the dappled light, and urged me to continue with a gentle smile, his presence radiating reassurance. I spoke of my evolving relationship with vulnerability, about how I was slowly dismantling the walls I erected around my heart and mind. I think I'm finally beginning to understand what it means to be comfortable in my own skin, not just physically, but emotionally too. The softening of his gaze communicated an understanding far deeper than words could convey. In that cocoon of warmth and acceptance, I felt a piece of my heart unlock, allowing all that I had grappled with to flow freely like the steam around us. Our laughter melded with the soft patter of the water, and under the weight of those shared moments, I began to acknowledge my fears of inadequacy. It felt liberating to confess my doubts, to speak them into existence rather than bottle them up. As the session waned, dipping into the cooler air felt almost shocking, and yet exhilarating. A shared promise hung between us, unsaid yet deeply felt, that we would continue to explore this newfound connection. In that moment, I realized that being seen had transformed from a desperate craving into a warm badge of courage. The sauna had taught me to embrace not just the warmth of physical presence but the raw, tender exposure of the spirit beneath, open, honest, and, above all, human. As we exited, laughter trailing behind us, I understood that true connection thrives not just in being seen, but in being trusted, loved, and cherished for the entirety of who we are. Months have passed since that first fateful leap into a realm of vulnerability, and now, as I reflect on my journey, I feel a sense of profound gratitude wash over me like that soothing sauna steam. Marcus and I have grown closer, delighting in every moment, be it within the warm embrace of the sauna or in our everyday lives, embracing our naked truths together. For those yearning to be seen, I've learned that the warmth of companionship is not found in the act of exposing one's body, but in revealing the colorful tapestry of our souls. Not long ago, I had approached the sauna searching for visibility, yet I now find myself standing on the precipice of belonging, hopeful of the future and eager for each moment yet to come. And with that thought, I know I'm ready to face whatever lies ahead, no longer just desperate to be seen, but content in the love and acceptance that dwells not just in places warm with steam, but in the deep recesses of my heart where understanding intertwines with connection, ready to embrace life in all its beautiful, naked moments. I never thought I'd gain clarity from a conversation that boiled down to a simple question: am I the asshole for reminding my mom that she disappeared for 6 years? It all started on an ordinary Tuesday, just after my 22nd birthday, when I received a text from my mom, one that seemed to cascade through the silence we had established over time. "Can we talk?" The message read, punctuated with an ellipsis that left something unsaid, shrouded in tension. After everything, I wasn't sure what talking meant anymore. I'd spent too long trying to piece together the echoes of my childhood. The splintered memories of her absence were like a jigsaw puzzle with half the pieces missing. She left when I was 14, without a note, without a sign. I remember spending countless nights pacing my bedroom, wrapping the arms of my favorite stuffed animal tighter around my chest as if it could absorb the sadness creeping under my skin, desperately waiting for the front door to creak open and reveal her to me, only, it never did. When she resurfaced 6 years later, it was an awkward reunion. She was different, and so was I. She floated in and out of my life, wearing an expression that oscillated between remorse and urgency, as if she were a ghost trying to tether herself to a world she had once inhabited. We meandered through awkward lunches and tentative conversations, but the weight of what had happened still hung between us like an unspoken wound, raw and unhealed. My friends advised me to make peace with her, to forgive and forget, but the truth was, forgiveness felt like an uphill battle often punctuated by waves of resentment. One evening, as we sat on the porch, watching fireflies flicker like tiny memories in the dusk, I felt a surge of boldness. The conversation had ebbed and flowed, and my mom's laughter was light, yet it triggered a memory I thought I could gloss over. "You know, it's strange," I said, almost tentatively, "that you were just gone for all those years." The moment the words spilled from my lips, everything shifted. Her laughter froze, the carefree late summer air turned thick as she turned to me, wide-eyed with surprise. I had never directly confronted her about disappearing, and maybe that was the mistake I had made all along. The evening spiraled into an emotional chasm, her defense mechanisms kicking in with a vehemence I had never witnessed before. She insisted I didn't get it, that nobody understood what she went through, her voice rising and falling like a tumultuous sea. I watched her struggle to articulate what I knew she couldn't, a deep-rooted pain that bubbled beneath her surface. But what I had said pierced through the surface tension of our fragile newfound relationship, rendering her defenses useless. I felt like I had triggered a dormant storm inside her, and while part of me anguished over this, the other fired with a stubborn insistence to be heard. "You left me," I whispered, and with that, the tremor of truth hung palpably in the air. I wasn't sure if I was asking for an apology or for her to acknowledge my pain, but it seemed to matter less than the cathartic release of finally expressing my resentment. After what felt like hours of silence, she finally spoke. "I'm so sorry," her voice fractured like glass, each word laced with the weight of regret. As we both sat in the quiet aftermath, I realized that this moment was a turning point for us, a tentative bridge that flickered with the promise of new foundations. This wasn't an easy reconciliation. I still wrestled with the anger, the abyss of loneliness stretched before me, but it became clear that she, too, was trapped in her own reservoir of regret. Our past was marred, yet the possibility of healing was glimmering at the horizon. Weeks rolled by, each conversation layered with new understanding, moments where I reminded her how difficult her absence was and the emotional scars it left, but she met me with transparency, peeling back her trauma like layers of an onion. Eventually, we crafted a bond riddled not just with apologies but with a shared willingness to confront the realities of our intertwined lives. Though the past couldn't be rewritten, it became clearer that I didn't want to dwell on it forever. Instead, I aimed to look towards what lay ahead and how we could forge a future from the ashes of our fragmented past. In an unexpected twist of fate, my initial question transformed into a catalyst for healing. I found compassion for my own pain, an awareness that understanding can twist miracles out of memories that haunt and separate. In the end, as we walked hand in hand one summer evening, I quietly realized I was not the asshole. I had simply needed to remind her of the truth to reclaim my own narrative and, perhaps, hers alongside it. As I wrap up this story, I can't help but reflect on how dramatically things can evolve. For anyone who stumbles upon this, if you've found yourself in a similar position, don't shy away from the hard truths. Sometimes the path to healing is paved with discomfort and confrontation, and that's not just okay, it can be transformative. Update: a few months later, we still have our ups and downs, but we talk regularly. We even plan family dinners now. It's a work in progress, but losing her taught me the value of open communication. Sometimes, reminding someone of their old self is precisely what you both need to move forward. As I sank into the familiar comfort of my worn-out armchair, I couldn't help but smile at how unconventional our journey had been. In the months since that pivotal moment, a conversation that unearthed years of unresolved pain, I felt like I was traversing a landscape continuously covered in fresh snow, each step unraveling new layers of understanding that had remained buried for so long. My mom and I had made significant strides, but the relationship was far from perfect. We had our fair share of awkward silences and unresolved grievances. That seemed to loom over dinner tables like unsettling guests who just wouldn't leave. Yet each time we gathered, a collection of mismatched forks and plates heaped with homemade pasta or tacos, we found ourselves leaning a little more towards one another, laughter puncturing the tension that would have trapped us once. I remember one evening when we decided on Mexican, the warm kitchen filling with the spicy scents of sautéed peppers and garlic. Our conversation drifted to lighter territory. My mom made a joke about how many cooking shows I had watched. I couldn't help but tease back about her questionable interpretation of a taco. She laughed, her face lighting up as she recalled how I had always criticized her less than authentic attempts in the kitchen. The ease of it all was beautiful and yet fragile, like the last leaves of autumn trembling on the branches before winter fully set in. But amid these sporadic bursts of joy, we would still occasionally trip over the jagged stones of unresolved tension. There were days when the memories of her disappearance loomed heavily in the air, unspoken, a reminder of discomfort hanging like a fog. While we made efforts to engage in deeper conversations about the past, she often glossed over the harder parts, and I had to remind myself, sometimes in frustration, that healing doesn't always mean confronting everything at once. I learned this not just from our interactions but from conversations with friends who had similarly tangled familial relationships. Each interaction became a delicate balancing act as I tried to weigh my need for transparency against her apparent aversion to confronting certain aspects of her absence. But deep down, I felt there was a possibility, a gentle pulse of hope amid the chaos, that we could find a way through it together. One rainy afternoon, a few months into our renewed relationship, I was sifting through old family photos while dusting the shelves in my bedroom. I uncovered an image of us, taken during a camping trip when I was about 10. In the picture, we were grinning widely, her hair wild and tousled by the wind, a soft sunlight draping us with warmth. I hesitated, sensing an urge to share it with her, wanting to evoke the nostalgia we avoided, but anxiety wrestled at my throat. What if it prompted an uncomfortable conversation? What if I opened up a door that was best left closed? In the end, a quiet determination won out. I forwarded the image to her, and my heart raced as I waited for her response, uncertain of what would surface. A few moments later, my phone buzzed, a simple reply from Mom, "I remember this day. We should go camping again sometime." The words settled around me like a gentle embrace. In that small, unexpected moment, I realized how essential it was to continue fostering these connections, however tentative. Each memory shared, each laugh exchanged, and even the silent contemplations acted as glue, mending a bond that had once frayed to its breaking point. So we planned several family outings, trips to the park, impromptu movie nights, and yes, even that camping trip, which turned out to be a beautiful disaster with an overzealous raccoon raiding our snacks. Each stumble, each genuine laugh, further loosened the decades of hurt, allowing us avenues of genuine connection. Life isn't simply about resolving conflicts, I discovered, it's about embracing the raw, unfiltered moments of humanity, allowing them to reshape your understanding of each other without losing sight of where you both began. Reflecting on these experiences, I chuckled at how naive I had once been, thinking that confronting my mom about her previous disappearance would be the master key unlocking a perfect relationship. The truth was, we humans seem more like a patchwork quilt made of an array of fabric scraps, each piece significant in its imperfection, stitched together by our experiences, laughter, and the love that survived the storms. And now, as I stood amidst the remnants of our initial unresolved conflicts, I felt a quiet pride swell in my heart. We were moving forward, not flawlessly, but rather with intention and openness, and that's what mattered most. Update: it's been nearly a year since I sent that first photo. My mom finally decided to visit my place for the holidays, a huge step for us both. We tackled all the chaos together, barely burnt cookies, holiday songs we forgot the words to, and moments filled with laughter where unspoken truths only led us closer, like the final stitches in our newly knitted bond. There's still room for improvement, reflections on the past yet to unfold, but although we still have our ups and downs, I hold on to the sheer thrill of discovering that reminding someone of their worth can also truly mean reminding yourself. The holiday season that year felt almost surreal, like stepping into a storybook where you get to rewrite the characters and their fates. As my mom arrived at my apartment, the usual nervous tension that would rise in my chest was strangely absent, replaced instead by a flutter of excitement. She came with a suitcase, yes, but it was filled with more than just clothes. It was packed with a hefty dose of hope. We started off small, greeting each other with hesitant smiles that quickly warmed into embraces that longed for connection. We slid into the kitchen, a realm both familiar and foreign as we attempted to recreate our old family traditions. I remember eyeing the kitchen timer and thinking about how I had to remind her it was okay to laugh at our mistakes, instead of crying over them, like before. The cookies were hilariously imperfect, the kind that would make even the worst baking show contestants proud, yet we tried them anyway, laughing over the half-burnt edges and the slight bitterness of too much cinnamon. As we peeled away the layers of holiday chaos around us, our conversations began to unfurl like the delicate branches of a blooming tree, cautiously at first, but blooming all the same. We spoke of her absence without wading through bitterness. We spoke of my childhood without the weight of unresolved shadows. Each word felt like a brushstroke painting a clearer picture of two flawed and fragile beings who found a way back to each other. The moments were punctuated by snatches of holiday songs, our voices blending in harmony and discord, with the lyrics evading us but our spirits dancing freely. One evening, as we curled up on the couch watching old family videos, tiny glimpses into a world that felt both distant and achingly close, I caught her looking at me, a reflection of tenderness and vulnerability in her eyes. She softly admitted she regretted the years lost, yet I saw a flicker of something else, an understanding that our shared laughter and love had the power to bridge even the deepest divides. Those unspoken truths seemed to shimmer in the air between us, invisible threads weaving a tapestry of renewed trust. She expressed gratitude for my patience, which felt oddly reversed. My heart was grateful too, but for her presence, for her willingness to try anew. Each conversation, each short-lived tiff was a reminder that we were slowly threading together the fragments of our old selves with the new ones we were forging. Evenings turned into long discussions about dreams and aspirations, the soft glow of fairy lights glittering like possibilities in the air. Over dinner, we shared stories of our past and hopes for the future, anchoring our relationship in the open air of vulnerability. I felt a profound sense of comfort, her laughter filling the gaps of silence that had once felt like chasms. Sure, we weren't perfect, and perhaps we never would be, but we were learning to navigate this intricate dance of togetherness again. It was all still a work in progress, but as that holiday faded into memory, something undeniably beautiful emerged, a new rhythm that promised growth, however imperfect it might be. I realized that our bond was like those cookies we made, no longer pristine, but bursting with character, sweetness, and the warmth of shared experiences. It was deeply flawed, yet somehow, perfect in its own way. Reflecting on our journey, I understood that confronting the past was more than just a burden, it was a gift, and through those difficult conversations and tender moments, we both found a semblance of peace in the chaos. This tumultuous journey had changed us profoundly, but as I glanced at my mom, now more a friend than a figure of authority, I embraced the uncertainty of our future, knowing we were weaving a story that was all our own. It was a crisp autumn evening when I found myself seated on a park bench, the sun dipping low and casting golden hues over the trees, lost in thought as I waited for my friend Sarah. We had grown up together, our lives entwined in a winding road of shared memories, laughter, and even occasional disagreements. One of those disagreements surfaced less than a week ago when Sarah casually mentioned she had rehomed her cat, Luna, because she was moving into a new apartment that didn't allow pets. I remember how my stomach churned at those words, the implications weighing heavy as I fought against the instinct to defend the word or home, a term that felt cold and clinical in this context. To me, it signified a relinquishment of responsibility, a decision that felt too easy for someone who had adored their pet just weeks before. When she arrived, enthusiasm radiated from her as she spoke about her new place, but I couldn't shake the nagging feeling that I had to say something. "Did you really have to rehome her?" I asked, my voice teetering between concern and accusation. Sarah's smile faltered, her eyes flicked away, a flicker of guilt dancing on her features. "Well, I didn't have a choice," she replied defensively, her fingers tracing the fabric of her jacket. It felt like an innocent conversation spiraling into something deeper, an unspoken battle of values. As she continued detailing the space in her new apartment, excitement spilling from her like the leaves falling around us, I wrestled with the weight of my words. Was I being harsh? Was it fair to confront her at that moment, when all she wanted was to share her joy? I could see Luna's big, curious eyes, the way she would curl up in my lap when I visited Sarah, and it just felt wrong. "You could have found someone who could take care of her properly," I said, my voice steadier now, watching for Sarah's response. There was a long silence. Her expression closed off, and for the first time, I felt the distance between us. "You don't get it, do you?" she finally said, a hint of anger creeping into her tone. I loved her, but I couldn't keep her. I had to think about my life. You know how it is when you're on your own. That was it. My heartbeat pulsed loud in my ears as I processed her admission, my mind rushing through memories of late-night snack raids, indulging in comfort food, the unshakable bond that had once brought us close. I was the anchor, and she had seemed so adrift. I wanted the best for her, but at that moment, I felt like I had done the unthinkable. We were friends, yet I had challenged a decision that cut deeper than I realized. After that evening, our communications chilled. She began to post pictures of her new apartment, filled with stylish decor and vibrant colors, each post a reminder of how our lives were heading in different directions. I longed to reach out, to mend the bridge I had burned with my misplaced need to correct. A few weeks later, I decided to invite her over. For coffee. As I poured and we settled into the familiar comfort of my living room, I took a leap. "I'm sorry for how I reacted. It wasn't my place to judge your decisions. I was scared of losing our friendship," she sighed, her defenses lowering. "I didn't mean to shut you out. It just hurt to hear it from you." There was a catharsis in admitting our faults, a moment where we synchronized our emotions, realizing the importance of honesty. As we talked it through, we both learned the value of understanding versus judgment. Maybe I wasn't the asshole, but just a friend trying to navigate a complex emotional landscape. I remember leaving the conversation feeling lighter, wrapped in a new layer of connection with Sarah, imperfect yet honest. In our journey to find common ground, we had stitched together a stronger bond, one that could withstand the challenges of life, including the heartbreak of saying goodbye to a pet. And as autumn slipped into winter, I reflected on how it was all right to feel deeply, to weigh decisions heavily, even when it caused ripples in our relationships. It's not about being right or wrong. Sometimes, it's simply about learning to listen. Update: a few months later, Sarah reached out, asking if I could join her for a fundraiser at the local animal shelter. Passion gleamed in her eyes as she spoke about the importance of responsible pet ownership and the struggles of animals in need. "I think it's time I helped make a difference in some way," she said. In that moment, I knew Sarah had turned her experience into motivation, reshaping her heartache into advocacy. As we teamed up to raise awareness together, that initial tension, that moment of conflict, became a stepping stone into something greater, a testament to the resilience of friendship wrapped in understanding and growth. We started planning the fundraiser with a sense of purpose that I hadn't expected. As the days passed, I found myself leaning into this project with all the energy I had, eager to support Sarah in her newfound mission. The community pulled together in a way that was almost magical. Local businesses donated food, prizes, and even some services for the event. It was amazing to see people rally around something so meaningful. The shelter, a small yet bustling space filled with the soulful mews and barks of its inhabitants, became a second home to both Sarah and me. We spent hours making flyers, organizing online donations, and promoting the event on social media. With each post and share, I noticed Sarah's spirits rising significantly. She had transformed from a person who felt the heaviness of her previous decision into a beacon of light for others who were struggling with similar choices. The night before the fundraiser, we sat on the floor of my living room, strewn with papers, colorful decorations, and half-empty takeout containers. The air was alive with excitement, and I couldn't shake the feeling of how much this experience had brought us closer. As we laughed and shared stories about the cats we both cherished and the oddities we had come across at the shelter, I felt a sense of peace settle over us. The weight of that initial argument slowly faded, replaced by shared laughter and dreams of making a real difference. We had both learned from the experience. I was grateful for the way she had opened up about her choices, and she was hopeful about helping others avoid similar pitfalls. The day of the fundraiser dawned bright and sunny, a perfect backdrop for our event. People arrived with smiles, families brought their children, and a few furry friends bounced alongside them. I could see Sarah in her element as she mingled with the crowd, reading to the kids gathered around her, while I handled the donations and set up a photo booth for some adorable pet portraits. We had even arranged for a local animal trainer to give demonstrations. The allure of seeing cute animals working alongside humans drew in a larger crowd than we could have anticipated. I kept glancing at Sarah throughout, marveling at how far she'd come since that difficult conversation. Around mid-afternoon, as we watched people bidding on hours with the dog trainer, I noticed Sarah standing by herself a short distance away, a frown creasing her brow. I approached cautiously. "Hey, you good?" I asked, concerned. I had just seen her shine moments before. She looked up at me, her eyes a mixture of uncertainty and frustration. "I guess I never really thought about how much my choice affected others," she admitted quietly. "I mean, look at all these people. They're here to support a cause. Meanwhile, I felt like I'd let my cat down." Her voice trembled slightly, and I felt a surge of compassion wash over me. It was a moment of raw vulnerability, and I understood that her past choices still haunted her despite her efforts to turn things around. The crowd buzzed in the background, but the world felt still between us. "Sarah," I said softly, "what you did wasn't ideal, but it was part of your journey, and now you're using that to make a difference." I took a moment to gather my thoughts before continuing. "Every person here has made mistakes in one way or another. Your honesty about what happened with your cat has inspired others to take responsibility. You're helping people understand that rehoming doesn't equal giving up. It can be a tough decision with a new beginning waiting on the other side." Her expression shifted slightly as she absorbed my words. "You really think so?" she asked, a hint of hope flickering in her eyes. I nodded, reassuring her with a smile. "I really do. And look around us. You're creating a community of awareness and compassion. That's bigger than just one bad decision." It was as if a dam inside her had broken, releasing the tension she'd held onto for so long, and she smiled, a genuine spark lighting up her features. As the day unfolded, I watched Sarah as she engaged with attendees, sharing stories, and embracing newfound friendships with those passionate about animal welfare. It filled me with warmth to witness her come alive in this atmosphere, where her past hadn't defined her, and her desire to advocate for animals took precedence. We did well that day beyond our expectations. We raised more funds than we could have hoped for and brought awareness to animal welfare like never before. As the sun began to set, and people started to gather their things, Sarah and I took a moment to reflect. "We really did it," she sighed, exhaustion lining her voice, but joy danced in her eyes. I felt a wave of pride swell within me as I nodded, the remnants of our earlier disagreement wholly eclipsed by this sense of achievement and camaraderie. It would take time for Sarah to completely forgive herself, and while we both knew the road ahead wouldn't be without its challenges, I was glad she had found purpose again. In the weeks following the event, we continued to volunteer at the shelter, slowly helping build a network of support and fostering hope in our community. I began to realize that even the most painful mistakes could pave the way for healing and understanding. They might be rough avenues, but they often lead us to where we are truly meant to be. With every adoption story we shared, every happy ending we witnessed, I felt grateful to be by Sarah's side, an unexpected partner in this journey towards redemption. Eventually, one evening after a long shift at the shelter, Sarah and I found ourselves just sitting in the quiet, the hum of the night wrapping around us like a comforting blanket. "I think I'm finally at peace with what happened," she whispered, her voice calm and assured. "And it's because of you." I smiled softly, feeling that once tense chapter of our friendship close like a book meeting its last page, knowing well that every ending sparks the light of a new beginning. The lessons embedded within lay the foundation for exploring our own journeys with newfound empathy and strength. As the stars flickered overhead, I marveled at how far we had come together. Gone were the days of tense discussions and misunderstandings, replaced by an unspoken bond forged in shared experiences and common goals. The shelter had become more than just a workplace, it was our sanctuary, a place where laughter spilled over the cages of cats and dogs alike, mingling with the sweet smell of pet food and the warm glow of the overhead lights. Evenings spent sorting donations turned into brainstorming sessions for future campaigns, and I could see the spark of determination in Sarah's eyes, illuminating her path forward. "You know," I said after a gentle pause, "if we keep this up, I think we'll make quite an impact." She chuckled softly, her laugh a melody that drove away the night's chill. The chilly breeze that wafted through the open window felt lovely, a reminder of the world outside but inside. It felt like we had created our own safe haven, dedicated to ensuring others would find solace just as we had. One day, while wolfing down pizza in the break room, we started discussing the idea of an awareness poster for the fundraiser, describing responsible pet adoption in vivid detail. She suggested we feature personal stories from people who adopted pets from the shelter. I thought it was brilliant and couldn't help but share my own experience, how I had adopted my cat, Luna, who had been found roaming the streets, frightened and alone. The pure joy on her face as she listened reminded me how storytelling could bridge gaps, fostering connection and understanding amongst us. Every new idea swirled in the air like the sweet aroma of the pepperoni pie resting between us. The potential felt palpable. It dawned on me, as laughter echoed off the walls, that these projects were transforming both Sarah and me, aiding us in our journeys of growth, hers from overcoming loss, and mine from learning to advocate fiercely for those who couldn't speak for themselves. As the day of the fundraiser approached, an air of excitement hung around us, and so did the nervous anticipation. We prepared for an influx of community members at the shelter, hoping to raise funds and awareness. With the event looming closer, however, the reality of putting ourselves out there made my stomach flutter. What if I stumbled over my words? What if no one showed up? Every worry was a small cloud in the bright sky of possibility, and Sarah seemed to sense my anxiety, offering reassuring smiles and gentle pats on the back as we honed our message. "We're just sharing our love for animals," she'd remind me, her strength palpable as she navigated her own hesitations. Her calm radiance became my anchor, and slowly, I realized that our paths intertwined not just in friendship but in the mission we shared. On the day of the fundraiser, the shelter vibrated with life and energy, various booths filled with animals looking for homes, volunteers bustling, and the intimate chatter of community filled the air. As people poured into the building, I felt a swell of pride. We had worked hard for this moment, igniting conversations about responsible pet care and the responsibilities that came with adopting. I was surprised when Sarah took her place behind the mic, addressing the crowd with vulnerability and strength. She spoke of the harsh realities within the world of animal welfare, but her voice trembled with passion and love, speaking about how significant it was to choose patience over impulse when it came to rehoming pets. It struck me then, witnessing the audience captivated by her story, that our paths were not merely parallel but actually woven together in a tapestry of understanding, compassion, and collective effort. Later that evening, as the last of the guests trickled out and the leftover pizza grew cold on the table, we took a moment to revel in our success, counting the donations and smiling at the progress we made. "I used to feel so lost, you know?" Sarah admitted, her brows furrowed slightly. "But talking about my experience, sharing it with others, it's like a weight lifted." I nodded, knowing exactly what she meant. In that moment, something inside me shifted. I realized that this journey had not only been about healing for her but also a restorative experience for me too. Having pushed my insecurities aside to advocate for animals had carved out a stronger version of myself, one unafraid to speak up for what mattered. Eventually, as we started to clean up, I could feel the warmth of possibilities ahead. Perhaps it was more than just a fundraiser, it had become a heartfelt rallying call for the community on behalf of those animals still waiting for their forever homes. Months later, Sarah and I would still reminisce about that day, but more importantly, we continued to press on, reaching toward other endeavors that would help better our connection to animals in need. As we expanded our projects, I often thought of that original conflict, a simple miscommunication that had evolved into something profoundly transformative. A reminder that with understanding and time, even the deepest wounds could become a wellspring of strength and new beginnings, each day unfolding a little more like a gentle unfurling of a leaf in spring. It wasn't until a chilly autumn day months later when Sarah called with a breathless excitement. "You need to come over. There's someone here who needs a friend." Curious and slightly amused, I hurried over, only to find her nursing another stray she had taken in, a timid kitten with soulful eyes peering up at me. In that moment, surrounded by warmth and laughter, I knew that although there would always be challenges ahead, Sarah and I had learned how to navigate our way through life's twists and turns, one heartfelt story at a time. And perhaps, from one rehomed cat to another, we had both discovered that every end could lead to a new beginning, forging deeper connections in the heart of it all. No, sleep, all my childhood bedrooms had something in common. Only now that I live alone did I realize what that was. The first time I noticed the peculiar pattern was when I stood in the center of my new apartment, a modest one-bedroom tucked snugly into the heart of the city. It was a place of my own, yet it felt eerily familiar. The walls were painted soft beige, the floor a warm wood, and the gentle hum of the city outside filled the air like a nighttime lullaby. But as I unpacked boxes and hung up my belongings, it struck me, every bedroom I had ever occupied as a child had a specific element that seemed to echo through the years. Each space had a window that faced the exact same direction, southeast. I remember as a kid, lying in bed and staring out at the clouds shifting colors as the sun set, thinking that the universe was painting portraits just for me. However, something darker lurked behind those windows, a feeling that so many moments of joy were teetering on the edge of something menacing. My parents divorced when I was 10, and I began to wonder if perhaps it wasn't just a coincidence. As my mind wandered down those troubled lanes of memory, images flashed through my mind: that old, decrepit house we lived in after the split. The peeling wallpaper, the creaky floorboards, and especially the shadows that danced in the corners whenever the sun dipped low. I could almost hear the whispers in the dark. They became companions during sleepless nights, always promising to help me, while making it clear that their comfort came at a price. With each move to a new bedroom, the shadows seemed to follow me, lurking closer each time. At first, I thought them just figments of my imagination, remnants of childhood fears stemming from my fragmented family life. Now, in my own space at 30, the memory was no longer vague. As I stood by that southeast window, I could feel a chill creeping along my spine, as if I were being beckoned back into the heart of those tales I had tried so desperately to forget. I dismissed it as mere nostalgia, but then came the whisper, just faint enough to trick my mind into believing it was just the wind rustling the trees. "Come play," it said, a sweet lilt that was both inviting and gut-wrenching. My hands trembled as I decided to leave my safe haven for the evening air, hoping some fresh air would ground me. Just outside, the world was alive: families, couples, friends, all bridged by laughter as they mingled in the twilight. But even in a crowd, I felt wrapped in a blanket of loneliness. After a few minutes of walking, I turned and headed back to my apartment, to gather my thoughts and clear my head. The whole way home, I noticed those same wild shadows clawing at the edges of my vision, just as they had in my youth, edging closer with every step. Upon entering my small space, the silence suffocated me, every creak of the floorboards echoing in a way that made me feel less alone yet completely abandoned. I walked over to the window, the familiarity wrapping itself around me like an old coat, and realized that I was still that lonely child, trying to make sense of the world while seeking solace in forgotten corners. In an impulsive act, I decided to pull the curtain wide open, letting the moonlight spill into the room. To my shock, my heart raced at a sudden movement outside. The shadows, once whispers in the corners, pooled just beneath the window in unearthly shapes, tantalizing me with nostalgia and secrets I had long ignored. My pulse quickened, and I thought of all the times I had ignored the signs throughout my life, closing the doors on thoughts that summoned dread but also hinted at discovery. In that moment, I felt at the precipice of something monumental, a challenge to confront my past rather than flee from it. But instead of fear, I felt liberating curiosity, inviting those mysteries back into my heart. I placed a hand over the glass, feeling that odd mix of warmth and chill as I whispered softly, "What do you want from me?" The response was a gentle swell, the shadows dancing closer as if inviting me to join them. Here I was, finally ready to embrace all that I had avoided for years. About a week later, as I still sat enveloped by those night whispers, I caught a glimpse of a memory, a dream I used to have of running through an endless field, with children playing and laughing without a care. Those memories shifted like sand in an hourglass, forming new shapes in my mind. I began writing them down, detailing everything, every whisper I heard, every touch I felt in the corners of my rooms, and eventually, the truth emerged. Those shadows, which had once loomed over me as dark memories, were reminders of a childhood filled with magic. I had hidden from my feelings for far too long, but now, I was ready to turn every belief I held about my past upside down. That playful call to come play wasn't about fear. It was about reconnecting with that part of me I had buried under the weight of adult responsibilities and heartache. The closer the shadows danced, the more I saw them as potential and promise rather than threats. And like any good story, the shadows remained ever present, threading the past with my future, allowing me to weave together a narrative that made sense at last. That revelation breathed new life into my heart as I embraced the space I called home, a sanctuary full of the joys I had once known. Yet, as I finally snuffed out the light late one night, I felt a stir of energy, a soft rustling brushed against my skin. Just by following the path back to the shadows of my childhood, I discovered that they weren't gone. They were always there, waiting for me to acknowledge them, ready to share those deep, sweet secrets once again. It turns out, every childhood bedroom could be sanctified in a way if we dared to listen to the stories echoed within them. Update: I've since taken up writing again, turning my childhood tales into stories I share online. The response has been overwhelming. It seems I wasn't the only one who carried these shadows, but I've come to realize that my words breathe life into them. A small community has formed around my confessions, each of us unraveling our own histories and discovering shared experiences in those whispered moments of fear and joy. What I once thought was a burden has now become a gift, a testament to the power of storytelling and the bonds it can forge between those who dare to listen. As I sat in my dimly lit room, the soft hum of my computer the only companion aside from the shadows that danced joyfully along the walls, I began to sift through the memories that had shaped my childhood, memories that were now spilling onto the screen like ink from a well-used pen. With each tap of the keyboard, I felt a comforting release, a connection to those childhood bedrooms that had been more than just spaces where I slept. They were vessels holding pieces of my spirit, echoing with laughter, tears, secrets, and fears. In each one, there was something eerily familiar, a strange presence that, until recently, I hadn't fully acknowledged. My first room in the house on Maple Street had been the brightest, painted a cheerful yellow that caught the morning light just right, but underneath that sunny veneer, I had felt eyes watching me, always lurking in the corners where shadows mingled with stuffed animals and forgotten toys. Then, there was the small bedroom in the apartment my family moved to when I was 8, where in the middle of the night I would hear whispers from the closet, like a conversation between old friends, secrets shared only in the dark. I thought I had simply been imaginative, that I was a child prone to flights of fancy. But as I delved deeper into my past through the stories I shared online, my fellow storytellers confessed similar experiences, echoes of their own childhoods that mirrored mine, all rooted in similar anxieties and lonely nights. It began to dawn on me that perhaps what I perceived as specters of my past were, in fact, manifestations of the fears and growing pains all children experience but often bury as they transition into adulthood. Slowly, this realization morphed into a kind of solidarity among us, a shared space where we could explore our fears without judgment, where vulnerability became our strength. Each story prompted reflections on what those rooms meant to us, not just as childhood havens, but as the first steps into understanding ourselves. I vividly remember one night, typing away late into the serenity of solitude, when a particular message popped up on my screen. It was from a fellow storyteller I had come to admire, someone who wrote with a raw honesty that resonated with me. They spoke of the first time they had seen their own shadow reflecting back at them, a friend who, at first glance, felt like an intruder in their own world. Those words struck a chord. It was as if they had pulled from my own diary. We engaged in a conversation that stretched into the early hours, exploring our connections to those rooms, and the peculiar comfort we derived from the understanding that we were never truly alone, even in our darkest moments. This exchange ignited a spark, pushing me to dig even deeper into my psyche. I began to write not only about fear but also about joy, about the afternoons spent building blanket forts, the discovered wonders of an old book collection, and crayon-scribbled maps of imaginary worlds. I painted my childhood in colors more vibrant than the dismal shadows I had clung to for so long. These explorations led to unexpected revelations, and I started to realize my last bedroom before leaving for college was surrounded by a spectrum of feelings, excitement for the future mixed with anxiety for the unknown. The presence I felt there was different, a comforting whisper reminding me that it was okay to stand on the brink of adulthood and still carry the echoes of childhood behind me. When my stories turned into a kind of catharsis, I knew I had stepped past the threshold of nostalgia and into the realm of acceptance. Writing transformed into an affirmation of who I was and who I was becoming, a journey shared with others facing their own darkness and light. As I closed my laptop one night, I felt a gentle weight lift from my chest, a knowing that those rooms, those intangible specters that had haunted my thoughts for years, were simply parts of my story, pieces of a puzzle that I had now started to reshape. Each echo was no longer a reminder of fear but a testament to my resilience and growth. I felt empowered, not just for myself, but for others who found solace in our shared experiences. It was in this space, I realized, that the shadows didn't just watch, they listened, and with every word we shared, we grew a little lighter, a little braver, and a little more human. I wouldn't trade this journey for anything, and perhaps what I had once feared was not about what watched me, but about what I could accomplish when I allowed my story to take flight, merging memory with creativity, and uncovering the beauty that lived beneath the surface. And as the world outside grew darker, I felt a comforting glow radiating from within, reminding me that perhaps, in every bedroom, past, present, and future, there lives a piece of me, a part of my journey that is always worth sharing. With each tale I wove, I found myself diving deeper into the shadows of my past, peeling back layers I had long buried under a facade of normalcy and routine. I reminisced about the tiny rooms that housed my childhood dreams, the way the yellow wallpaper in my first bedroom seemed to sigh in relief whenever I would tell stories to the pastel stuffed animals that adorned my bed. I would drape my childhood fears over those walls, and in return, They whispered back with every creak of the floorboards and soft rustle of the curtains. As I would often confide in those inanimate listeners, I gradually realized that these stories were as much for them as they were for me, a way to channel my feelings into something tangible. Yet, as an adult, I often felt cut off from that magical space where imagination thrived, especially when overwhelmed by life's relentless grind. But now, in sharing my words online, it felt as though I was invited back into that sacred place, offering not just a glimpse of my heart but an open window for others to peer through and find a reflection of their own experiences. Each post sparked a flurry of comments, confessions from strangers who echoed my childhood fears, narrating their own encounters with flickering shadows and lingering feelings that refused to be silenced. Sometimes they were lighthearted, and sometimes they struck chords that reverberated deep within, each interaction nurturing a community that felt like magic, a comfort I'd long sought. One night, as I sat under the soft light of my desk lamp, tapping away with eager fingers, I came across someone who stood out among the rest, someone named Eli. Eli shared that he lived alone in a small studio apartment, much like mine, and like me, had begun to feel haunted by the echoes of his childhood bedrooms. He spoke of how he had a relentless cycle of dreams, the same dream where he was a child again, lost in his old house, searching for something he could never grasp. His dreams always left him feeling hollow in the morning, soaked in a longing he couldn't articulate. I felt an immediate bond with him, his vulnerability resonated with my own hidden struggles. Without hesitation, I replied, fumbling for the right words to let him know he wasn't alone in this surreal experience. The conversation blossomed, with late-night exchanges that turned into shared late-night writing sessions. We grew closer, our narratives intertwining like vines climbing a forgotten wall, feeding each other's flames of creativity while pulling back the curtain of despair together. But it was one Saturday, while we were video chatting, that Eli revealed something that would change everything. With a trembling voice, he asked if I had ever felt a palpable presence in my childhood homes, something that felt as alive as the stories we shared. I paused, recalling late nights spent laying wide-eyed under the covers, where I felt I was not truly alone, a comforting presence lying just beyond the threshold between sleep and waking. A shiver cascaded through me as I said, yes, watching the flicker of recognition spark in his eyes. He confessed that his dreams often felt less like nightmares and more like invitations, urging him to return to the house he grew up in, a space laden with secrets and whispers. We shared stories of our childhood rooms, Eli's walls plastered with the praises of his ever-watchful parents, mine holding the scars of the imaginary beasts that lurked just out of sight. That night, a thought lingered in the back of my mind, and it took root. The more we talked, I had considered visiting my childhood home, hoping to illuminate the dark corners, not just to confront what lay concealed there, but to embrace the memories I had long deemed burdensome. As I floated the idea to Eli, I was surprised by how fervently he urged me to do so. What if, he said, there's something there waiting for you? Something that could provide answers? After a long drive filled with uncertainty, I arrived beneath the familiar roof that once enveloped my childhood with love and dread. Darkness had settled into the night, casting a thick, oppressive air over the house. Each creak of the wooden floor was a reminder of the secrets it had held for decades. I walked into my old room, small, anachronistic, but powerful in its ability to resonate with the echoes of old laughter and sadness. I spoke aloud, recalling memories with the fervor of someone yearning for connection, thanking the walls for housing my dreams and fears. It was then that I felt a warmth, a flicker in the air, and as I closed my eyes, images flooded my thoughts, moments stitched together in a vibrant tapestry of joy, and a few dark threads of shadowed apprehension. But what struck me most was not the fear, but rather the love I felt for that sacred space, and for every version of myself that had passed through it. I closed my eyes, embracing the poignant tranquility that blanketed the room, and allowed myself to remember the promise I made long ago. I would not let fear constrict my voice. When I opened my eyes again, tears brimming with both sorrow and gratitude flowed down my cheeks. Standing there, I understood that in confronting my past, each bedroom and each story, I had reclaimed my narrative. As I returned to my apartment, fortified by this experience, I sensed the presence of something greater, a palpable connection not just to my own story, but to Eli and our blossoming community, a space where we all chose to share the dreams, fears, and beauty of our pasts. And as I sat to write that night, the glow from my desk lamp a soothing reminder of the warmth we all craved, I knew that every story shared only expanded the reach of our collective imagination. My past wouldn't confine me, it would nourish my creative spirit, urging me to dance with shadows and find the light, To remind all who listen that together we could illuminate the darkness, painting a bridge from our childhoods to the present, a bridge wrapped in the threads of storytelling, making us a little lighter, a little braver, and forever connected. It's strange how success can turn familiar faces into strangers, and I found that out the hard way. Just 3 years ago, I was scraping by, working endless hours for a salary that barely covered my bills, while dreaming up my own tech startup. I had wrestled with self-doubt. My wife Lily's family often reminded me of my shortcomings in the most subtle, backhanded ways. During family gatherings, I could always count on Grandma Marge to chuckle lightly and say, "Oh, sweetie, maybe when you grow up you'll find a real job." Or there was my brother-in-law Dave, who would mention my entrepreneurial dreams with an eye roll, citing the statistics of failed startups over a whiskey glass that glinted like a mocking star. They thought they were being jovial, but the undercurrent of disdain was unmistakable, and though I always laughed it off, deep down, it hurt. After countless late-night brainstorming sessions, those sleepless nights turned into something tangible. I launched my company and, against all odds, it began to flourish. I found my stride, hiring talented individuals, attracting investors, and suddenly, the landscape of my life had transformed overnight. As my bank account swelled and the aura of success enveloped me, I was astonished by the way my in-laws began to treat me. It felt as if their earlier skepticism had turned into sudden affection, their calls more frequent, their invitations more insistent. They would ask me for advice on their own ventures. Dave needed help with his small electronics shop, while Marge requested funding for her local charity. At first, I thought it was great. Surely this is what family does, right? We lift each other up. But after a while, the old feelings of resentment resurfaced. Their previous comments echoed in my mind each time I received a new request. I dug deep into myself and realized I was no longer the person they had always looked down on. One bittersweet afternoon, while I savored a cup of coffee and stared out the window at the busy street below, I made my decision. From that moment on, I stopped aiding them. No more money, no more advice, nothing. I felt a strange mix of liberation and guilt. How could I justify this? Was I really an asshole for wanting to distance myself from their past condescension? I recounted to Lily what I had done, my heart heavy with fear of her reaction. She was quiet for a long time, then she simply asked me how I felt about it. I admitted that I felt empowered, but I also worried that it made me unkind, perhaps unforgiving. "You deserve the respect you've earned," she finally said, reaching out to squeeze my hand. It was reassuring, but the nagging doubt remained. Soon enough, Thanksgiving rolled around, and the air was thick with tension. As expected, they were all too eager to reunite and discuss my success over turkey and stuffing, but I felt like a ghost at my own table. All the smiles felt forced, their inquiries laced with a touch of desperation and inadequacy. When Grandma Marge asked for a loan to help refurbish her house, I simply smiled and said I couldn't, that I was focusing my resources on my business. The silence that followed was deafening. I could practically see them reeling, struggling to reconcile the image of the once struggling me with the successful version I had now become. It dawned on me that perhaps they feared my rise. I had become the embodiment of everything they used to mock. Eventually, the evening wore on with awkward conversation and strained laughter. It seemed the air of pretension engulfed us, heavier than the dishes piled around the table. As we said our goodbyes, Grandma whispered, "You know, sweetie, it's good to see you doing well. Just remember, family is everything." I nodded, but inside, I felt a strange emptiness, a realization that maybe it wasn't that simple for me anymore. Days turned into weeks, and as I walked the fine line between emotional isolation and newfound freedom, I wavered between self-assurance and regret. I still thought of those family gatherings, how they had shifted so drastically, like falling leaves, beautiful yet tragic. A few months later, after a long day of work, I received a message from Dave, revealing the struggles he faced with his shop. In a moment of weakness, I contemplated extending my hand again but then recalled those biting words from the past. Choosing to stay true to my convictions brought a sense of solace and resoluteness. So, I crafted a balanced response, offering a single piece of advice. Stay determined. You have it in you to succeed. It was an echo, a reassurance of what I had once been. As I laid down that night, I realized I might not be the one in the wrong. Sometimes, severing ties isn't unloving, it's an act of self-preservation. And who knows? Maybe one day we could find a way back to each other. Maybe their perceptions would change, perhaps mine would too. With that thought, I drifted into a dream, a serene visage of hope amidst uncertainty. Update: several months later, I've been contacted again by my in-laws, this time more amiable, with heartfelt apologies and a recognition of their previous behavior. They've actually sought out some of my advice for their own businesses, and while I remain cautious, I'm willing to extend a hand again, just a little. Maybe the road to healing is slow and winding, but I'm finding peace in this journey. As the months rolled on, I often found myself reflecting on those turbulent times with my in-laws. Their negativity had loomed like a shadow over my accomplishments, dampening the pride I felt in my newfound success. Yet, as I watched my own business flourish, I began to ponder whether their critique had been more a projection of their insecurities than a true measure of my worth. I used to dread family gatherings, worrying that I'd have to endure their condescension, but now there hung this strange possibility in the air, an olive branch of sorts. When I received the message from my sister-in-law, I felt a mix of anticipation and caution. Her words were different this time, dripping with sincerity and regret, a stark contrast to the disbelief I had grown accustomed to. "Can we talk? We've been thinking a lot about everything," she typed, and each word pulled at a thread of hope I had nearly severed. That evening, I decided to meet her for coffee, carrying the weight of my reservations like a heavy cloak. As I walked into that familiar cafe, the scent of roasted beans enveloped me, grounding me as I scanned the room for her. When our eyes met, I noticed the tremor in her hands. It mirrored how I felt inside. Practically tiptoeing around the remnants of past grievances, we exchanged pleasantries before she dove in, expressing how their thoughts had shifted. "We've watched you grow from afar. It wasn't fair to judge you the way we did, and I realize now how deeply I misrepresented you," she confessed, sincerity shining in her eyes, and for the first time, I felt a flicker of empathy surface for her struggles. Listening to her recount her own setbacks and the toll they had taken on her self-esteem, a part of me shifted as well, as I understood that we all wrestle with our defeats. I shared my experience, too, describing the pressure of climbing the ladder of success alone, a journey filled with both exhilaration and loneliness. As we spoke, the barrier between us began to dissolve, but the lingering distrust still lingered like an uninvited guest. Nonetheless, I sensed a desire for reconciliation growing, patchwork stitching together the ripped seams of family loyalty. Later, when I returned home, my wife greeted me with a knowing smile. She could tell I'd been wrestling with my emotions but also saw the subtle shift in my demeanor. I felt lighter, as though carrying this burden for so long had only bound me, and I wasn't convinced the past could ever truly be forgotten, but perhaps it could be transformed into something new. Over the next few weeks, I exchanged messages with my in-laws, cautiously engaging with their requests for advice, offering my insights into their ventures. They were eager to learn, humbled in ways only harsh reality can teach, and I found myself reveling in the irony that I, once the scorned, now played the role of mentor. As I watched them embrace their new roles, peacefulness enveloped me. Within the cracks of our past, budding companionship sought to emerge. But with every message and every encounter, I kept my heart grounded, vigilant against letting history repeat itself. Trust takes time to mend, and while the path forward is uncertain, I've realized that healing often requires both vulnerability and boundaries. I might have stepped into this journey tentatively, but each small interaction now feels like a step toward a brighter future. Am I the asshole for having almost severed ties? Perhaps. But sometimes, in the space where hurt and healing collide, understanding can create a bridge, one where I've started to rebuild, one cautious step at a time. As the days turned into weeks, I found myself in a peculiar state of reflection, teetering on a tightrope stretched between the past and the potential future. Each email from my in-laws pierced the silence of my routine, a mixture of trepidation and curiosity spiraling through me. I would sit at my desk, the golden afternoon light spilling through the window, casting patterns on the floor, and I would stare at their names on the screen as if they were foreign inscriptions from a long-gone civilization. It wasn't that I wanted to forget their past behavior, how they had scoffed at my ambitions and belittled my modest beginnings in favor of grounded expectations, but there was something persistently hopeful about their current tone. Their messages dripped with sincerity, laced with admissions of previous harshness, and I wondered if they, too, felt the weight of that pivotal moment when my little tech business surged into a thriving venture. It became evident that they weren't just reaching out with empty niceties, they were grappling with their own narratives, reconciling their feelings, and wondering if the family they had once deemed beneath them could now be considered a source of guidance. In one of those exchanged emails, they proposed a casual lunch, a neutral ground, a safe space for both sides to express and explore without the stifling attachment of unresolved tension. I found myself conflicted, tapping my fingers against the polished wood of my desk, picturing the cafe where we might meet, a quaint little spot with soft jazz playing in the background, birds chirping outside, and the smell of freshly brewed coffee wafting through the air. What if I walked in, and the very sight of them ignited a whirlwind of my old hurt? Or what if, in the midst of pleasantries, I found a surprising twist of warmth amidst our shared history? Ultimately, I decided to agree to the lunch. Perhaps it was the willingness to embrace both the potential for pain and healing that propelled me forward. As the date approached, I crafted a mental script, a blend of caution and openness, how I might articulate my feelings but blend them with understanding. The moment I stepped into that cafe, my heart raced with each breath, a symphony of uncertainty built within me. I saw them there, my in-laws, sitting at a sun-drenched table, visibly different from the sharp-edged figures of my memory. Their smiles were soft, framed by an unfamiliar tenderness that made it hard to reconcile with the past. The conversation began stilted, filled with careful pleasantries and awkward laughter until eventually, warmth began to seep in, easing the tension like the gentle coverage of a summer blanket. As we talked about benign topics, I felt an invisible barrier start to wane, replaced by a creeping sense of shared humanity. Their stories of struggles echoed my own, their dreams revealing shades of ambition that once felt hidden beneath their dismissive exterior. Something within me flickered, a burgeoning understanding fueled by empathy. I saw them not as the antagonists of my story but as individuals who, like me, were navigating their own trials in a rapidly shifting world. The discussion eventually shifted towards our businesses. I could feel them leaning closer, seeking not just my counsel but aiming to share in mutual growth. And as I offered insights, I realized that this was what healing looked like, not denial of the past but rather embracing it as part of the complex tapestry of relationships. It felt liberating, almost as if by extending my hand despite my previous reservations, I was affirming my worth not just as a son-in-law but as a person with insights worth sharing. Weeks turned into months, and slowly, a new rhythm began to form. We exchanged phone calls that seemed to ease into the comfort of familiarity, their laughter weaving through my days like the melody of a calming hymn. Their once utilitarian approach to me transformed into a blooming collaboration of ideas. There was an almost childlike enthusiasm in their exchanges, a realization that they could learn from me just as much as I could learn from them. It was a refreshing reversal of roles that dispelled the lingering shadows of resentment. Yet, I upheld my boundaries. I was watchful, guarding against the cynical whispers that danced in the corners of my mind, reminding me of the bitter words once spoken. It was a balance, one that required patience and discernment, but I knew that healing isn't merely a linear journey. It's more like a winding path through an intricate forest, where even the hard roots can display breathtaking blooms when nurtured patiently. Sometimes, I still find myself reflecting on whether my initial decision to put distance between us was right. Am I the asshole for having almost severed ties? The answer remains murky, cloaked in the complexities of human emotion and interaction. Yet, through this journey, I have come to embrace the ambivalence, allowing it to shape me rather than confine me. I realize that forgiveness is not an erase button but rather an ongoing negotiation of ourselves with those we share history with. And so, where once I felt fragmented, haunted by the past, I now sit in a quieter place, knowing that bridges can be rebuilt if we are willing to put in the effort, and that sometimes, it's in our grappling with hurt that we stumble upon unexpected beauty. Perhaps it's true, sometimes, the road doesn't lead back to where we began, but rather forward, towards something entirely new. It all started on a rainy Thursday when I found myself staring at my phone, contemplating whether I should answer the call from Jamie. Jamie and I had been best friends since childhood, our lives woven together like the strands of an old tapestry. He was the kind of person who wore his heart on his sleeve, and while I admired him for that, it often led to the kind of emotional labors that I sometimes felt ill-prepared to navigate. The thing is, I owed him $60 from a bet we placed 3 months prior. At the time, it felt like a good idea. He had bet I wouldn't see a specific movie in theaters, a kind of absurd challenge we often entertained to pass the time. I had pulled through and watched it, laughing at how easily I'd won. But life had a funny way of making one's priorities feel scattered, and with each passing month, that small debt lingered in the back of my mind, like a familiar yet annoying itch I couldn't quite reach. As I sat on my couch, the rain beating against the window, I felt an odd sense of dread. Jamie had been talking about his financial struggles lately, how his part-time job didn't cover his rent or his bills, and I could feel the weight of that call pressing against my chest. I hesitated for a moment, finally picking up the phone, but the conversation wasn't what I anticipated. Instead of the usual banter, Jamie launched into a heartfelt rant about how he felt completely overwhelmed by the world. It was like listening to a dam break, all his frustrations flowing out as he told me about the suffocating weight of his responsibilities. As he spoke, I felt my stomach twist into knots. How could I ask him to let go of this trivial debt when he was clearly in pain? "Look, Jamie, I just need to say something," I interrupted hesitantly. "I know I owe you that $60, but with everything going on, can we just let it slide for now?" I could hear the silence on the other end, how the weight of my words sank into the atmosphere, and I could almost picture his brow furrowing in contemplation. Finally, he spoke, and there was a tremor in his voice. "You know, I really need that money, though." My heart sank deeper. I wanted to help him, but the truth was, my own finances weren't exactly stable. It felt selfish to hold on to my money, but asking him for patience felt equally wrong. Days turned into weeks, and our conversation echoed in my mind like a haunting melody. I could see Jamie's disappointment flash across my memory, see the disbelief etched into his features, and the burden of guilt settled firmly on my shoulders. I tried to reach out, perhaps offering to treat him to coffee or something small to remind him that I cared, but our meetings became fewer as he threw himself into extra shifts. Just as I was spiraling into my own feelings of guilt, Jamie reached out once more, but this time, there was an edge to his voice that set me on alert. He wanted to meet up, and with that, I felt a sense of impending doom settle over me. Did he want to discuss the money again, or was there something else brewing beneath the surface? The anxiety was palpable inside me, it was almost a physical thing, weighing heavy on my chest as I approached the cafe we frequented. When I arrived, he was already seated at our usual table, fidgeting with his phone, looking tangled up in thought. I slid into the seat and gave him a small smile, which he returned with a nod that seemed devoid of any real warmth. "I've been thinking a lot about our last conversation," he began, his voice steady but lacking its usual enthusiasm. "That money. It's not just about the money for me. It feels like a lack of respect, like you don't value our friendship." The words hit me like a slap, and I felt my chest constrict with shame. I started to defend myself, but I could hear the raw hurt in his voice, and my mind raced to find the right words that wouldn't sound like empty excuses. "I thought maybe since things were hard for you, we could let it slide." His gaze was piercing, and I could almost see the crumbling pieces of our history floating between us. The conversations we used to have, the laughter we shared, now felt grim and fragile, like the remnants of a dream slipping away. "But it's not just about the money, it's the principle," he pressed, emotion layered in each word. I could sense the anger rising, and a part of me wanted to retreat, but I owed it to both of us to engage. "Jamie, it's not that I don't care or value you. I'm trying to navigate my own life too. What if I'm struggling in my own way, just like you?" The moment hung heavy, and for the first time, I saw the cracks in his armor begin to show. "I didn't realize you felt that way," he admitted, his voice low, the fight momentum suddenly dulled. I could see the realization wash over him, just as much as it flooded me. Perhaps I wasn't the only one struggling with insecurities masked as arrogance. In the days that followed, we both took a step back, breathing in the unease of our friendship and beginning to stitch it back together with more understanding. I did pay him back the $60. I realized that money was only one part of the equation. What mattered more was the open dialogue we finally had, the clarity that settled between us, allowing both our vulnerabilities to emerge. This experience transformed our friendship. It was no longer about the money but about feeling seen and valued. An update in my mind now gleefully whispered to me, I learned that competitions between friends can lead to both friction and an unexpected depth in connection. Looking back, that seemingly trivial debt acted like a guidepost, leading me to confront not just my financial responsibilities, but my emotional ones too. It became a lesson in empathy and respect, a reminder that true friendship treasures open-hearted conversations over mere transactions. And those rainy Thursdays? They aren't so dreary anymore, as they've become reminders of our renewed bond, strengthened through vulnerability, reminding me every day that sometimes, it's worth diving deeper to find the light. As I settled into my routine, the mundanity of each rainy Thursday transformed into a ritual of sorts. Each week, I would sit on my porch, a steaming cup of coffee in hand, as the rain drizzled on the roof above, creating a comforting soundtrack of muted rain patters and distant thunder rumbles. The street, with its slick, glistening pavement, took on a different hue. Each drop of water seemed to wash away not just the grime of the day but also the tension that had once hovered between James and me. I would think back to that moment when I looked him in the eyes and saw the hurt festering beneath the surface, beneath our laughter and easy banter, like an unresolved question lurking in the shadows. It was in this quiet space of reflection that I learned the importance of humility and accountability, both to myself and to those closest to me. I never forgot that debt, the $60 that, at one point, felt insurmountable, almost like a millstone around my neck. Yet that very symbol of conflict became a mirror, prompting a deeper inquiry into how I navigated my relationships. James and I began to spend more time together, engaging in long talks that seemed endless under the canopy of evening stars or the dim, warm glow of a dimmed living room. We would play board games, dive into old movies, and explore our small town's hidden gems, often with laughter trailing behind us like a kite on a gentle breeze. Those moments drew out a connection I hadn't known we'd lacked before. Conversations became more meaningful, filled with genuine inquiries into each other's lives, worries, and dreams. There was a palpable shift. The unspoken tension was replaced with a camaraderie built on shared experiences and vulnerability. No longer did I feel the burden of that $60. Instead, it served as the catalyst for deeper exchanges. One particularly rainy Thursday, as we sipped our drinks and watched the clouds roll in, I opened up. "You know, I used to think friendship was just about hanging out and having fun, James. But I realize now it's about the tough stuff too, like debts and misunderstandings. I really appreciate how we've navigated through all of that. It brought us closer." He nodded, looking pensive, and then he smiled softly. I have to admit, I felt awkward about it, too. It wasn't just the money, it was what it represented. I don't want to feel like I'm holding something over you when all I really want is your company. The honesty hung in the air, wrapping around us like the comforting embrace of the warm sweaters we wore. I chuckled at the absurdity of how a financial transaction had morphed into a vehicle for deeper understanding. James reached for his phone, and with a twinkle in his eye, he pulled up a meme that perfectly encapsulated our journey, and we erupted into laughter, once again transported to a place where our bond felt effortless. That evening, the rain intensified, pounding against windows like a drum, but instead of keeping us boxed in, it felt liberating, an orchestra accompanying our newfound harmony. As the weeks turned into months, I cherished those Thursdays, never missing a chance to reconnect and nurture our friendship. I even made a mental note to repay the $60, but truthfully, it mattered less and less with each passing conversation. The emphasis shifted from debt to conversation, from obligation to connection. In a way, our playful banter transformed into discussions that danced around deeper themes, life, love, aspirations, and I began to realize that money and obligations are mere facets of a much larger picture. One evening, James surprised me with an early birthday celebration, a small gathering with close friends. As we settled in with laughter and stories, I felt a sense of belonging wash over me, filling the gaps that I'd sometimes not even noticed existed. In that warm glow, I leaned over and whispered to James, "Hey, I owe you something." He looked at me quizzically, his eyebrow raised, and I continued, this deep sense of gratitude for helping me see what truly matters. He just chuckled and nudged me playfully, a silent acknowledgement of our journey together. Though the rainy Thursdays still came, they carried a different energy now. They were soaked in laughter, born of warmth, and threaded with the beautiful realization that sometimes a rough patch can lead to a tapestry of richer connections. And though I never explicitly paid him back that $60, what emerged was far more valuable, an understanding that true friendship transcends financial debts, weaving an everlasting bond that brightens even the darkest of days. Perhaps, in its own way, that really was a payment worth cherishing. In the weeks that followed, I found myself smiling each time I heard the gentle patter of rain against my window. What used to feel monotonous now evoked an aurora of warmth in my heart. Those rainy Thursdays transformed into a cherished routine. I could almost hear the rain whispering secrets of camaraderie while I shuffled into my living room, bundled in a cozy blanket, a steaming mug of tea cradled in my hands. My phone buzzed to life, and a familiar name lit up the screen, Lucas. We had developed our own rhythm, a dance of banter and understanding that flowed easily, aided by shared memories and laughter. "Hey, you ready for our rain date?" the text read. Smiling to myself, I replied with a quick always. As I threw on my favorite hoodie, ready to dive into yet another cozy chapter of our friendship. Lucas arrived shortly after, a playful grin plastered across his face. "I brought snacks," he announced, producing a crinkly bag of popcorn and some gummy bears as if they were the treasures of a long-lost expedition. Settled on my couch, we slipped into our ritual, Netflix binging through the dreariest of mean days, outlining an adventure. Dipping into the surreal and the comedic, tracing myriad twists across genres, just like our conversations. And as the rain continued its serenade outside, something curious happened. Each time we laughed, each time we shared a meaningful look or a story from our past, I often found myself reflecting on the emotional balance we'd struck, threading through memories that we hadn't quite explored before. I was thinking about that one time you tried to teach me how to cook, Lucas teased, nudging my shoulder. You nearly burnt the house down. We both erupted in laughter, the shared embarrassment that once lurked in the corners now an emblem of progress, of understanding we had built upon one another's vulnerabilities. Hey, don't forget I saved our lives from those flaming pancakes, I countered, recalling the chaos with a smirk. He shot back an exaggerated gasp, mock horror in his eyes. I wouldn't call them pancakes. They were more like edible hockey pucks. I laughed harder, each taunt adding another layer to the fabric of our friendship. But nestled amid all the joy was something heavier, lurking just beneath the surface, a quiet contemplation about the essence of our exchanges. I had been hesitant to confront the emotional complexities that lay intertwined with our shared experiences. It was Lucas who finally led me there, unknowingly yet gently. With the popcorn bowl long emptied and the final credits rolling on yet another movie, I found myself breaking the easy banter, wanting to lay bare a thought that had occupied my mind. You know, I've been thinking a lot about that $60, I said, sifting through my memories. It's strange, but I feel like it became this little anchor for me, a symbol of how we needed that moment back then. Lucas turned to me, and his gaze grew serious. You really don't need to feel guilty about that. I mean, we've moved past it, haven't we? His voice was gentle, yet firm, a guiding light through the murkier waters. But I appreciate that you're thinking of it differently now. The honesty in his tone ignited a flicker of warmth inside me. It showed me how fragile friendships can feel, how they can be caught up in miscommunications or assumptions. But it also reminded me of how imperative it is to find that empathy, to seek understanding instead of cementing a line between us. We lingered in that silence, where nothing needed to be filled with words as the calming sound of raindrops on the window enveloped us. But as if carrying the weight of that moment, I reached for him, causing a spontaneous whirlwind of revelations to unspool between us. Thank you for being patient with me through all that. What are friends for? He shrugged, smiling softly, yet the sincerity rippled through his eyes, anchoring me in the moment. That revealed something profound within me. The comfort of connection we had both nurtured through our shared antics and deep conversations was everything I had truly needed, more than any monetary value ever could hold. I realized that it wasn't about erasing the debt, nor tying it neatly with a bow, but about celebrating the transformation it had invoked in us. And as we settled into a more comfortable silence, I felt a lightness wash over me, the previously heavy air of expectations gently dispersing into something far richer. Fast forward again to another rainy Thursday. It was becoming my favorite sanctuary each week. This time, I felt the soft tickle of excitement ripple through my veins as Lucas arrived with a new bottle of board games and tales ready to unfurl. We played, we teased, and we occasionally drifted into deeper conversations, additional layers of our lives revealed moment by moment. In the end, I didn't need to pay him back. Instead, the debt faded, replaced instead by a tapestry of trust woven through shared experiences, a deeper connection that shimmered more brightly than any money exchanged could manage. And through the seemingly mundane, fragile threads of rainy Thursdays, we built a bond that could weather any storm, eager and ready for whatever lay ahead. It's funny how a seemingly small, mundane moment can spiral into something significant in your life. I never thought tossing out a pillow would lead me to question the very fabric of my marriage. My name is Ethan, and I've been happily married to my wife, Lily, for nearly 6 years. We have those comfortable, cozy routines, the shared cups of coffee on a Sunday morning, evening walks after dinner, and the predictable rhythm of our lives together. But lately, there was something about our shared space that had begun to grate on my nerves, particularly one fluffy, lavender-colored pillow that we kept on our bed, a gift from her grandmother. I should probably mention that it was one of those pillows that carried a constant, overwhelming scent of lavender, almost sickening at times, masking the sense of my own comforting cologne that lingered in the air. At first, it was just a quirky part of our home, but over the months, its presence turned from soothing to suffocating, especially as we prepared for a week-long family stay. I could feel my irritation bubbling beneath the surface whenever I caught sight of it. It was always there, like a persistent itch I couldn't scratch. The night before her family was set to arrive, I found myself tossing and turning, the pillow's scent invading my dreams, wrapping me like a shroud. At 2 a.m, exhausted and desperate, I finally snapped. I can still vividly recall the sensation of the pillow softening in my grip as I carried it down the hallway, heart racing, my mind flooded with conflicting emotions. I felt both reckless and relieved as I swung open the door to the storage room, a small space filled with boxes and old mementos, and pitched the pillow in. It sank into the darkness like a weight off my shoulders, and I felt a jolt of sick satisfaction. I spent the next few hours in a haze of guilt and triumph, thinking about everything else I could say about our relationship, but instead, her family arrived the next morning, and Lily hadn't even noticed her pillow was gone in the chaos of greeting them. But here's where things get tricky. As the day went on, I could see the tiniest hints of concern flickering in her expression. She searched our bedroom, rifling through drawers and shrugging off the chatter of her family, who were blissfully unaware of the mounting tension. I felt that gnawing sense of unease, the kind that creeps into the bathroom mirror when you stand alone, staring at your reflection, questioning your most recent choices. When she finally confronted me, not long after dinner, her eyes were wide, searching for reassurance in my expression. "Have you seen my lavender pillow?" The question, innocent yet loaded, hung in the air between us. I hesitated but ultimately confessed, feeling the flush of shame creeping up my neck. Her silence was deafening, the confusion morphing into something sharper. Instead of comfort, I had thrown away a part of her history, a small piece of her family. And I could see the quiet devastation etched in the lines of her face. Our subsequent conversation was heavy with emotion. I could sense the spiral of hurt in her voice, revealing how that pillow had connected her to memories of her childhood, evenings spent reading on her bed, and the warmth of her grandmother's embrace. My heart sank deeper with each story she shared, a gentle reminder that sometimes love can be tangled within the tiniest details of our lives. I apologized repeatedly, feeling utterly foolish for treating her cherished memory so carelessly. We stayed up late that night, navigating through laughter and tears, acknowledging the fragility of our emotions. I never imagined that a pillow could spark such vulnerability, forcing us to confront things we often take for granted. After we reached an understanding, we decided together to continue looking for that pillow, even if it meant rummaging through the heap of nostalgia and dust lurking in that storied room. The tension eased slowly, like steam from a boiling kettle, and I found peace in the act of searching for it together. It was a journey that brought us closer, reaffirming our commitment despite the initial bump in the road. Eventually, we unearthed the pillow, still rich with its lavender scent and the remnants of a once frayed. We laughed as I improvised a half-hearted excuse about its coziness and discarded it into another box, recognizing its significance but opting for a new beginning instead. In the weeks that followed, I realized that sometimes, it's the little things that matter most and remind us we're a part of something larger. Our relationships are built on layers of memories, some heavy and some light, but all woven together in unexpected ways. And even now, whenever that scent wafts through the room, it's a reminder not just of a pillow or a memory, but how heartfelt confrontation and vulnerability can mend things we didn't even realize were breaking. Update: a few months later, I stumbled upon a similar lavender pillow during a visit to a local store, and it stirred something unexpected inside me. With a gentle hesitation, I decided to buy it and, upon presenting it to Lily with a hesitant smile, I felt the warmth return to our bedroom. She took one look at it and burst into laughter, realizing the full circle nature of our pillow saga. The new lavender pillow graced our bed, not merely as an item of comfort but as a reminder of our journey, and now, whenever I catch a whiff of it in the air, I smile at how such a simple object can hold the weight of love and understanding. As the days progressed, the lavender pillow became more than just a comfort item. It seemed to weave itself into the fabric of our daily lives, an unspoken vow that we had made to each other to communicate openly and to embrace quirks, whether they be mine or Lily's. I found myself taking more time to appreciate the little moments we shared. Each evening, as we slid into bed, I noticed how the soft texture of the new pillow cradled our heads just right, its soothing scent enveloping us both in an atmosphere that fostered intimacy and warmth. One night, I turned to Lily, illuminated by the soft glow of our bedside lamp, and found her lost in thought, her fingers gently tracing the new pillow's edge. It seemed as if she was contemplating the journey we had just traversed. I asked her what was on her mind, and after a moment's pause, she admitted that she had been reflecting on how our pillow saga had inadvertently highlighted deeper truths about our relationship, how our unique little battles often revealed the ways we could grow together. She smiled then, that beautiful, sincere smile that lit up her eyes, and I felt a wave of fondness wash over me. We began to share stories from our past, laughing at the silly, stubborn moments we'd both experienced in our previous relationships, even during awkward shopping trips where preferences clashed like magnets with different polarities. Each anecdote drew us closer. I was reminded of how important it is to embrace and accept those differences, rather than let them fester into something that could harm the bond we nurtured. Days turned into weeks, and soon the pillow became a staple in our routine. It was a silent witness to our late-night conversations, whispered secrets, and gentle arguments over whose turn it was to choose a movie. We found harmony not only in our togetherness, but also in the acceptance of our divergences. The lavender aroma became a soothing constant in our home, an aromatic thread that knitted us closer every day. Yet, like all relationships navigating their intricate paths, we did stumble upon a moment of disquietude. One stormy evening, I returned home to find the light from our kitchen casting a warm glow through the window, a familiar sight that usually warmed my heart, yet on this particular night, something felt off. As I stepped inside, I noticed the electric tension in the air. Lily was seated at the kitchen table, her gaze fixed on the window, and I could see her shoulders slightly tense as I approached. Her silence spoke volumes. She seemed deep in thought, but frustration simmered just beneath the surface. I sat down across from her, the storm outside mirroring the brewing conflict between us. "What's wrong?" I asked gently, as I reached across to touch her hand. She pulled her fingers away, an act that stung unexpectedly, making my heart race with anxiety. "It's just. Sometimes, I feel like you still don't really get it, you know?" Her words hung heavily in the air. I felt a knot tighten in my stomach, unsure of how to respond, but I pressed on. We spent hours unraveling our feelings, with the lavender pillow silently softening the edges of our tumultuous discussion. It was during that exchange that I realized how vital it was to keep the channels of communication open. My fear of conflict had often led me to be passive, while Lily's sensitivity to every little slight sometimes made her seem unyielding. Together we acknowledged the growing pains that had followed us from relationship to relationship. I wanted to assure her that I was committed to understanding her emotions, but my own insecurities struggled to surface amidst the haze of tension. We finally stood on a precipice. Either side could lead to deeper understanding or further resentment. After a long, watchful silence, I finally pulled the lavender pillow close to me and smiled weakly. "Maybe this pillow has more lessons for us than we thought," I said, chuckling softly, trying to diffuse the tension. Lily snorted in response, breaking the heaviness that had wrapped around us like a fog. As the laughter bubbled between us, we recognized the absurdity of letting such small misunderstandings amplify into something bigger. Our hearts lightened, and the glow in the room shifted. We promised to keep talking, to share our feelings no matter how uncomfortable they felt. With that, we drew together, the lavender pillow positioned as a bridge rather than a barrier. It was at that moment, nestled together in shared vulnerability, that the pillow gained yet another layer of meaning, not just a symbol of comfort, but a reminder of the importance of facing conflict together, wrapped up in love and understanding. There was something powerful in that concession. I couldn't help but feel grateful for the lessons still ahead of us, knowing that through it all, our lavender pillow would remain steadfast, soaking up the experiences of both laughter and tears, ever present on our journey together, guiding us toward deeper connection. As the days turned into weeks, the lavender pillow transformed from a mere item on our bed into an emblem of our evolving relationship. Each time I settled down at night beside Lily, I could feel the softness of that pillow cradling not just our heads, but our unspoken hopes and vulnerabilities. There were evenings when we discussed everything from work frustrations to dreams for the future, our heads resting upon it as if it were a shared confidant. It seemed like that pillow had the unique ability to diffuse tension, allowing us to speak openly, something we hadn't always done in the past. One particularly cool autumn night, when the leaves outside were swirling in the brisk wind, I decided to surprise her with a small picnic in our living room, laying out a blanket and preparing some of her favorite snacks. The casual atmosphere, punctuated with laughter, created a backdrop that felt almost magical. That evening, we talked more deeply than I had anticipated, delving into the very reasons behind our arguments, our dreams, and what we actually wanted for ourselves as individuals, and for our life together as a couple. It felt liberating, to be so open, and I found myself reflecting on the pillow's role as a catalyst for our newfound honesty. I shared my worries about our future, the concerns that gnawed at me daily, fears of stagnation, and unmet expectations, while she confessed her own feelings of inadequacy, the sometimes suffocating anxiety of living up to the ideal of being the perfect partner. We both laughed at our shared insecurities, realizing that the very things we thought made us incompatible were often the realities we both faced. As the sun dipped below the horizon, our conversation transitioned to lighter topics, such as that ridiculous pillow fight we'd had the week prior and her silly matriarchal instinct that had propelled her to guard her beloved cushions. I could see the glow of affection in her eyes as she recounted the moment she had chased me around the room, the carefree laughter reverberating off the walls, the moments I realized how resilient laughter can be in the face of even the toughest arguments. However, the deeper truth was that we were still learning, still navigating each other's intricate emotional landscapes with tender care. And it wasn't just about us. It became apparent that resolving our conflicts was essential for creating a safe space where our relationship could thrive. A few months later, as winter descended and we bundled up against the chilly winds, I felt a renewed sense of connection building between us. We'd found an equilibrium, largely thanks to that humble lavender pillow, which kept us reminded that love is not just about the easy moments. We often refer back to the day I had tossed the old one, laughing that it was the catalyst for change, a moment that pushed us to confront rather than sweep aside our frustrations. Eventually, the time came to celebrate our anniversary, and I wanted it to be special, a reflection of the journey we had embarked upon together. Little did I know that this night would not only mark our love but also balm old wounds. Preparing an intimate dinner at home, I set the table with the dishes we had shared on our very first date, recreating that familiar sense of nostalgia. After dinner, I surprised her with small gifts that told our story, simple, meaningful tokens that played into our shared history, the book she'd recommended that had remained unread on my shelf, a photograph of us taken on a rainy day when we had huddled under a single umbrella, and of course, another lavender pillow, this one softer than the last. As she unwrapped her final gift, the laughter bubbled up, and in that moment, it was evident that we'd not only survived our challenges but had also learned how to love more authentically. Because it wasn't about the gifts, or the pillows, it was about the memories behind them, the discoveries we had made about who we were, and the promise of learning more together. As I looked into her sparkling eyes, I realized that every pillow, every struggle, every moment was infused with the essence of us, reminders that, just like the lavender, our love could flourish in all seasons, rooted in respect, empathy, and a pinch of humor. It was comforting. It was ours. And I felt utterly ready for whatever the future would bring, knowing that a pillow wouldn't just rest on our bed, but would always be there to soften our disagreements and cradle our dreams together. It's funny how something you think will be a dream come true can turn into a waking nightmare. That's how I felt the day after my wedding. My friend, Ella, was always the planner among us, organizing everything from birthday parties to community events, so when I got engaged, I couldn't imagine anyone but her by my side to help with the big day. We were close, with years of friendship behind us, so it felt natural to make her my wedding planner. She wanted to do it all pro bono, which seemed generous at the time. But the day itself? It was a beautiful blur of laughter, love, and simmering tension that crept in like mist. Everything had gone mostly according to plan, until I began noticing that her assistant, a whirlwind of energy named Jenna, was acting a little strangely. I brushed it off during the ceremony, attributing her quirky behavior to nerves. Maybe it was just the excitement of being part of a huge event that made her so jittery. However, as the night went on, I kept catching snippets of bizarre conversations and whispered comments. At one point, I overheard her loudly commenting on the decorations, suggesting they were too cheap and wouldn't even match a low-budget prom. My heart sank. My wedding was everything I dreamed of, and here was someone trashing my hard work and Ella's planning. Still, the night was joyful overall, filled with family, friends, and an overwhelming amount of love. However, my euphoria took a nosedive when I saw Jenna lurking near the bar, watching my cousin do a little dance, and behaving like she was secretly filming the moment on a phone. It felt invasive, and I couldn't shake the gut feeling that her behavior was crossing a line. I tried to brush it off, thinking perhaps I was too focused on my wedding to read too much into things, but every so often, I'd catch her tension with Ella, a look of disdain or perhaps jealousy. It was hard to tell. Some distant part of me wanted to confront her directly during the wedding, but I didn't want to ruin what was supposed to be my perfect day. As the wedding came to an end and the guests started to filter out, I took a moment to gather my thoughts. I found Ella packing up some of her things and asked her a little hesitantly about Jenna. She brushed it off with a wave, assuring me that Jenna could be a handful but was a good worker. That was the last thing I wanted to hear. In that moment, I felt torn. Should I say something? Should I tell my friend how her assistant had been acting? I didn't want to seem petty or make Ella uncomfortable. After all, this was her friend too, and I didn't want to create unnecessary tension. Yet, the idea of keeping quiet festered within me like a slowly brewing storm. I ended up keeping my mouth shut, thinking it was best to focus on my new life as a married woman, burying the worry instead of voicing it to Ella. But as days turned into weeks, I found my heart growing heavier. I replayed those moments over and over in my mind, feeling guilty for not speaking up and questioning if I had added to the problem by being complicit. Maybe Ella deserved to know what kind of person her assistant was. In the end, I opted for honesty. I called up Ella one night, still hesitant yet resolute to share my feelings. I told her everything, the comments, the looks, and how I felt a little uncomfortable with some of Jenna's actions. There was a long pause on the other end before she finally spoke. To my surprise, she thanked me for my honesty, admitting she had sensed some strange behavior from Jenna too but hadn't fully acknowledged it. Ella even mentioned that she had been having her doubts about Jenna's professionalism well before the wedding. It was a relief to hear that I wasn't imagining it after all. That heavy weight felt lighter on my shoulders. Weeks later, Jenna was let go, and while it felt sad to see Ella lose a friend over a work-related matter, it was also a sense of closure for me, an acknowledgement that I wasn't just overreacting. We spent an evening reminiscing about the wedding, laughing over the little blunders, and what could have gone differently, realizing that even with the hiccups, the day was still beautiful. It also deepened our friendship, solidifying our bond in a way I hadn't anticipated. Ella realized that honesty might sometimes sting, but it's essential in truly maintaining a friendship. As I reflect on that day now, I can't help but feel a sense of gratitude. Opening my heart to Ella not only alleviated my guilt but also helped her in the long run, protecting her from an untrustworthy colleague. And, as for Jenna? Well, perhaps she was just overwhelmed with the excitement of the day, maybe she was having personal issues that poured into her professional life. I'll never know, and the knowledge doesn't haunt me like it once did. Update: a few months passed, and I was thrilled to find out that Ella had found another assistant, one who was not only professional but actually shared the same values as her. It feels good to see her flourish in her work while also maintaining the beautiful friendship we have. Sometimes, doing the right thing might feel heavy, but it can lead you to unexpected places of warmth and understanding, and for that, I am thankful. As I settled into my routine after that tumultuous wedding, I found myself reflecting on how much had changed not just in my life, but in the lives of those around me. Ella's new assistant brought a fresh energy to her business, vibrant and eager, and it felt like a weight had been lifted from her shoulders. The first time I visited her office in the months following my wedding, it was as if I walked into a different world. Sunlight streamed through the large windows, illuminating tidily arranged mood boards and colorful swatches that seemed to dance with enthusiasm. Ella buzzed with excitement as she showed me new designs, her passion reignited, and I could tell this new assistant was a source of that spark. I remembered our late-night talks about the pressures of running a business while nurturing personal relationships. Ella had always been committed to both, but that balance hadn't always been easy for her. Now, she appeared genuinely happy, her laughter ringing through the room like music. I couldn't help but feel a deep sense of relief that she had found someone who understood not just the business but also her heart. Then came the moment that rooted everything in perspective, a casual dinner with Ella, where the conversation veered from wedding planning to deeper topics of friendship, trust, and vulnerability. We chatted over steaming plates of pasta, and I couldn't resist sharing more about how I felt learning of the difficulties her former assistant faced. I didn't name names, but I told her how important it is to recognize our own limitations. Ella listened intently, nodding in agreement, and when I reflected on how my decision to not confront her about it felt like a burden lifted, a silence fell between us, contemplative and heavy with understanding. Sometimes, we have to be honest with ourselves before we can be honest with anyone else, she said, her tone soft but resolute. At that moment, it dawned on me that both of us were in a continual state of growth. Her journey in the wedding industry had paralleled mine in life. I saw in her eyes the acknowledgement of not just what she'd endured, but also the strength that refusal to judge could offer to another soul navigating their own battles. I felt grateful for the lessons learned and the bonds fortified through the trials. It felt almost magical how one challenge had united us more than ever. Even now, reflecting on that dinner, I am thankful for the open-hearted honesty we shared that evening, the kind that strengthened rather than strained a friendship. Life rolled on, and a few weeks later, I received an unexpected phone call from Ella. She excitedly shared that she had not only secured a deal with a major wedding magazine but had also been invited to speak at an upcoming bridal convention. This was the kind of exposure she had yearned for, a validation of her hard work, and I felt my heart swell with pride for her accomplishment. She asked if I could come along, to support her through what would surely be a whirlwind of networking and creativity. Of course, I said yes, and as I prepared to join her for this new adventure, I realized that sometimes opportunities arrive not just from talent but from resilience. Ella had influenced me to embrace the bumpy roads that come with life, recognizing that though our paths diverged at times, our shared experiences continued to weave us closer. The love stories we create, relationships strengthened in the wake of hardship, remind us of the beauty and vulnerability of revealing ourselves in the face of uncertainty. As I nestled into bed that night, my thoughts drifted like autumn leaves, floating softly on a gentle breeze of contentment. I was relieved to put distance between the noise of what could have festered into something unhealthy. Decisions made can weigh heavily, but those burdens oftentimes give way to understanding and growth. Gratitude filled the spaces where worry once resided, and I realized that I wouldn't change a moment of what led us here, not just for Ella or her new assistant, but for myself as well. This journey was our own, one where lessons lingered like sweet aftershocks of knowing one another's hearts, a tapestry that reminded me that at the end of the day, honest connections can indeed light the darkest of paths. As the busy season of weddings approached once again, I felt a sense of excitement ripple through me, like the gentle chime of bells heralding a season of joy. Ella and I had settled into a comfortable rhythm, often exchanging ideas over coffee, sometimes brainstorming themes for her upcoming clients, and more often than not, sharing the laughter that only friends can evoke. The experience of the past few months had instilled a deep appreciation in me, not just for Ella's talent, but for the kind of environment she cultivated, a safe space where creativity flowed freely without fear of judgment. Yet, somewhere beneath this warm connection, I felt the echoes of the past brush against my consciousness like a distant storm cloud. There was something unresolved that lingered, a loose thread that I had intentionally hoped to forget amidst all the good fortune that followed. One afternoon, as we sat across from one another in our favorite cafe, a quaint little place draped in soft sunlight, Ella shared the story of her new assistant, Mia. "You know," she started, a soft smile tinging her lips, "Mia is incredible. She brings such a fresh perspective and always shows up with these brilliant ideas." I could see the sparkle in her eyes, an unmistakable sign of her blossoming happiness, and I felt a swell of joy for her. But as she recounted the talents and quirks of her new partner, a subtle sense of guilt crept into my heart, mingling with the joy like shadows playing hide and seek. The shadow came from my own truth, the worry that I had once inhabited Ella's world with a necessary honesty, one that had felt painful yet liberating at the time. Days turned into weeks, and I tried to push the weight of my past thoughts aside, focusing instead on the laughter-filled conversations we shared. But that guilt persisted, whispering in the recesses of my mind until it became a familiar companion. One evening at home, with a quiet rain drumming softly against my window, I found myself reviewing the events of my wedding day, desperately concerned with the idea of keeping the past hidden in the shadows. Maybe Mia was exactly what Ella needed. She deserved a supportive environment, free from past tumult. My heart wrestled with the dilemma: would I be the asshole for expressing my concern as a way of protecting her? I knew I couldn't carry this weight anymore without sharing. It felt almost like a betrayal not to mention it, especially considering how open our friendship had become. The next day, during our regular meet-up, I mustered my courage and broached the subject, carefully weighing my words. "Ella, can we talk about something a little sensitive?" She paused, her smile wavering slightly, and I felt the tension stretch between us. I took a breath, viewing our friendship as a brick wall I never wished to disrupt. "I need to tell you about your last assistant. What happened at my wedding?" It wasn't an easy confession, the words clung to my throat like fog, but another part of me, the part that knew the weight of honesty, pushed through. Ella listened intently, her eyes widening as I recounted the moments, the way her assistant's stress had flared that particular day, how it had transferred into her actions, the anxiety it cultivated. I spoke of the raw emotions, the purported things I'd seen slip into the undercurrents of that day. I was at once terrified and relieved, her silence pressing against me as I finished my tale. Her face softened into what I interpreted as a blend of surprise and contemplative understanding. "Thank you for telling me," she finally said, her voice steady despite the storm brewing behind her eyes. I had no clue. In that moment of vulnerability, I could see the bricks of mistrust begin to crumble, not just in her eyes, but within my own heart. Ella wasn't angry, she was grateful for the truth, understanding that honesty had the power to reshape her path, just as it had for me. Days passed, and we continued our friendship, but something felt lighter. Although Ella had faced discomfort upon learning the truth, it became a catalyst for her to engage in deeper conversations with Mia, ensuring they shared the same goals and values moving forward. I watched from the sideline as she addressed the situation with grace and assertiveness, flourishing in a new cohesion with her assistant. Eventually, I learned that sometimes, sharing our burdens can cultivate deeper trust, that connection can blossom in the spaces carved by honesty. It confirmed what I'd always known: sometimes, carrying a piece of the past into the light allows it to serve as a foundation for something new, illuminating paths once cloaked in shadows. What transpired brought forth more gratitude than I could ever have anticipated, for not only had I deepened my friendship with Ella, but I had also empowered her journey, a beautiful symbiosis of care and clarity where once lay uncertainty. As I reflect back on this intricate journey we're still navigating together, I see how the vulnerability stitched together our stories, binding us in ways I never would have predicted. The best part of this realm of friendship was knowing we stood beside each other, carrying the lessons of yesterday into a hopeful tomorrow, knowing that at the end of the day, it is the relationships we carefully tend to that create warmth and wisdom. Perfectly illustrated in the gentle hum of our interactions and the robust tapestry of our lives woven together. It was the kind of day that drags, one of those afternoons where the sun seems to hang just a little too long in the sky, every tick of the clock echoing through the quiet of my small therapy office, where I usually found solace among my books and wobbly old chairs. After a morning filled with mundane cases, anxiety, a sprinkle of depression, the usual suspects, my final appointment came in the form of a new patient who, unknown to me at the time, would shake the very foundation of my moral compass. When he walked in, I wasn't prepared for the weight of his presence. He was stooped but imposing, a heaviness about him that seemed to suppress the air. He introduced himself as Victor, and I could tell from his accent that he was not from around here. I later learned he was from a war-torn country far removed from my well-insulated suburban existence. At first glance, he appeared like any patient, but there was something in his eyes that spoke of nightmares and shadows. He sat in the chair across from me, those haunted eyes narrowing even further when I caught a glimpse of the scars, physical and otherwise, etched into his skin. "You have to promise not to judge," he said, a quiver in his voice revealing a hint of vulnerability. "I'm not who you think I am." It was an invitation and a warning, as if reality were temporarily suspended, and I found myself leaning forward, curious. As the session unfolded, Victor let slip snippets of his life, recounting tales of violence and chaos that would make a horror movie pale in comparison. He spoke of choices, of battles fought not only against enemies but against his own conscience, and I was struck by the absurdity of it all. I was confiding in a war criminal, a man culpable of atrocities I read about in history books. The ethical dilemma weighed heavily on me. What constitutes a person? Should I extend him the compassion I offered all my patients, or could he be irredeemable? As the weeks dragged on, I grew attached to Victor in ways I never anticipated. Each session grew increasingly intimate, laden with discussions of guilt, human nature, and the cyclical nature of violence. He was both a monster and a man seeking redemption. I began to find beauty in his tragic story, bewildered by how he reflected my own fears back at me. Maybe I wasn't just a therapist healing others but a fragile human being grasping for connection in a world teeming with horror. But one fateful afternoon, everything shifted. As he spoke of his past, of time spent wondering whose lives he had claimed in the name of war, a phone call interrupted our session. I instinctively picked up, only to hear a voice crackling on the other end. "We know who he is. He's a wanted man." My heart stammered. The confrontation of my unspoken fears had arrived at my doorstep. Shame surged through me for even allowing myself to feel sympathy for him. The line between right and wrong blurred starkly in that moment, and I widely opened my eyes, desperately searching for some illumination within Victor's steady gaze. "Do you know what you're doing?" I asked him, an accusatory whisper escaping my lips. To my shock, he smiled softly, an expression of understanding and serene acceptance. "I'm trying to come home," he replied, words heavy with implication. In that moment, I realized I had not just been his therapist but a kindred spirit. We sat in silence, a suffocating tension enveloping us as I battled with my professional duty against an unsettling sense of betrayal by my own empathy. When the session ended, my heart remained heavy, complicated, and confused. I didn't actually care. Who had he been before? The person who sat across from me was alive, vulnerable, and paradoxically engrossing. The lines we often draw based on societal norms began to dissolve like sugar in warm water, leaving me disoriented yet intrigued, just wishing for clarity that never arrived. Weeks passed, and I knew I was facing a crossroads. I had to decide, continue treating him and risk my own conscience, or sever ties altogether, never allowing the flicker of his humanity to shimmer in my mind again. In the end, I chose to continue our sessions, not because I believed he deserved forgiveness, but because, admittedly, I reveled in the complexity of his existence. I was learning about the human condition in its rawest form. The Psychiatric Association's guidelines, the law, my own moral compass, they all paled against the tapestry of human life I was slowly unraveling. I had not abandoned my ethics but instead had discovered a deeper narrative woven into Victor's story, one that transcended mere black and white thinking. I drifted further into this uncharted territory, committing myself to this man's journey toward redemption, even if it meant grappling with my own shadows along the way. For now, we would wade through the murky waters together, pieces of history intertwined, until clarity illuminated the darkness, if it ever would. Months later, I still found myself reflecting on that initial encounter, how I'd crossed paths with a war criminal who, while undeniably flawed, taught me a profound lesson in humanity. In the end, perhaps without the spark of madness that ignited this unlikely connection, healing could not have truly begun. As I continued my therapy practice, I found comfort in knowing that sometimes understanding rises from the ashes of the past, and the courage to face those shadows becomes a beautiful journey all on its own. As the months continued to unfold, I settled back into the rhythm of my therapy practice, letting the echoes of that initial encounter quiet down, but they never fully dissipated. The ember of our shared experience remained, quietly glowing in the recesses of my mind. My days were usually filled with the mundane yet gratifying tasks of helping others navigate their own turmoil, ordinary sessions punctuated by the lilting sounds of laughter or the occasional sob spilling forth beneath my watchful, empathetic gaze. However, I'd be lying if I said I didn't occasionally grapple with the strange weight of what I learned from my time with him, the man who carried remnants of war upon his shoulders, whose very name echoed like thunder in the stillness of moral conversation. We had exchanged stories that clung to the air between us, tough tales mottled with blood, but juxtaposed by his stark vulnerability. There was a surreal paradox in the way he navigated his undying guilt, the burden of lives lost and the iron chains of memory that clanked heavily in the quiet confines of our sessions. I knew, deep down, that some might balk at the very concept of treating such a soul. Disillusioned by my commitment, they would see this as a grave misstep driven by an overzealous idealism that turned a blind eye to the darker shades of morality. But for me, it evolved into a personal pilgrimage, peeling away layers to uncover something both terrifying and exquisite hidden within the human experience. Despite his history, I felt a task far greater than indictment rested upon my shoulders. It was about bridges and understanding, and the ache of recognizing that every antagonist could very well be a protagonist spun into the wrong story. The sun dipped low over the horizon in a golden farewell most evenings as I closed up shop, and each time I brushed past that creaky door, my thoughts would inevitably drift to him. That connection had shaped every earnest "how are you feeling?" and the gentle nudges toward progress I offered my clients. His haunting presence was like a ghost that had woven itself into the fabric of my life, an uninvited friend who refused to leave. Then came the day when he slipped back into my life, almost effortlessly, like the first drop of rain after a long drought. The clinic's phone rang with an urgency that promptly shattered my thoughts. I answered, only to hear his gravelly voice across the line, the kind that had once stuttered halting truths, now noticeably aged, echoing with fatigue. "I need to talk again," he said, a tremor in his tone, laden with either desperation or hope, perhaps both. My heart sank at the unease lining his words, a reminder of vulnerability sharper than glass. "Of course," I replied, a practiced calm enveloping my own bubbling uncertainty. "When would you like to come in?" We arranged for the next day, and as I hung up, the familiar anticipation flooded my veins, tangled with strands of anxiety. Despite all he'd shared, I wondered just how far the edges of his redemption could stretch. He arrived the following afternoon, a spectral sight clad in shadows and what felt like an ocean of burdens. We exchanged muted greetings, the weight of past sessions settling around us like an oppressive fog. I offered him a seat, the worn fabric whispering against the chair as he sank into it. His eyes were tired but kept alert, deeply searching as if willing me to see the fragments of a man who had been stripped down to the core. "I can't shake it," he admitted, his voice a raw whisper that sliced through the air. "The faces, the screams, they're all still there. I thought talking would help, but..." His words trailed off, leaving a palpable silence that bloomed between us. It felt familiar, each rhythm of his voice resonating with the resonance of our prior discussions, yet the frailness of his current state drew a stark contrast against the usually firm man before me. "I need a reason to keep going," he finally confessed, his anguish laid bare. It dawned on me then, the forgiveness he sought wasn't merely for himself, it was for the world outside, a world that had spun on without acknowledging the depths of his plight. I paused, crafting my words as carefully as a sculptor chiseling a marble block. "You've been through an unimaginable experience, and it's okay to grieve what you've lost, including parts of yourself. Encouragement was met with a deluge of bottled experiences spilling forth. He spoke of harrowing nights haunted by memories of despair and fleeting moments of humanity amid the devastation. It was an outpouring that spilled out over the juxtaposition of life and death, a hammer striking an already fragile heart. I listened closely, offering comfort and space for him to release his burdens. As he shared, I realized that my mere presence was creating a safe sanctuary for his pain. And in return, he was handing me insights into the complexity of humanity, the darkness intertwined with light, the monster wrapped in flesh yearning for understanding. The session meandered along the delicate threads of healing, and when it ended, a smile tugged at my lips. In that moment, what we found was shared resilience, a pact of empathy forged anew. As he walked out, lighter than when he entered, I felt our connection soothe my spirit. Outside my window, the sun dipped below the jagged edges of the horizon, casting everything in a glow that felt almost like fresh beginnings. Somehow, we had salvaged something vibrant from the depths, two souls crafted in fire, sharing an understanding that transcended mere shame or vilification. I knew then, in the ebbs and flows of life, we all carry shadows, but it's how we embrace the light that becomes the heartbeat of our stories. Months would pass again, but this wound would no longer press against the fabric of my soul. It was simply a reminder that healing takes many forms, and sometimes the bravest act one can perform is choosing to understand. It was early morning when I received the call that stirred distant memories, pulling me back into the realm of what had once felt like a fever dream. The familiar tone of my office phone cut through the stillness, echoing in the small, softly lit space where I often found respite among the flood of paperwork and therapy notes. The voice on the other end introduced itself as someone from the local clinic. A quick review of my ongoing cases had flagged some lingering concerns regarding one particular patient, Roberto. His name alone conjured an inexplicable mix of emotions. The bond we had forged itched at the edges of my consciousness, reminding me of the chaotic intersection of darkness and light that had forever changed how I viewed suffering and redemption. The directive was straightforward: I must assess his mental state again, as his behavior had begun to spiral back into the shadows. Soft murmurs of concern flared as I listened to the details, words like inappropriate outbursts and intense expressiveness wrapping themselves around the narrative of a man who had once been untouchable in my office, an enigma I had been compelled to understand. A part of me, however reluctant, was ready for this renewed confrontation. I held tightly to the memory of those long sessions where we navigated the raw, jagged edges of each other's truths, his tales of war, chillingly layered with nuance, and my responses, steeped in empathy, attempting to thaw the frozen armor he had forged through a lifetime of conflict. I could still picture him leaning forward, almost animated at times, as he recounted snippets from his past, the smell of distant gunfire, the weight of choices that even fate could not preordain. What had once felt like a burden to sift through now shimmered with the fervor of transformation, reshaping how healing could truly take form. I wondered if I could be his guide again, helping him inch back toward the flickering warmth we had discovered together. When I arrived at the small clinic, the air was heavy with the scent of freshly brewed coffee and unshakable tension. The waiting area felt eerily tranquil, the fluorescent lights buzzing softly above as anxious patients clung to the pages of dog-eared self-help books. Roberto sat in the far corner, casting an imperceptible shadow against the walls painted in pastel blues, his hands tight around the frayed edges of his sleeves. Those familiar dark circles encircling his eyes told stories of sleepless nights, of memories refusing to fade. Our eyes met, and within that glance lay everything we had shared, the traumatic echoes of his past and the promise of exploration yet to come. The minute I took my seat across from him, the weight of those shared shadows enveloped us again, as immovable as the gravity of unspoken regret. "Are you all right?" I ventured, noting the slight tremor in his clenched fists. He drew a breath, deeply rooted in unease but tinged with resolve, a mix I had grown to recognize in our sessions. "Sometimes the past just doesn't want to stay behind," he replied, his voice gravelly yet strikingly sweet, like a stone plunged into murky waters, creating ripples of reflection. What followed encapsulated moments that were equal parts heartbreaking and enlightening. Stories tumbled out in jagged snippets, each revealing how the weight of his horrific choices felt heavier still in the light of accountability. As I listened, flashes of recognition flickered within me. All of us, in our own ways, were at war with ourselves, battling regret or shame, yet yearning for connection, a bridge between fractured histories and hope. With each session, I cherished the clarity that arose from our encounters, the understanding that slowly morphed from fear into acceptance, both for Roberto and myself. We weren't separate entities, we were interwoven vessels of experience navigating the escalating tide of emotions that threatened to drown us. He spoke of nights he couldn't close his eyes, of whispered faces that haunted him in fleeting dreams, yet with each confession, a pinprick of healing emerged, connecting us through shared vulnerability. One session melted into another, until bizarrely, the notion of guilt transformed into a raw, electrifying energy, less of an anchor and more of a compass guiding him toward understanding himself, even when he didn't completely believe the journey was justifiable. Months turned into a captivating rhythm of sessions, laden with profound exchanges of love, pain, and redemption. It became clear that he was beginning to redefine his narrative, weaving threads that had only previously been tainted in despair. Finding strength in the light, he learned to speak the truth while bearing that heavy weight. Each session felt like we were peeling back layers of a deeply rooted yet beautiful tapestry. I, too, was unearthing pieces of my own self in the process, questions of morality and humanity grappling within my mind, forging renewed perspectives while allowing empathy to flourish like newfound blossoms in early spring. The day he smiled, truly smiled, was etched like magic in my memory. I want to be better. His words fell like gentle raindrops on parched soil, nourishing the parts of him still yearning for acceptance. I nodded, my heart swelling with pride, for here was a warrior unarmed, wrestling the ghosts of a haunting past. Understanding no longer shackled him but inspired him instead. Yet, just when tranquility seemed to blanket our sessions, whispers of unrest emerged from the clinic, echoing through the hallways about a potential release for Roberto. I found myself at a crossroads, battling anxiety as the thought of him re-entering society and grappling with a world reluctant to embrace those who'd once held the weight of war upon their shoulders tugged at my heartstrings. What if this journey of healing, still so raw, was to be disrupted by a society unwilling to forgive? Each day turned into a nebulous haze where hope and dread revealed themselves as two sides of the same coin. I sought solace in my memories of our progress, yet uncertainty loomed like a storm cloud overhead. When the day finally arrived, and the clinic called me in for one last session before his departure, the room felt electric with unspoken farewells. Roberto emerged quietly, almost reverently, his eyes reflecting an agonizing blend of gratitude and apprehension. As we exchanged the final words, a small part of me clung to the idea that I might see him again, managing to insist on finding connection amid the chaos, willing to embrace the discomfort of disparity. As he stood to leave, our eyes met once more, and I could see it, the light flickering in the depths of his gaze, the will to carry the lessons we had unearthed in the sacred space we'd nurtured. No matter where you go, just remember to seek understanding, I said softly. Theirs was both familiar and alien, intricate tapestries made from war and healing, woven together. Months later, the world beyond the clinic hummed with its relentless rhythm, and I reveled in the quiet strength that silently fortified my practice and life. Healing is indeed a labyrinth, I mused, entwined within shadows and light, and as I reflected on the journey, I realized that sometimes the most painful paths illuminate truths long buried, waiting to re-emerge, the enduring truth that every heart holds the universe of battles fought and emotions shared. Perhaps the real journey lay not solely in the act of healing but in the unwavering spirit that rises, ready to embrace love and connection, even in the wake of madness. It was during one of those sunny Saturday mornings, where the golden light streamed through the kitchen window, casting a warm glow on the coffee maker and the half-eaten croissants on the table, that I found myself embroiled in an unexpected argument with my sister, Anna. I had always thought of my sister as a free spirit, the kind of person who danced to her own tune, but that morning revealed a side of her I struggled to comprehend. Anna had recently moved to a small, picturesque town after marrying a local artist, and this new life appeared to be flourishing in its own quirky way. We were enjoying our usual brunch when she casually revealed her plans for her 5-year-old daughter, Molly. I think it's really important for her to be immersed in her heritage, you know? I want her to learn Spanish, to speak it fluently before English, she said, as she sipped her herbal tea, her expression blissfully unaware of the storm brewing within me. I paused mid-bite, a piece of croissant almost falling from my lips as my fork hovered between the plate and my mouth. But why not both? I asked, incredulous. It's a great idea to be bilingual, but why skip English? This is America, she'll need that language to thrive. Anna looked at me as if I had just suggested burning her favorite art piece. Why is teaching her English so critical? Spanish is part of our identity. I want her to embrace that. It was the kind of statement that cut deeper than I anticipated, and I felt a flicker of anger rising in my chest. You know what, Anna? You're insane if you think this is going to work out. You're limiting her future for the sake of cultural stubbornness. The air thickened with tension, the clinking of plates becoming the only sound filling the silence between us as I realized I had crossed a line. There was a moment, just a fragile glimpse, where I could see the hurt in her eyes, and for the first time, I worried that I might lose my sister to something bigger than I could fathom. The two of us, sitting across from each other in that sun-drenched kitchen, felt as if we were standing on opposite shores of a growing chasm. I chased away the rising guilt with a sharp breath, but it only intensified. Anna didn't respond right away. Instead, she set her teacup down with deliberate care, as if to gather her thoughts. The hurt morphed into quieter frustration. You think English is the only way she can succeed, that language alone defines her capabilities? You should know better than anyone how important it is for me to raise her, not just in one culture but in many. I struggled to understand her perspective. True, our upbringing had been steeped in the traditions of our Spanish-speaking family, but this was different. This was an entirely isolated approach to raising a child. Anna, it's not just about language, it's about breaking down barriers in society, especially in this digital age, I reasoned. What will happen when she tries to engage with her peers? She can have that heritage without shutting out other avenues. Her face tightened, and in a voice barely above a whisper, she responded, I'm not shutting anything out. I'm opening doors to her roots, and if you can't see the importance of that, then I don't know what to say. I felt the prick of tears in my eyes, frustration mixed with my instinct to defend not only my view but the future of a child I adored. The brunch devolved into an awkward silence punctuated only by the quiet whir of a fan in the corner, and with each passing second, I feared we were creating a rift that would never heal. I finally broke the silence. I just don't want you to mess this up, Anna. She deserves the best of both worlds. I couldn't read her expression. It was like peering into a fog. She sighed deeply and stood up, indicating brunch was over. Maybe you don't understand parenting as I do, and that's okay, but we have different views, and you're not going to change my mind, she said, her voice steady yet filled with a sadness I felt deep in my own heart. As I left her house that day, I felt a multitude of emotions swirling inside me, guilt, concern, and confusion. Were my intentions right, or had I imposed my own fears onto her parenting style instead of supporting her choices? In the weeks that followed, I distanced myself, trying to think through the layers of our conversation while giving her the time she needed. Yet, messages went unanswered, calls were left unreturned, and soon, I felt like a ghost haunting the corners of her new life. Days turned into weeks, and I watched from afar as Anna shared snippets of Molly's milestones on social media. Photos showed her twirling in a dress, speaking to her friends exclusively in Spanish, interspersed with family gatherings where laughter and warmth were evident. Yet still, there was an absence I couldn't shake. I missed being part of something so vital. The turning point came when I received a surprise text from Anna one afternoon. Can you come over? Molly wants to share something with you. I felt a surge of hope and anxiety as I drove to her house. Once there, I saw Molly sitting cross-legged on the floor, her bright eyes lighting up when she spotted me. Auntie, I want to show you my new story. I wrote it in Spanish. Her enthusiasm was infectious. She pulled out a crayon and paper, presenting a series of drawings alongside Spanish words. Overwhelmed with emotion, I took a seat beside her, helping to read the words as she beamed with pride. In that moment, I could see how my sister's choice was shaping her daughter's identity. Yes, the importance of balance remained essential to me, but this was not the end of the world I feared it would be, it was a beginning. I turned to Anna, who was watching us with a soft smile, clearly happy to see our bond rekindle. You know, maybe I miscalculated, but Molly should learn everything she can, I confessed. I guess you're not insane, after all. Just passionate. Anna laughed, a joyful sound that filled the air. Let's teach her English together, shall we? As we sat together, sketching bilingual stories alongside a bright girl full of dreams, I felt a weight lift. It was in this shared experience that I realized understanding often grows from the seeds of difference, and sometimes, the best way to support someone you love is to embrace their choices, even when the logic of it doesn't fully resonate. In the months that passed, we built bridges back to each other, teaching Molly the values of her heritage and the languages of the world. And while we might not have agreed on everything, that day marked the beginning of a journey, one where we would each learn the language of love, compassion, and acceptance anew. Update: a month later, Anna sent me a video of Molly confidently reciting a children's song in both Spanish and English. She was proud, and so was I. We had found a balance together, and our family felt more united than ever. I knew, without a doubt, that every shade of culture and every word woven together contributes to a tapestry worth cherishing, one that we would continue to nurture hand in hand. As the weeks rolled on after that pivotal day, it felt like a weight had been lifted not just from Anna's shoulders but from our entire family. The tension that had once loomed over our gatherings evaporated, replaced by laughter and warmth that echoed through our living room during those weekend visits. I remember one particular Saturday vividly. The sun shone bright through the kitchen window as Anna prepared an elaborate brunch, her hands busy mixing batter for pancakes while the faint sound of children's laughter danced in the air. Molly, with her little apron tied around her waist, was beaming as she helped her mom, her small fingers smudged with flour, following along in a spattering of Spanish and English. Anna had started incorporating both languages into their routine, making it a fun game instead of an obligation. I watched them together, my heart swelling with joy at how far we had come. I had made it a point to join in and read picture books with Molly, choosing stories that were beautifully rich in both languages, and encouraging her to express her thoughts freely about them, as if we were weaving together our own little storytelling sessions soaked in bilingual charm. Yet, despite these nurturing moments, I still grappled with lingering worries about Anna's earlier stance on language. The implications of what had happened hung around like an old ghost. I often found myself questioning whether we'd truly harmonized our approach or if this newfound balance was temporary, a gentle breeze during a fragile season. One evening, after a family dinner filled with discussions and dreams, I felt compelled to broach that topic with Anna once more. We settled on the worn couch, the evening calming us into a cozy stillness as I leaned into the conversation. Do you ever think about how your perspective has changed? About all the things you once believed? I asked gently, taking care to keep my tone inviting. She paused, her brow furrowed in thought. I do, she finally said, a hint of vulnerability in her voice. I realize now that I was so desperate to hold on to our heritage, to shield her from the chaos of navigating two worlds, that I forgot how beautiful it could be to embrace both. It's like I was seeing a colorful sunrise through a foggy window. Her words struck me, resonating deeply. Our discussion flowed effortlessly as Anna shared how she had once feared that introducing English might dilute their vibrant Spanish traditions, but now she saw it as a way to enhance them. I admired her willingness to grow, to recognize that the act of sharing languages could amplify their family bond rather than divide it. This was indeed a lesson in resilience and love. I could see it shimmering in her eyes, a twinkle that hinted at a fresh beginning. As we spoke, the world outside seemed to fade away, the evening air soothing and infused with the scent of lingering spices from dinner. We reminisced about our childhood, the laughter, the chaos, the little moments that reminded us of why family was so important. It all felt so raw and real, like a warmth spreading through my veins. As we concluded our heartfelt late-night talk, something in me felt lighter, like the fog was finally lifting in my own perception of our family dynamics. A few weeks later, my phone buzzed while I was having my morning coffee. It was another video from Anna. I pressed play, and there was our little Molly again, this time standing proudly on a small makeshift stage, a stuffed bear in her arms as she sang a medley of both languages, her voice sweet and innocent. The audience? Her dolls lined up as if they were the most enthusiastic fans in the world. Look, it's our bilingual superstar. Anna texted alongside the video. Tears brimmed in my eyes as I watched the pure joy radiating from her tiny frame. Little did we realize it then, but we weren't merely teaching Molly, she was teaching us right back how to live freely within a melting pot of culture and language. You see, each day became a chance not just to express ourselves but to intertwine our journeys and uplift one another in the simplest yet most profound of ways. And now, as the memory of that vibrant Saturday whirled through my mind, I realized how much that journey had changed me too. Anna and I had discovered something precious, that communication and understanding go far beyond words. They were the true essence of family, of our shared stories, and the love that bound us tighter than any language ever could. I felt a sense of fulfillment as I recalled our earlier struggles, now merely stepping stones in the sprawling path of our family's narrative. Life may continue to throw challenges our way, but with each passing day, we would face them together, weaving the tapestry of language, love, and acceptance, even stronger. And perhaps one day, I would find the courage to share with Anna how inspiring this journey has been for me, how in cherishing both languages, we have built a legacy of love that I hope Molly passes on, in whichever language her heart chooses to sing. As the days gradually turned into weeks, our family dynamic transformed in ways I never fully anticipated. Evenings, once marked by tension and miscommunication, became vibrant sessions filled with laughter and playful banter, where the rhythmic cadences of both Spanish and English flowed freely around the dining table. Molly's bright smile seemed to radiate warmth as she whimsically switched between languages, eagerly explaining her day to us in a delightful mix that left Anna and me chuckling, wondering in awe at the incredible adaptability of a child's mind. There were moments, like when we jointly read her favorite story, the familiar characters dancing off the pages in both languages, that deepened my understanding of how multifaceted childhood can be, revealing layers of creativity and imagination I had always regarded as intangible until I witnessed it bloom before my eyes. Yet, woven into this delicate tapestry were the threads of occasional misunderstandings. For instance, during a family gathering, Molly inadvertently called her cousin a taco, meaning silly in Spanish, while aiming for the English word goof, sending the whole room into a fit of laughter, but also sparking a hushed moment of confusion as the adults exchanged bemused glances. It was these small mishaps that reminded us of the beautiful chaos interlaced through language learning, an essence not just of acquiring words, but also of forging connections despite missteps. I found myself reflecting on our own childhood lives as I watched Molly interact. Anna and I had faced our share of complexity, each entangled in our unique cultural roots, yet we had always hoped to unite those roots for her, not recognizing at first that our differences were exactly what could bring us closer together. One serene Sunday afternoon, while seated on the patio with my sketchbook brimming with wildflowers, I decided to pen a letter to Anna, one that expressed my gratitude for her resilience, for embracing the quirks of our evolving family dynamics, and for the lessons I had learned through her determination to keep our heritage alive in Molly's heart. It felt vital to communicate my thoughts, hoping to illuminate the bond we were growing not just as sisters, but as allies in this journey of parenthood. With each word, I sought to capture the essence of our melding cultures, striving to refine my expressions, oftentimes whispering them gently to the wind before transferring them on paper, hoping they carried the warmth of my affection. Once the letter was complete, I read it to myself, letting the sentiments wash over me like a soothing balm. When I finally shared it with Anna, her eyes widened, sparkled, and then softened, gratitude spilling from her voice as she hugged me tightly, almost as if the weight of our prior disagreement slipped away along with her exhale. In time, I gathered the courage to voice my thoughts about how this journey had helped me learn to appreciate all shades of language, an awakening that fueled newfound passion within myself, whispering to Anna how our commitment to communicate with love and understanding had reshaped the very fabric of our family. We agreed that we were forging a unique identity, nestled between our cultures, where the love we shared cared less about keeping score on which language was spoken when, and more about the emotional resonance behind every word, how a simple gracias could hold as much heart as thank you. This perspective brought us further together, allowing me to breathe easier in the warm embrace of our joint aspirations for Molly. As the seasons shifted, I often caught glimpses of Molly giggling with her friends, blending her playful banter, reminiscent of a little polyglot conquering the world with every cheerful note. One particularly vibrant afternoon, she elatedly invited her friends over for an impromptu language day in our backyard, where they huddled around crayons and paper, inspiration struck, and a flurry of illustrations of their favorite things burst forth, words fluttering between language borders like butterflies setting free. It struck me in that moment how these budding relationships would someday define her place in the world, building bridges and embracing differences with an open heart. I felt something shift inside, a blossoming of hope and a profound commitment to being a supportive figure in her life, as I knew deeply that no matter where her journey led her, we would be there as her unwavering support. Looking back now, the journey we embarked on was not merely about language, it shaped the pillars of our familial relationship, showing us the incredible strength found in vulnerability, teaching us that acceptance isn't always about being right or wrong, but rather about cultivating an environment filled with compassion and open-ended questions, nurturing apples from both our trees, allowing them to grow together in a delightful orchard. Those initial struggles now felt like whispered lullabies, reminding me of the beauty residing within patience, and as I closed my eyes at night, I felt a sense of peace wrap around me like a cozy blanket, grateful for the families we've built through honesty and love, knowing that this was just the beginning of a brighter story unfolding before us. I remember the morning of my first job interview as if it were yesterday, a mix of excitement and dread swirling inside me like a storm waiting to break. Fresh out of college, I was desperate for my first big break, the kind of opportunity that would finally let me escape the confines of my parents' house, where the walls seemed to echo with expectations and every conversation felt more like an interrogation. I had settled into the interview office, a room perfumed with the faint scent of peppermint and polished wood, the kind of place where dreams were supposed to begin but often fizzled into disappointments. My interviewer, a middle-aged man named Mr. Henley, had a warm smile that immediately put me at ease, or at least as at ease as one could feel when the weight of one's future hung in the balance. As he flipped through my resume, he made small talk, commenting on my university experiences, and I felt a strange sense of connection. We laughed over shared memories of late-night studying and caffeine overloads. Yet, as the questions turned serious, I began to feel the undertow of tension, as if our pleasant exchange was concealing a rapidly rising tide. The questions grew increasingly rigorous, probing into my past experiences, and that's when I noticed it, the subtle red flags that flickered in the depths of his expressions. A tightness around his eyes when I mentioned my volunteer work, a barely noticeable sigh when I talked about my time in group projects. I brushed it off at first, thinking I was simply reading too much into things. After all, this was just an interview, right? But as I articulated my vision for the future and the contributions I believed I could make to his organization, I caught a flicker of disappointment cross his face, as though I had disappointed him before I even began. The day soon morphed into an unexpected display of emotional vulnerability as I detailed my volunteer experiences, explaining how they shaped my views on teamwork and leadership. Mr. Henley nodded along, but there was a waning enthusiasm in his body language, an almost imperceptible retreat that made my heart sink. Somewhere inside, I suddenly felt the urge to justify myself, to explain why my life was a patchwork of different ventures rather than the linear path he seemed to be hoping for. The interview dragged on, each question exposing the gulf between what I thought he wanted to hear and what I needed to say. I could sense the distance growing with each passing moment, and as I exited the office, I wondered if I had left a piece of myself behind, if perhaps I had seemed too disorganized in a world that revered neat, clean lines. Days passed, each waking moment overshadowed by a gnawing doubt about my future, until finally, I received the email I had both dreaded and anticipated. "Thank you for your application," it started, and my heart sank further as words like regret and fit screamed at me from the screen. I spent that evening wallowing in self-pity, questioning my approach and feeling the weight of my perceived failures, replaying the interview in my mind over and over again. But there, amidst the waves of despair, a simple realization began to surface. I had been so preoccupied with their expectations that I had lost sight of my own identity. Slowly, I started crafting my narrative in my head, embracing the idea that my journey didn't have to mirror others' journeys to be valid or worthwhile. It was a winding path, a landscape of lessons learned, which would ultimately prepare me for opportunities that truly resonated with my spirit. I began applying for more positions, shifting my focus onto companies whose values aligned with my own. The healing was gradual but vital. I delved into further volunteering, enhancing my skill set, and forming connections that felt genuine. The process felt less like a chore and more like a journey, with growth nestled in every bump along the road. Finally, after weeks of uncertainty and with a renewed sense of purpose, I received a call from another firm, a startup with a mission that spoke directly to me. I didn't just want to rush into this new opportunity. For the first time, I felt equipped to be myself, to genuinely convey my experiences and beliefs. This time, when I stepped into the interview, the air felt different, and rather than presenting a facade, it was just me and my authentic journey. The room radiated warmth, and while the questions were still probing, I was met with shared smiles and nods of understanding. As I walked out, I felt a calm triumph wash over me, knowing that I had given my story wings. It was about much more than the job, it was a sincere expression of who I was, and I realized that discovering the right fit was about more than avoiding red flags, it was about embracing the search for places where my passions could thrive. Update: it's been a couple of months since I started my new job, and I can't express how right it feels. I've learned that the most significant red flags aren't just in the interviewers but often lie in the disconnect between who we think we should be and who we truly are. I've also developed a friendship with Mr. Henley, who reached out to offer me an unexpected opportunity to collaborate on a community project. Sometimes, paths cross in unexpected ways, and I've come to appreciate the beauty of my winding journey, ready for whatever lies ahead. As I sat in my cozy living room, the soft light of the setting sun casting golden hues across the walls, I couldn't help but reflect on how far I'd come since that pivotal day. The little project Mr. Henley proposed had started as a simple idea, a community mural to bring the neighborhood together, but it blossomed into something far more meaningful. We gathered a lively group of people, each with their unique stories and talents, and before I knew it, the vibrant colors we splashed onto the canvas didn't just represent our individual identities but wove together a tapestry that reflected the spirit of our community. Each stroke of paint was a conversation, a connection, a laugh shared over pizza and cans of soda, with old men telling stories of yesteryear as young children splattered paint with joyful abandon. Those evenings became my sanctuary, a place to recharge away from the stresses of work, and I found myself forming relationships that felt genuine and enduring. As the weeks passed, I noticed Mr. Henley becoming a great friend, offering support and guidance, but also a touch of mystery. He had an ease about him and an otherworldly way of navigating challenges that left me in awe, yet sometimes I caught glimpses of a deeper layer within him, like shadows lingering just beneath a bright surface. One Friday evening, as we took a break to admire the burgeoning mural, I mustered the courage to ask him about himself. The way he paused, looking off into the distance as if weighing his words, left me both intrigued and anxious. Eventually, he shared snippets of his life, starting with his earlier days as a graphic designer to his decision to forsake the corporate grind for passion projects. In the midst of his tale, there was a mention of overcoming personal demons, a fleeting reference that seemed to deepen the shadows in his eyes. Over time, an unspoken bond formed between us, but I couldn't shake the feeling that he wasn't revealing everything. Perhaps it was my experience from the past, where I'd seen the divide between what people presented and the truths they often hid, but the subtle red flags flickered like weak lights in the back of my mind. There was a day, certain in my conviction, when I stitched together my courage and invited him to share more. He regarded me with a smirk, the kind that held 1,000 secrets, and eventually began to talk about the time he spent in a creative retreat that pieced his life together after an emotional collapse. Part of him had always felt out of place, a wanderer searching for a purpose, yearning for acceptance. But as he allowed me a glimpse into his past, I began to sense weight behind those words, a history not just of passion but of scars that still would flare up uninvited. That night, under a velvety sky spattered with stars, I felt a strange sense of kinship with Mr. Henley. We were both navigating these paths toward healing and authenticity, albeit in different ways. Yet, I couldn't ignore my instincts forever, and the next week I overheard snippets of conversation during our group sessions, words that seemed at odds with the harmonious creation we were cultivating. Some participants whispered about how Mr. Henley had a reputation for getting close to those he saw talent in, only to shift their focus elsewhere, leaving them feeling abandoned. It nagged at me, the thought that everything I cherished about the project was somehow entangled in an imbalance I couldn't yet comprehend. Feeling the pressure bubble inside me, I sought solace in my journal, pouring my thoughts onto the pages as if to unravel the knotted threads of confusion. Were these cautionary tales true? Did my intuition speak of parallel realities, one where we completed this mural together in camaraderie and another where I would find myself tangled in the remnants of trust misplaced? The emotional roller coaster of creating art intertwined with the intrigue surrounding Mr. Henley served as both my safe haven and a source of restlessness. I was in love with this newfound freedom, the ability to express who I truly was, but how could I reconcile that love with the gnawing uncertainty that lingered when I interacted with him? Then came the turning point. During one of our collaborative afternoons, as we painted amidst laughter and music, I noticed Mr. Henley hovering a little too close to one young artist, a girl bursting with potential and eager to impress. The way he offered suggestions, his gaze lingering longer than it should have, stirred something primal within me. I pushed down the tightness in my chest and concentrated on my work, focusing on the colors I was mixing, but it was hard to ignore the growing rumbles of jealousy that pulsed through me. Later that week, I decided it was time to have a straightforward conversation. I invited Mr. Henley to grab coffee after our mural session. My heart pounded as the words piled up in my throat. Sitting across from him in the cafe, the aroma of brewed coffee enveloping us, I looked down into my cup, the steam swirling and curling into the air. Mr. Henley, I began, fighting the tremor in my voice, I want to talk about the project and how we navigate friendships within it. I saw curiosity spark in his eyes, and as I poured out my concerns, I expected some form of acknowledgement, but instead, he leaned back, arms crossed, with that infuriating smirk gracing his lips. "You know," he said, "sometimes it's easy to form connections when we believe the narrative we tell ourselves. But how often do we step back and realize it's just a story we create? Maybe your fears are just remnants of your old job. Let go of those preconceptions and enjoy the ride." His words sliced deeper than I anticipated. As I wrestled with the truth of it, I recognized that he had a point. I was holding tightly to insecurities, a product of a fear-laden past, while he seemed to tread with intention. Yet the shadows returned, turning the warmth of camaraderie into a cold unease. The conversation hung like stale air around us until he reached across the table, his hand atop mine, grounding me. In that moment, I chose to trust my instincts and release the tension gnawing at my gut. "Let's realign our focus," I finally suggested, my pulse racing. "From now on, let's engage everyone equally. Nobody's story should be sidelined." A flicker of something danced across his eyes, perhaps surprise or contemplation, and he finally smiled, though I sensed the undercurrent of a challenge. "All right," he acquiesced, "but we'll need to be mindful not to lose the spark." And with that agreement, I felt a renewed sense of hope settle within me, the decision to clear the ambiguous shadows, forging ahead with both clarity and purpose. As the mural neared completion in the weeks that followed, I found a rhythm of joy reverberating through the community, fueled in part by the newfound understanding among us. Mr. Henley and I became partners not just in the art but also in fostering honest conversations, cultivating an environment of trust, and drawing out the best in those around us. There was magic in the unexpected twists of our journey, a reminder that while red flags can signal caution, they can also unlock profound lessons about ourselves and others. As I looked around at the vibrant mural, realizing it represented not only our individual contributions but also the resilience of teamwork and understanding, I understood fully that my path was no longer obscured by shadows. Every winding road had led me here, ready to embrace whatever came next, eager as always to evolve alongside those whom I once perceived as mere acquaintances and who had, through the power of vulnerability and connection, transformed into lifelong friends. As I stood there, taking in the vibrant hues of the mural, the laughter and chatter of my colleagues floated through the air like a gentle breeze, warm and inviting. The colors seemed to dance in harmony with the embodiment of what we'd created together, a testament to our shared struggles and triumphs, each stroke representing a story, a lesson we all carried with us. Not long ago, I had felt adrift, questioning everything about my career and the person I was becoming, and now I found solace in the knowledge that I had surrounded myself with people who genuinely cared. Mr. Henley, with his chronically optimistic disposition and a knack for bringing out the best in everyone, had become a source of inspiration for me. His dedication to the project had opened a window into my own capabilities, encouraging me to explore not just my creative side, but my leadership potential as well. Together we had coordinated workshops that brought the community in to participate, allowing families to paint alongside us, sharing their hopes and dreams in splashes of color. With every paintbrush stroke, I witnessed strangers transform into friends, forging connections that would bridge gaps created by years of indifference. I remember one particular day when a young girl, no older than 8, approached me with wide eyes filled with wonder. "Can I help with your mural?" she asked, her fingers stained with shades of green and blue. I knelt down to meet her gaze, feeling a warmth swell in my chest, and said, "Of course. What do you want to paint?" She thought for a moment and declared, "A huge butterfly. One that can carry all our dreams." I glanced over at Mr. Henley, who was intently focused on the section of the wall behind me, his kind smile betraying the pure joy he felt at witnessing this exchange. That day was a reminder of the unanticipated revelations life can bring, what it means to hope and dream, and I made a point to ensure that the little girl's butterfly was as bold and colorful as her spirit, a new red flag of promise fluttering high amid life's uncertainties. As the weeks turned into months, I found myself not just growing in my new role, but stepping into a version of myself I never thought possible. I shared dinner with colleagues after long days at work, engaging in conversations that stretched far beyond mere small talk. We debated the best pizza toppings, laughed at our rookie mistakes in the early weeks of the project, and even shared our fears about the future. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting an ethereal glow over the city, I found myself at a small rooftop gathering. With laughter punctuating the crisp air, I felt a growing connection, and somehow, everyone there felt like family. It struck me then, the red flags of my past had been an invitation to reevaluate, and here, I was surrounded by love and support, reaffirming that each twist and turn had sculpted a life that felt richer, more meaningful. But it wasn't just the mural or the friendships that grounded me, it was the conversations I would have with Mr. Henley about vulnerability and authenticity. He would often sit across from me, coffee mug in hand, creating space for deep discussions about our journeys. "You know," he'd say, his eyes twinkling with insights, "it's easy to focus on the flaws of others during interviews, but sometimes we forget to reflect on our own fears and insecurities that block us from seeing their true potential." I found comfort in his words, realizing that while job interviews aim to decipher a person's capabilities, they were equally a challenge for the candidate to embrace their own truth. Those reflections continued to shape my personal narrative, leading me toward resilience and understanding. I was often reminded of a quote I had once dismissed as cliché: "The only way to do great work is to love what you do." Only now did it resonate with wisdom, vibrating with the essence of community, connection, and finding joy amidst uncertainty. The mural, now a collaborative masterpiece, stood proudly as a symbol of that journey, telling of creativity birthed in friendship and the magic that emerges when we choose to let down our walls. As I indulged in that realization, I knew that the next chapter of my life was open for exploration. My mind wandered to the next community project Mr. Henley and I had been brainstorming, an arts festival that would showcase not only shared artistic expressions but also foster mentorship in the local youth. I could hardly wait. The thrill of possibility rushed through me, invigorating my spirit with hope and excitement for what lay ahead. For the first time in a long while, I felt truly aligned with my purpose, fully aware that every winding road had led me here, to this moment of connection, creativity, and clarity. Looking toward the future, I welcomed the unexpected, accepting that sometimes the most beautiful journeys unravel from the red flags we choose to face with courage and grace. It's funny how a single moment can change everything, especially when you've poured your heart and soul into something that ultimately feels like a grand betrayal. I've been a dedicated fan of the show Through the Veil since its first season, drawn in by the intricate world building and the intricate relationships between characters. Each week, I'd gather with my small circle of friends, popcorn in hand, eagerly speculating about plot twists and character arcs. The show was more than just a pastime for us, it was a tapestry where our own experiences wove into the complex narratives playing out on our screens. But then came the final season, a season that was supposed to tie up years of storytelling in a satisfying bow. Instead, it felt like the showrunners had taken a megaphone to our cherished theories and shouted, "We don't care." I still remember the day the finale aired, a mix of excitement and dread swelling in my chest. As the hours approached, I could feel the electricity running through our group chat, with everyone sharing their thoughts, their hopes for the characters they had come to love as much as old friends. However, as the credits rolled on what was supposed to be our grand finale, I sat in stunned silence, my friends too, eyes wide. The plot had twisted in the most bewilderingly unsatisfactory manner, characters acted entirely out of character, beloved story arcs were abandoned, and the core relationships that had developed over several seasons were discarded like yesterday's news. It felt personal, like the creators had flipped the bird to all the fans who had invested emotionally and financially in the series. I spent that entire night tossing and turning in bed, the disappointment gnawing at me. Everyone else seemed to shrug it off, chalking it up to artistic freedom, but I couldn't shake the sense of betrayal. I finally decided to write an impassioned letter to the network, pouring my heart out about the discontent amplifying among the fanbase, wondering if they understood the consequences of their choices. Deep down, I knew it was just a show, but as I watched my friends spark up the next day about a different series, a hollow feeling settled in. I had hoped that my voice could spark some change, or at least get a response, but instead, I got silence, and I felt simultaneously mature and ridiculous for having staked a part of my identity on a fictional narrative. The punch to the gut feeling persisted for weeks. One evening, I found myself at a local cafe tucked away from the world, nursing a cup of herbal tea, when I overheard two baristas discussing their own feelings about the episode. They were joking about how they had been let down, but their banter soon spiraled into what those characters could have done differently. I felt an unfamiliar camaraderie. Leaning over, I pitched in with my own thoughts, and soon the conversation grew like wildfire, echoing our group's frustration but freeing me from my solitude. People I had never met were validating my feelings, and it struck me that perhaps I wasn't alone in my disillusionment with the show. I posted on a fan forum, seeking a space to air my grief, and found a chorus of voices just as disappointed. We shared theories that could have salvaged it all, and gradually, the weight of disappointment began to lift as we created our own alternate endings. It became therapeutic. Instead of focusing on the betrayal, we forged new paths for the characters and laughed together about the absurdity of it all. Each day brought fresh creativity, a collection of plot lines that would ironically remind us why we loved the show in the first place. In the end, though Through the Veil stumbled, a community emerged, stronger than any one individual, allowing us all to heal and find joy elsewhere. Reflecting on that time, I realized that sometimes the biggest middle finger to fans is just an opportunity, a prompt to explore why those stories mattered so much and to create new worlds together in their absence. Update: a few months later, I was authentically surprised when the showrunners announced they'd be revisiting the series with a special episode based on fan submissions. My heart raced, the mixture of hope and skepticism washing over me, but this time, I approached it differently. Whatever dark corner the show might lead me down, I could, at least, revel in my creative escape. As I settled into my dimly lit living room, clutching a steaming mug of chamomile tea, I could feel a blend of excitement and trepidation coursing through me. After the initial uproar and disappointment regarding the show's abrupt end, the announcement of a special episode rekindled a flicker of the passion I once felt for the characters I had followed through thick and thin. The past months had seen me diving headfirst into fan fiction, sketching scenes, and reconstructing plots that breathed new life into the narrative universe. Each late-night writing session became a refuge, a place where my frustrations transformed into vibrant tales colored with hope and nostalgia. However, the thought of the showrunners finally acknowledging their fanbase left me second-guessing my feelings. Would they genuinely listen to the voices of those who felt overlooked, or would this be another misstep, a tempting distraction that carried the same bitter aftertaste? The day arrived when we were told to submit our ideas, and the excitement spiraled into a backdrop of anxiety. I poured out my heart into a story that melded my favorite plot lines, reuniting characters who, in my mind, deserved a second chance, a reunion that carried the weight of unfulfilled promises. I let minutia roll off my fingers, building landscapes of gripping emotion and unraveling paths that had left me bewildered. The submission deadline passed like a soothing lullaby, and as I waited, I absorbed every drop of hope and doubt that floated into my thoughts. Days blended together, every ping of my phone sent my heart racing, yet returned only updates from friends speculating about the direction of the episode. Months flew by, and at moments I found myself buried under blankets and memories, ruminating about how I might feel when the episode finally aired. Would my favorite characters retain their essence, or would they fall victim to the very fickleness of storytelling I had tried to escape? The day of the premiere arrived like a potent storm, electric and surreal. I paused for a moment at the entrance of my living room, feeling the weight of nostalgia pressing against my chest. I switched on the television, and the familiar theme song echoed, a haunting reminder of what once captivated me. As I watched, the screen danced with images I had hoped for, my submissions were woven like threads into an intricate tapestry, and I felt immersed in the warmth of a familiar hug. In a peculiar yet satisfying turn, they blended fans' narratives seamlessly with their own, elevating the original story while paying homage to what sparked the love in the first place. Each twist, every dialogue sparked joy within me, igniting childhood dreams that lingered just beneath the surface. In true storytelling fashion, the creators took risks that felt authentic, where humor intertwined with heartbreaking moments. I could feel my heart racing in tandem with the characters' journeys, their growth compelled me, igniting a fierce desire to cheer for them all over again. When the credits rolled, I finally exhaled, realizing I didn't just witness the episode, I had partaken in a celebration of community and creativity, a shared understanding that transcended mere entertainment. It was an articulation of everything I had yearned for, dreams woven collectively, which I thought might only ever exist in my notebooks. In the aftermath, I felt lighter as I tossed around ideas among my friends about potential next chapters for the characters. We laughed and critiqued, built and deconstructed narratives with warmth and intimacy, reclaiming the stories in our own ways. The series, which once felt like a betrayal, transformed into a collaborative playground, each suggestion revealing connections that knitted us closer together. As the days turned into weeks, I embraced those feelings of nostalgia without the suffocating grip of bitterness. Instead, I chose to revel in the journey. Looking back on everything, I realized how a supposed middle finger from creators spawned a rich exploration of passion, friendship, and creativity in reclaiming something profoundly shared. I realized, too, that sometimes the stories we hold dear can slip through our fingers, but are never truly lost. They morph into something new, vibrant, and alive, waiting for us to dive back in, ink new tales on blank pages, and create together, like we did. And with that realization, the darkness that once clouded my vision faded, offering a glimpse of endless possibility. Perhaps we are the architects of our stories, even if they're borrowed from the flicker of a screen or the ink of another's pen. With that realization simmering in my heart, I dove into the fan submission process with a mixture of enthusiasm and trepidation. The online forum had become a whirlwind of creativity, buzzing with ideas that both thrilled and terrified me. I spent hours reading how others interpreted the beloved characters, the settings, and the overarching themes that had captivated us, trying to find that spark within myself while grappling with the weight of expectations. Each submission echoed the pads of 1,000 eager feet, pushing against the gates of our collective nostalgia, and I found myself swept up in the wave of brainstorming sessions with my friends. We would gather in my small apartment, the dim light of string lights casting playful shadows on our faces as we combed through our notes and storyboards. We laughed, cried, and sometimes argued over character arcs and plot twists, but at the end of the night, it didn't matter who was right or wrong. We were creating together, breathing life into the void left behind by the showrunners, who had so abruptly disregarded our efforts. Eventually, I decided to submit a story that centered around a character who had long been a point of contention in the series. Once hailed as the most compelling part of the narrative, her disappearance in the latter seasons left many fans disheartened. It felt like a betrayal to cast aside such a rich and vibrant character, and so I chose to give her a tale of resilience and rediscovery, one where she stumbled upon a forgotten part of the world that held echoes of her past adventures. I could see her standing atop a cliff, reminiscent of the courage she had always shown, gazing out upon a vast horizon. Crafting her journey led me to confront my own feelings of abandonment, to explore what it meant to be loyal to something that seemed to have moved on without us. Weeks passed in a flurry of submissions from fans across the globe, a tapestry woven from the threads of different imaginations. I kept checking the updates on the show's fan page, each announcement stoking the fires of anticipation and anxiety. Finally, the moment arrived, the day they would unveil the chosen fan submissions that would shape the special episode. I sat in my living room, surrounded by crumpled pages and used coffee cups, feeling as if the walls were tightening around me as I waited for the announcement. When the clock struck noon, chills crept up my spine, the live stream began to fill my screen, the familiar logo flashing before my eyes like an old friend I had almost forgotten. As the showrunners shared their gratitude for the outpouring of creativity from fans, my heart pounded anxiously in my chest, each beat a reminder of how vulnerable this experience had made me. They began revealing the titles of the chosen stories, and each name echoed my growing hope, a series of breaths caught in my throat. My fingers tingled with disbelief when the host announced my submission, and for a moment, I felt suspended in time. The world outside faded away, the disgrace of the past replaced by a sense of belonging and validation. I had poured myself into those pages, and now, here I was, about to see my words transformed into a living, breathing segment of a universe that once seemed out of reach. The special episode was set to air a month later, but what lingered longer than the excitement was a profound shift within me. I had realized, through the act of creation, that storytelling possesses an innate power, one that connects people across their myriad experiences and fragmented relationships. I had become part of a community that thrived on shared passion, rebuilding something we loved from the ground up. The day the episode finally aired felt almost ceremonial. I gathered my friends once more, this time transforming my home into an impromptu viewing party, the air thick with anticipation and the scent of popcorn. As the episode unfolded, I watched with bated breath. The familiar score began, and with it, a wave of nostalgia washed over me. My heart swelled as my character emerged on screen, her story intertwining beautifully with the beloved narrative threads that had initially captivated us. It was as if our plans had harmonized with the creator's vision, creating something richer and deeper than any single contribution. I realized then that this moment wasn't about vindication, it was about reconciliation, not just with the creators, but with myself, my journey, and the stories I still carried within. And as I sat there, surrounded by laughter and joy streaming through every corner of my living room, it struck me that every ending leaves a space for new beginnings. The series had re-entered my life, not as a hollowed-out remnant of the past, but as a vibrant pulse that beat among us again. It was a gentle reminder that while stories may wane, their essence never truly fades. In our hands, they can always take flight once more. Update: in the weeks following the episode, an unexpected camaraderie blossomed between the fans, the showrunners, and even the actors who began to engage with us once more on social media. It felt invigorating to share in a collective appreciation, to dissect plot twists and character developments alongside those who once felt like strangers. The show had transformed into a collaborative creation, and, as someone who once felt on the outside, I finally felt at home. Together, we filled the void with renewed passion, with a promise that even when our favorite narratives twist unexpectedly, it's up to us to keep pouring our hearts into new stories, continuing the legacy of something we cherished. In the end, my biggest takeaway? That sometimes, the middle finger turns to a high five, and the stories we love are as much ours as they are the storytellers, ever evolving, ever bright. It was a simple question that caught me off guard one evening while scrolling through my phone. If the person you hate the most were to experience one slight inconvenience every day for the rest of their lives, what would you choose it to be? The phrasing was innocuous, but it stirred a tempest of thoughts about Brian, my former best friend turned bitter rival. We had been inseparable in high school, feeding off each other's competitive spirit, but that all unraveled when he backstabbed me over a girl who couldn't have cared less about either of us. It was petty, really, but the betrayal carved a deep groove into my memories, and every encounter with him since had flared up feelings of anger and resentment. The thought of Brian dealing with small daily annoyances felt strangely poetic. If only I could rig a universe where he'd trip over the same patch of carpet every single morning or struggle with a pen that refuses to write whenever he needs it. I found myself chuckling at the thought, visualizing his annoyed face and the miserable way he'd kick at the air, cursing whatever god might be listening. As the days passed, I turned this unfocused irritation into a sort of game, mentally cataloging the trivial inconveniences I could wish upon him. Maybe make his coffee just a shade colder every morning or cause his shoelaces to untie right before an important meeting. Each little torment I concocted became a cathartic release for me, habitual almost, a meditative routine as I played scenarios in my head and indulged in the glee of imagining him dealing with my carefully curated annoyances. Ironically, I didn't realize how much I started looking forward to it until I saw just how much happiness it brought me, even in thought alone. One day, as I was at the cafe we used to frequent, I was unexpectedly struck by the realization that I hadn't seen him in a while. It was a normal, unremarkable thought, yet it prompted a deeper questioning of why I continued to let this hatred fuel me. Was it worth it? With that in mind, I found myself laughing at the absurdity of my own anger. It was time to let go. The next morning, I woke up with an unusual clarity, a sudden determination coursing through me. Instead of envisioning Brian tripping or getting mild static shocks when touching metal doors, I decided to text him. My fingers hovered over the screen. For so many reasons, my pride still whispered to delete the message, but I found the determination to press send. Hey, it's been a while. Wanna grab a coffee and catch up? I let out a breath I didn't know I was holding, almost exhilarated at this newfound direction. To my surprise, he replied quickly, agreeing to meet. Over coffee, the conversation felt like stepping on a familiar yet unfamiliar path. The walls between us felt more fragile, as we shared stories from our respective lives, weaving in and out of nostalgia and discomfort. Brian apologized for how he handled things, and I felt something shift within me, a weight lifting. Perhaps instead of plotting as minor inconveniences, I could just choose to let the past go and see where this new chapter took us. Reflecting on our exchanges, I came to appreciate how much we both had grown, realizing that the desire for revenge, however trivial in its imagined forms, had been a chain binding me to the past. Certainly, life wouldn't rewind to the glory days of our friendship, but the animosity was fading, replaced by the tentative glimmer of a new understanding. Later, as I lay in bed that night, a sense of peace enveloped me, soothing a part of my heart that had been in turmoil for too long. In this tangible moment of reflection, I realized that perhaps the real inconvenience had been clinging to my anger for so long, and in choosing to extend a hand instead of a grudge, I'd opened the door to something unexpected and much more restorative. As for Brian, the subtle truth settled in as I drifted to sleep. The slight inconvenience he faced every day turned out to be the revelation that I wasn't going to bear this weight any longer. Update: a month later, I received a surprise text from Brian inviting me to his birthday party. Accompanied by a short message, he wrote, "I didn't know how much I needed to reconnect until you reached out. You were right, our old selves were just that, old. Looking forward to creating new memories." It felt strange and wonderful, almost daunting, as I realized not only had I freed myself, but perhaps we might just start a new chapter after all. As I sat on my bed staring at the blinking cursor on my phone, those words from Brian swirled around in my mind like leaves caught in a gentle autumn breeze. A part of me warmed at the thought of reconnecting, but another was cloaked in a heavy layer of uncertainty. The memories we had shared were vivid and bittersweet, painted with the hues of laughter and tears, moments that felt both distant and ever-present. I took a deep breath, pondering whether we could truly forge a new path after all those awkward silences and the bitter taste of resentment still lingering in the corners of my mind. I decided to go to his birthday party, convinced that perhaps this would be the conclusion of that chapter I had set out to close. The night arrived sooner than I anticipated, and I found myself standing outside the venue, the faint pulse of music seeping through the walls, accompanied by laughter that danced in the cool evening air. I could hear familiar voices, old friends, those who had woven through the fabric of our shared history. But with every step I took inside, my heart flickered with both excitement and dread, like a candle risking its flame in an open draft. When Brian saw me, his face lit up, and that smile, genuine and warm, washed away much of the tension coiled in my chest. We exchanged casual hugs, the kind that had once felt so at ease between us but now carried an unfamiliar weight. His friends were inviting, but my focus remained on him. As we chatted, every word felt like a tentative dance, like we were both testing the waters, waiting to see which direction the tide would pull us. Fleet-footed laughter mingled with the aromas of pizza and cake. Time moved differently in that moment, sticky and ephemeral, filled with a mix of nostalgia and the thrill of new beginnings. Gradually, the layers of our old selves peeled back. We reminisced about our shared memories, the concerts, the inside jokes, the painful goodbyes that had felt like the unraveling of our connection. What surprised me most was his vulnerability. He spoke of his life since the fallout with an honesty that bordered on raw. He mentioned battling his own demons, admitting how my absence had left a chasm he hadn't anticipated. This was new territory, an unexpected twist, as I realized that while I had focused solely on my suffering, Brian had also been carrying his own burdens. As the night wore on, laughter filled the spaces where silence had once resided, and slowly I began to see the glimmers of the old Brian without the shadows of resentment clouding my vision. We both understood that the past could not be erased, but perhaps it could be redefined. As the evening wound down, he pulled me aside, away from the flickering lights and thrumming bass. "I've thought about what you said, about changes and moving on. I realize now that holding on to that anger was just as exhausting for me as it was for you." His gaze was steady, earnest, and for the first time in what felt like forever, I felt the weight of bitterness between us begin to lift. "Can we try to be friends again?" he asked, vulnerability seeping into his tone, and the sincerity of his eyes pierced through the remnants of my doubts. I nodded, emotions bubbling within me like champagne in a glass. "I'd like that." The next weeks turned into a whirlpool of laughter and conversations, as we pieced back together a connection from the scattered fragments of our previous lives. We discovered new places in the city, indulged in late-night ice cream runs, and leaned into long talks over steaming cups of coffee. As I immersed myself in this new dynamic, I could feel something shift within me, a movement from the past to the present, where acceptance blossomed in the fertile ground of forgiveness. With every shared moment, I realized that while the scars of the past may have shaped who we had become, they didn't have to dictate our future. And then one day, as we strolled through the park, a patchwork of colors signifying the change of seasons, Brian turned to me with a grin and said, "I can't believe how ridiculous we were. Why let minor inconveniences dictate our lives?" He chuckled, the sound melodic and freeing. I smiled back, feeling a surge of gratitude for the paths that had intertwined once again. At that moment, I didn't view him with the lens of the person I had once despised, but rather as a friend, flawed and beautiful. The weight I had carried all those months was truly gone, replaced by a warmth I hadn't realized I was missing. Weeks turned into months, and on the day of my birthday, when everyone gathered to celebrate, I was surprised to discover that Brian had organized an evening I could have never anticipated. He had invited our friends, filled the place with lights and flowers, and I felt cherished in a way that was both foreign and comforting. "Here's to new memories," Brian toasted, and as the laughter wrapped around us like a warm hug, I understood the real gift of his gesture was not just the party but the friendship we had rekindled. As I looked around at the faces that filled the room, I realized that sometimes, to truly heal, we have to confront our own choices and the choices of those we once labeled as our enemies. Just as the flicker of a candle can turn into a roaring flame, I was reminded that kindness and connection can blossom even in the remnants of pain. Sometimes all it takes is a little ember of hope. The days leading up to Brian's birthday party felt like an impossible blend of anticipation and trepidation. Each moment was colored by memories of our tumultuous past, but they were tempered now by the glimmer of possibility. On the day of the party, the sky was a brilliant shade of blue, with just a hint of clouds that promised a gentle breeze. I arrived at the venue, an unassuming community center that had been transformed into a lively celebration hub, with butterflies dancing in my stomach. The familiar scent of pizza and cake wafted through the air as laughter and music spilled out like an invitation. I took a deep breath, reminding myself of the clarity I'd found in this journey of forgiveness and renewal. The first sight of Brian was surreal. He looked different, more grounded, but his smile was the same warm beacon I remembered. As we approached each other, the years melted away, and that subtle tension I had anxiously anticipated never surfaced. Instead, we embraced as if no time had passed, something beautiful in that simple act that felt electric. His eyes sparkled with gratitude and excitement as he introduced me to his friends, each of them carrying a piece of his life I had long been oblivious to. It was a strange feeling, mingling with a new crowd, but as I shared stories, laughter flowed easily, and I found myself genuinely enjoying the company around me, every face lit up from the shared love of Brian, binding us all in this moment. As the night wore on, something shifted within me. Instead of focusing on the past and the darkness that once lingered in our relationship, I was buoyed by the human experience connecting us all in the now. There was a musical performance followed by a fun, lightly competitive game of charades that had everyone in stitches, and it felt good to let go of my reservations. When it was Brian's turn, he animatedly acted out a scene so hysterical that even those who didn't know him could sense the genuine joy radiating from him. In that moment, I found myself beaming, my laughter mingling with others in the room, a harmony that felt nourishing rather than performative. The more I watched him in his element, surrounded by friends who lifted him up, the more I saw the man he had grown into, a stark contrast to the shadow of someone I had resented for so long. Later, we found ourselves standing on a balcony, the cool evening air a delightful contrast to the warm, frenzied energy of the indoors. The city sprawled before us with its lights twinkling brightly like stars fallen to earth, and it was one of those moments where the world felt perfect in its imperfections. "I know we've had our differences," Brian began, his voice steady but laced with an undercurrent of vulnerability. "There were times I didn't recognize who I was, and it sometimes reflected on you. I appreciate you not giving up on us." I hesitated, thoughts swirling with fragments of our past. "Me too, Brian. It took me a while to let go of resentment, but now I see I was holding on to the hurt more than I was holding on to you." We stood in companionable silence, understanding the weight of that moment without saying another word, united by the acknowledgement of how far we had come. As the night started to wind down, I felt a gentle nudge of sorrow, realizing this beautiful evening was reaching its conclusion. But life is infinite in its cycles, and I understood this was merely an interlude in a much larger story. Before leaving, we exchanged numbers, as if sealing our newfound bond with that small act, and I promised him I would attend more of his gatherings if he'd have me around. The warmth of his smile as I walked away felt like a balm to my heart, a reminder that sometimes letting go of the past creates room for something more precious than we could ever imagine. In the days that followed, my phone buzzed with messages from Brian, each filled with eager suggestions for our next meetup. We moved slowly, not rushing to fill the void of time lost but rather savoring each moment of rediscovery, embracing the joy of each small conversation that transformed the remnants of resentment into laughter and shared experiences. It had been a journey of 1,000 steps, yet somehow, it all began with a single choice to reevaluate my feelings, reflecting on what truly mattered. I learned that the burdens we carry are often heavier than the ones we impose upon others, and sometimes all it takes is a flicker of hope to reignite the flame of friendship in our hearts. As autumn approached, painting the world with rich hues of red and gold, I found myself looking forward to what lay ahead, grasping onto new moments with both hands, ready to embrace whatever came next, free from the chains of the past. Each message, each meetup reminded me that healing is ongoing. It's the daily decision to embrace kindness over bitterness that stitches the wounds and sustains the bonds we forge. With that simple ember of hope cradled gently in my heart, I knew the future held endless possibilities for reconnection and love, and somehow, that made every past inconvenience feel utterly worth it. The moment my brother Caleb handed me his phone, I felt an inexplicable chill settle in the pit of my stomach. "Could you check something for me? I think Jess might be hiding something," he said, his voice barely tinged with uncertainty. Jess had been Caleb's girlfriend for just over a year, and while I had always found her charming and intelligent, there was an underlying tension that seemed to cling to her whenever I was around. It was as if she had constructed an elaborate house of cards in her life, and I was about to be the wind that brought it all crashing down. I sat down on the couch, the familiar scent of fresh coffee and the faint sound of rain tapping against the windows creating a warm cocoon around me, but the gravity of the situation pulled my focus. I opened Caleb's messages, hoping to find some innocent indication of Jess's newfound secret instead of finding any wrongdoing. As I scrolled through conversations filled with typical banter, one unfamiliar name caught my attention. It belonged to a Casey, someone who seemed to take up an unexpected amount of Jess's time, nights spent studying together, late-night texts that were anything but casual. An uneasy feeling settled over me. The more I read, the more a picture of deceit began to form. I felt torn. Jess had always treated me kindly, had welcomed me into their shared world like a sister, yet here I was, caught in the web of someone else's potential infidelity. When Caleb's voice broke through my thoughts, asking what I found, all I could manage was a half-hearted shrug. "Nothing, just some study group." But the unease lingered. Over the following days, I found myself looking at Jess through a different lens, noticing the small signs that now seemed glaring, her constant checks of her phone even when she was with Caleb, the way she smiled a little too brightly whenever someone else mentioned Casey. One rainy afternoon, I couldn't contain my curiosity any longer. When Jess called me for a casual lunch, I found the courage to broach the subject in a light-hearted way, hoping to gauge her reaction without being accusatory. "So, how's your study group with Casey going?" I asked, letting the words hang in the air. For a moment, She froze, a fleeting shadow of panic crossing her features before her smile swiftly returned, though the tightness in her eyes betrayed her. "Oh, Casey? He's just a friend from class. You know how studying can get." There it was, the slight stutter in her tone and the way she looked away. My heart sank. I had to say something, confront her lies head on, but the thought of doing so felt like stepping into a minefield. I convinced myself to keep watching, to gather more evidence for Caleb. Days turned into weeks, and the sense of dread grew heavier, my conscience pulling me in two conflicting directions, one saying to protect my brother and the other warning me to respect Jess's space, the fragile veneer of our friendship hanging by a thread. Eventually, during a family dinner, I found myself sitting across from Jess, her laughter blending into the warm melodies of my parents' bantering. It highlighted the dissonance I felt, like a sour note in an otherwise pleasant song. Caleb nudged my elbow, an innocent gesture that echoed loudly in my mind, reminding me of the precarious balance I had to maintain. The moment finally arrived when Jess excused herself from the table to take a phone call outside. My brother watched her retreating figure, a faint smile on his lips, but I couldn't match his joviality. It was time to take a stand. I turned to him, my pulse racing, and said, "Hey, Caleb, can I talk to you for a second?" I dragged him to the quiet of the hallway, the soft hum of family chatter fading into the background. "I think Jess might be lying to you," I blurted out, my words tumbling over each other, fueled by relentless guilt and desperation. His expression shifted from casual to concerned, then to pained disbelief. "What do you mean?" he whispered, the weight of my accusation hanging in the air like a storm cloud. I hesitated, wrestling with my conscience, but the evidence amassed within me finally burst forth. I recounted my findings, how Jess's demeanor shifted, the text that felt all too personal, the way she avoided the topic when prompted. Caleb's face blanched, his mouth went dry as he processed my words. I immediately saw the doubt sketched across his face, the whipsaw of emotions flashing in his eyes, from denial to anger and finally to the cold, hard truth that lay just beneath the surface. Jess returned just in time to witness the storm brewing between the two of us. The atmosphere shifted palpably, and often the truth is that you don't need a hurricane to reveal how stormy the waters are underneath. A single ripple can cause the greatest waves. When she cornered us, she could sense the tension, her smile faltering, and in that moment, I felt the breath of regret freeze in my throat. The confrontation was swift and brutal, Jess unraveling before us like a fragile thread, her words spiraling into a defensive and contradictory mess. It had taken everything in me to voice the truth, but in the end, I merely felt hollow as Caleb grappled with the aftermath of my revelation. Jess defended her actions as innocent until proven guilty, caught in a lie but refusing to completely break down. Each attempt she made to regain his trust slipped further away, like sand through her fingers. When Caleb asked her about Casey, I could see hope fading in his eyes, replaced with an aching sense of betrayal. By the end of the night, Jess packed her things in a hurried, panicked frenzy, slamming the door of our home behind her, leaving a void that felt impossible to fill with laughter and light. It struck me how quickly a story could change, how slipping revelations could reshape not just lives but the very spaces they inhabited. Weeks passed, and the echoes of that confrontation lingered. Caleb and I lived amidst the silence of grieving for what was lost, both of us tiptoeing through the wreckage of a relationship that once felt solid and true. I thought I had captured a villain in Jess, yet I found myself in an unintended duel with my own integrity and the bonds of brotherhood. Conversations with Caleb were shorter, occasionally punctuated by awkward silences that left both of us feeling raw and exposed. I began to wonder if I had overstepped, if my loyalties to my brother had come at the cost of a friendship that might have merely needed a bit of time and honesty. It was a dangerous game to play, caught between being the good sibling and the potential destroyer of dreams. Yet, as my brother began to heal, slowly piecing together his heart, I learned that sometimes the hardest truths have to emerge to clear the air, no matter how painful. Caleb found solace in time spent with friends, rebuilding his foundation and exploring new paths while Jess became a memory too volatile to unpack right now. Months later, as winter settled in, snow blanketing our world in peace, I found myself reflecting on that chaotic time. Unexpectedly, I received a text from Jess, nothing substantial, just an apology. It carried the weight of her unburdened heart, a message of acknowledgement that seemed to hum with a quiet sincerity. "I was wrong, Caleb deserves better, and I am sorry for everything." My chest tightened as I contemplated sending it to him. Would he even want to know? Would it open old wounds? In that moment, I realized that life's intertwined paths shape our journey, They twist and turn through relationships in ways we can't always foresee. Perhaps the conclusion lay in forgiveness, not just for Jess, but for me too, for flawing as we all do. With time, the shadows receded, and emotions transformed into memories, leaving us both a little more tender but a lot more resilient. Life continues to curve into unforeseen directions, but I cherish the lesson of honesty in relationships, the quiet understanding that sometimes being someone else's support means asking the hard questions, even if it feels like you're lost amidst the whispers of doubt. And that is where, stripped back to the essence of our shared humanity, we all linger, between mistakes and redemption, in the heart of being imperfectly human. As I reflect on how my journey unfolded, I can't help but recall all the little moments that led me to that fateful encounter with my brother's girlfriend. It had begun as a regular Saturday afternoon, sun-dappled and lazy, the kind where time felt infinite. I was tidying my small apartment, putting on a podcast that spiraled from true crime stories into the endless chatter of Reddit threads, a guilty pleasure I often indulged in while organizing my life. Somewhere in the background, the hosts debated a post titled "A Myth Asshole for Ruining My Brother's Relationship." The words lingered in the air, resonating with my own bubbling thoughts. You see, my brother, Evan, had been dating Mia for nearly a year. At first glance, they seemed perfect for each other, their laughter echoing through family dinners. But as the months slinked by, little discrepancies began to prick at my intuition. I'd catch Mia giving evasive answers during simple conversations. If Evan asked her something seemingly innocent, she'd quickly change the subject or brush it off with a laugh that felt too forced. My protective instincts kicked in, and the more I observed, the more my unease mounted. One evening, I invited them over for dinner, eager to get a deeper glimpse into their relationship. The three of us sat around the wooden dining table, the aromatic smell of baked chicken wafting through the room. As Evan poured glasses of wine, I caught Mia's eyes darting toward her phone like a trapped bird seeking freedom. I tried to pull her into the conversation with stories of our childhood, hoping to bring a nostalgic warmth to the air. Yet, when I mentioned the time Evan tore his favorite t-shirt at the annual family picnic, I saw her brow furrow ever so slightly, and my stomach dropped. It seemed, in that fleeting moment, she had no idea what I was talking about. Intrigued, I pressed on, casually bringing up old family tales, noticing how her smile became increasingly strained. By dessert, she seemed little more than a perfect stranger sitting at my table. The evening wore on, laughter fading into polite smiles, and as the last plate was cleared, Mia excused herself. I was left with Evan, who looked so content, unaware of the unease that had tightened around my chest. I found myself grappling with a moral quandary. Did I bring it all up and risk ruining his happiness? Or did I quietly dismiss the nagging doubts festering inside me? Days turned into weeks, and the lingering doubt settled into my routine like a heavy quilt, suffocating and uncomfortable. I couldn't shake the thought that something wasn't right. Then I stumbled upon a post from a mutual friend on social media, a photo captioned with a location that made my heart race. Mia had claimed to be out with friends that day, but the photograph clearly showed her at a local cafe with someone I didn't recognize, a man, laughing and leaning in closer than friends should. That gut instinct ignited like a wildfire. I felt I owed it to Evan to confront Mia. The next Sunday, I was thrust into the role of an unwitting detective. I invited Mia over under the guise of wanting to hang out, my heart pounding as I collected my thoughts, preparing for what would unfold. We sipped tea in casual silence until the air thickened. I casually mentioned the photograph. Her eyes widened almost imperceptibly, and I could feel every nerve ending in my body come alive with tension. "Oh, that was just a friend from college," she blurted, and I saw in her demeanor what I had feared, a slip, an inflection that rang hollow. "We were just catching up." It would have been simple to drop it there, to dismiss the sick feeling pooling in my gut, but something inside me made me push further. The moment stretched as we talked, dissecting her explanations, and with each feeble justification, her facade began to fray. I found myself caught in an emotional tempest, feeling as if I were standing on the precipice of betrayal from my brother, knowing full well that the truth I sought could lead to devastating consequences. In the end, my apprehension dissipated when Mia confessed, her voice shook, sincerity washing over her. "I didn't want to hurt Evan," she said, tears brimming. "But I felt trapped in our relationship. There's someone else, yes, I've been seeing him, and I thought if I avoided betrayal by lying, it wouldn't hurt him as much." There it was, raw and exposed. She had caught herself in the web of a lie, and the weight of it pressed hard against my chest. I now had the burden of this knowledge not only for myself but for Evan. When I eventually shared everything with him, I felt that peculiar mix of resolve and heartbreak, knowing the path forward was strewn with strife but also clarity. As he processed the news, I felt empathy anchoring me amidst the unfolding chaos. That day would mark the beginning of a slow healing for Evan, a journey filled with tears, and reassessment that eventually led to closure, but more importantly, a chance for him to reclaim his narrative. Reflecting on those events still evokes a cocktail of emotions within me: grief, anger, and ultimately, relief that truth settled in like a balm. Time would teach us lessons, and while I wrestle with the aftermath of having disrupted their lives, I hold on to one clear takeaway: love thrives on trust and honesty. Even as the shadows of uncertainty loom, I am thankful for the light that chased them away, reminding me of the importance of integrity in our ties. And poignantly, I found myself nestled within the web of imperfect humanity, each thread a testament to the resilience of our hearts. This is where I linger now, at the crossroads of relationships and honesty, learning to navigate my own role within life's beautiful, complex tapestry. As I stand at this crossroads, the days slowly unravel, each bringing its own share of contemplation and dialogue, not only with the people around me but also within the quiet corners of my mind. The initial chaos that my actions set in motion has settled into something softer, more contemplative, akin to the lingering echoes of a storm that has passed, leaving only the calm light of dusk in its wake. I find myself revisiting the conversations I had with my brother, Ethan, and Jess, the woman he was dating. She has since become a stranger, not for lack of connection but for the intricacies that emerged when the truth shattered the slightly gleaming facade we had shared. Every time I reminisce about that night, I remember the gentle hum of the ceiling fan above me, casting playful shadows on our faces as we sat around the dining table, the remnants of takeout strewn, forgotten, a faint aroma of spice lingering in the air. It was supposed to be an ordinary get-together, one of those fond reunions where laughter and teasing flew as easily and freely as the drinks. In hindsight, I understand it was those very moments that held the seeds of discontent, edged with secrets and suppressed whispers. The evening turned when I casually mentioned a conversation I had overheard a few weeks prior, settling into the comfort of familiarity. I didn't intend to spark anything dangerous, but when Jess's gaze faltered, a flicker of tension darting across her face, I recognized a vulnerability hidden beneath her polished exterior. I could feel it in my bones: something was off, as if I had stumbled onto an unseen fault line between friendship and honesty. My words became a mirror reflecting back not only her reaction but also the complexity of each of our lives that felt so simply woven together at first glance. The once warm smiles turned brittle as I sensed uncharted territory emerge, and my heart raced in response, caught in the thrall of worry and confusion. Was I the villain here? How had these simple words unleashed a storm I had barely understood? In the aftermath, Ethan's hurt echoed through the walls of our shared memories, changing their texture, creating waves that rippled through every interaction, leaving me grappling with my own lingering guilt. I had unintentionally stripped away the safety of their shared world, and for that moment, the world felt heavy with uncertainty, casting shadows that felt almost unbearably long. Yet, as time unfurled, I witnessed them begin to untangle their own narrative, seeking solace in honesty that transcended the initial hurt. Watching from a distance, I felt a shift. Ethan, brave and resilient, began to reclaim his agency, powerfully confronting the threads that had sought to bind him in silence. Jess, caught amidst the chaos, sought forgiveness and healing. Her armor had cracked, revealing vulnerabilities that she had hidden even from herself. It was beautiful, and painfully raw, to see two people who loved each other engage in this intricate dance of possibility and renewal. As for me, my perspective widened, becoming a reflective pool where I realized that love is not merely an idealistic construct but a battleground where truths and lies intertwine, a place where both light and shadow dwell. I became a witness to their vulnerability, harboring an understanding that while I had played a part in unearthing the lie that had woven through their relationship, the journey towards honesty was one they had to undertake themselves. I learned that the path to healing is never straight but often obscured by the fog of fear and hesitation, yet it held the promise of growth and restoration. Now, as I sit alone in quiet reflection, the air filled with the soft rustle of leaves outside my window, I understand the importance of navigating these murky waters. I've come to acknowledge that it is often the remnants of past mistakes that can lead us into brighter tomorrows, as we strike a delicate balance between holding on and letting go. Savoring the bittersweet experiences leads us to a deeper communion with our humanity, revealing that perhaps, in the end, we are defined not by our flaws but by our resilience in overcoming them. As I ponder this, I remind myself that even amidst uncertainty, love, raw, honest, and sometimes painful, thrives through the knowledge that we will stumble, yet in our stumbling lies the chance to rise anew. Here, nestled firmly in the fabric of our entwined lives, I find solace, realizing that the heartbeat of humanity, fraught with misunderstanding yet rich in love, will continue to guide us through the ever-evolving journey of connection. It's the kind of story that haunts you in quiet moments, creeping up like the long shadows of dusk before night sets in. As a child, I found solace in the laughter of my friends at the little coffee shop on Elm Street, a place that always felt like home, with its aromatic blend of roasted beans and warm chatter wrapping around us like a comforting blanket. It was a simple life, a predictable circle of mundane joy, until that one evening, everything unraveled in just a heartbeat, leaving a residual ache that I still can't shake off. The moment came disguised as an innocent game of truth or dare. We were a collection of seniors reveling in the fleeting days of high school camaraderie, brimming with carefree energy. Daring one another had always brought us closer, forging bonds that felt unbreakable, but that night, I observed my best friend, Ravi, as he tightened his grip on his trusty phone, the flickering screen illuminating his face with a glow that seemed to carry a hidden weight. When it was his turn, the laughter still buzzing in the air like the last remnants of summer, Ravi chose truth, a decision steeped in our usual banter until suddenly, someone muttered an offhand comment about his girlfriend Amanda, a girl who radiated kindness like sunlight breaking through a cloudy sky. It was offbeat but lighthearted, poking fun at a moment when she had been a bit too giddy at a party, wearing an outrageous chicken costume, and it spiraled into tossing harmless jabs back and forth, the room charged with laughter, yet Ravi's expression shifted so swiftly, it caught me off guard. The playful air turned dense, heavy with unsaid words, and there it was, the flicker in his eyes, a mix of hurt and anger that crackled like a low flame, a precursor to a storm we didn't see coming. He could have laughed it off, we all wanted him to, but instead, he threw caution to the wind and blurted out words that shattered the atmosphere, revealing a dark thread running through his relationships. Do you know, sometimes I think she's just using me to fill a space in her life. And that chicken suit? I wouldn't be surprised if it was to highlight how foolish we are together. The statement hung in the air, thick and suffocating, every laughter instantaneously dying away as a bitter silence enveloped us. I remember feeling my stomach drop, my heart racing because I recognized the sudden change in the room's energy. I wanted to shake him, to pull him back from the brink, but those words slipped out so easily, like peeling a dried leaf, revealing the fragile stem beneath. We all sat there, frozen, as Amanda's face drained of color. The laughter had transformed into a silence that felt like a chain tightening around our necks. The subsequent moments played out like a slow-motion disaster. Amanda's eyes filled with a cocktail of confusion and hurt, a raw look that carved itself deep in my memory. In that blink of time, Ravi had effectively mishandled a relationship built on laughter and mutual support, devolving it into a series of insidious doubts and criticisms. I watched as Amanda left, her footsteps echoing softly against the pavement outside the cafe, the door a barrier between the normalcy we had known and the aftermath of one careless moment. Ravi, once buoyant and secure, was suddenly a hollow version of himself, guilt creeping in like a thief under the cover of night. The lively chatter between us evaporated, replaced with awkward glances and fidgeting hands, an innocent game transformed into the catalyst for his unraveling. Days turned into weeks, and it wasn't long before the repercussions spiraled like a whirlwind. Ravi couldn't face Amanda after that, buried under a blanket of guilt and frayed nerves, and his isolation became palpable. He missed her laughter, her light, and maybe that's what made it worse, watching him realize that his careless words had shattered the bond they had crafted with so much joy. I remember sitting beside him in our usual booth, the shadow of that night lurking between us, like an unwanted guest, as he stared out the window, lost in a different kind of game. Friends tried to reach out, tried to talk to him, but he retreated further into himself, crafting barriers where there once were connections. I wrestled with my own emotions, feeling helpless, wishing I could rewind the past and snatch those words from the air like fluttering leaves caught in the wind. As time went on, I noticed that the laughter we once shared transformed into whispers behind closed doors, and eventually, Ravi drifted away from the circle entirely, a ghost to the faces he once knew. The realization struck me heavy, like the turning of a page that would never be read again. In just a matter of minutes, he not only ruined a relationship but also splintered his sense of self and our friendship, as if he'd unwittingly untied a knot that bound our lives together. Reflecting on it now, I can't help but wonder how different things might have been had he chosen a different path that night, had he opted for a lighter dare instead of bearing his insecurities and fears. In this quiet wrinkle of my memory, Ravi's story serves as a subtle reminder of the power words hold, their potential to uplift or pierce through the fabric of our lives, demonstrating how swiftly life can change when we least expect it, leading to inevitable reflections on what we hold dear and the fragility of our connections. As for Ravi, well, he eventually reached out to me on a rainy evening several months later, after countless days of silence, stating simply, "I hope she'll forgive me," and in response to those words, I found myself still hanging tight to the echoes of laughter, forever wishing for a reunion over that familiar cup of coffee. I could only nod, realizing that sometimes, restoring those broken bridges takes time and effort, and perhaps, a willingness to confront the truth we buried under layers of regret. As the droplets danced rhythmically against my window that night, I couldn't shake the memories of the last time Ravi and I had met, echoes of laughter and shared stories still lingering in the corners of my mind. It had been during that warm afternoon in late spring, the sunlight filtering through the lush trees of the tiny cafe where we often spent our weekends. We were carefree then, lost in conversation about our dreams, interspersed with plans of adventure that felt infinite in their potential. But as life often does, it yanked us from that blissful inertia into a reality rife with choices, each one a fork in the road waiting to be taken. The shift had been sudden, a phone call, a panicked conversation in hushed tones, and subsequent decisions made in sheer haste. In my naivety, I thought that our bond would weather any storm. Ravi's act of desperation, however, had left a fracture precisely where I least expected it. The message he sent that evening was cradled within the complexities of our shared history. I could feel my heart tugging in two directions, one pulling me toward the past, where everything felt safe and familiar, and the other gnawing at me with the weight of uncertainty. At first, responding felt daunting. I stared at my phone long enough that I could almost hear the ticking of my heartbeat, each pulsation echoing my indecision. Would forgiving him be too easy? Or would it leave me open to more hurt? I thought. Maybe it was me who needed to forgive myself for allowing the facade of invulnerability to blind me to the inherent fragility of human connections. I took a deep breath, recalling the moments we had shared, the ones that had built the foundation of what I thought would last a lifetime. Perhaps the past did not hold the power to define our future. I finally typed out, "It's not about forgiveness, Ravi. It's about understanding and finding a way to move forward." The flickering light from the street cast transient shadows across my living room, and in that stillness, I could almost hear the past whispering to me, urging for closure. Days turned into weeks as we exchanged texts, dismantling the walls of tension brick by brick. Eventually, we found ourselves face to face once again, under the same old cafe awning, its familiar aroma of brewing coffee rising to greet us. The conversation felt a bit stilted at first, but as we sipped our drinks, the laughter began to trickle back into our repartee like a slow, steady stream. We ventured into conversations that unearthed buried feelings, explored regrets as carefully as one might sift through old photographs, trying to make sense of it all. As Ravi shared his experience of that life-altering decision, the clarity of his remorse wove through each word, heavy with the knowledge that it was not just his life that had unraveled in minutes, it was a tapestry of bonds, trust, and affection that had hung precariously on a wall shared with many, and in that intricately woven space was the reality of pain and healing that sometimes felt insurmountable. Listening to him, I couldn't help but feel a collective understanding that our stories, while undeniably personal, belong to a more universal narrative, a dance between love and loss, hope and despair. Each experience echoed the knowledge that we are all just trying to navigate our paths through this chaotic symphony called life. Hours melted away as we reminisced, our laughter enveloping the cafe, which seemed to cradle us in its familiar embrace. Perhaps the most liberating moment came when I noticed that, in allowing ourselves to confront the past, we had freed the present to shine through, unburdened. There was a sense of grace and understanding that connections, while fragile, also hold immense strength when nourished with communication, empathy, and honesty. As I walked home that evening, I carried with me a renewed hope, a subtle but undeniable shift in my heart. I had learned that time holds a certain magic. It doesn't eliminate pain, but rather, teaches us to cohabitate with it, redefining what it means to forgive and be forgiven. Whether or not our paths would run parallel again, I felt lighter, as if the shadows that had quietly lingered were finally beginning to lift. Perhaps there would come a day when Ravi and I would share another cup of coffee, this time a celebration of resilience, a testament to our journeys filled with missteps leading to redemption. Or perhaps, in the grand tapestry of life, we would simply find ourselves caught by chance in the tapestry of moments, still reaching out for those bridges, a little more tender than before, understanding of the immense fragility that we all shared. It was a realization that life is but a flicker of time, a collection of minutes where decisions can break intricate patterns or redirect them towards new beginnings, and ultimately, we become the authors of our own stories. The week following Ravi's message, as the rain drizzled down my window and formed little rivers that traced irregular paths down the glass, I felt a profound shift in my heart. The gray clouds outside reflected the mixture of uncertainty and hope swirling inside me. I thought about how quickly things can spiral, how, in mere moments, a decision can cascade, changing everything that follows. Ravi had not only lost a relationship, he had unwittingly set off a chain reaction that upended his life and the lives of those around him. The regret in his voice that night lingered in my mind like an echo, a reminder of the precariousness of every choice we make. I imagined him in that coffee shop where we shared countless laughs, now perhaps sitting alone, sipping something bitter while staring into nothingness. I remembered a time, long before his fall from grace, when we sat at that same cafe, our dreams spilling over our mugs as we plotted our futures with an eagerness that seemed to belong only to the young and unburdened. But life has a way of catching up with you, I mused. Often when you least expect it. I decided then to reach out, to suggest we meet. Surely, there was healing in confronting the past, in standing side by side and daring to speak of what had happened, rather than letting it hang in the air like that final, awkward question before a departure. It took only a short message, a casual invitation framed in care and the memories of laughter, for him to respond with enthusiasm laced with a weariness that told me he had been waiting for this moment. We settled on a small, quaint cafe, the kind that held the charm of an old friend, the aroma of fresh coffee and baked goods wafted through the air, wrapping around us like a warm embrace. When I arrived, I spotted him at our usual table, a slightly worn look on his face, a testament to both time and the struggles that occupied it. The once vibrant spark in his eyes had dimmed, replaced by a glimmer of hope tucked behind a veil of regret. As we exchanged pleasantries and sat down, the air felt thick, charged with unspoken words and a potent mix of what-ifs. I couldn't help but notice how we both had changed. The innocence of our younger selves seemed impossibly distant. "I've been thinking a lot about that night," he began, his voice barely a whisper, and I could sense the weight of the walls around his heart crumbling slowly. We revisited memories, the good and the painful, and somewhere amidst the stream of shared laughter and sorrow, there emerged a fragility more profound than I ever anticipated. Ravi confessed how one misstep transformed his once promising future into an abyss of sadness, a single night where poor choices redefined his relationships and shattered long-held dreams. He spoke of his wake-up calls, the sleepless nights, and the relentless thought of how he had torn apart the very threads that connected him to the people who mattered most. I listened, each word a brushstroke painting the stark rawness of his journey, one that had changed him in ways I could scarcely comprehend. Yet amidst the confessions, I also felt a stirring of admiration for the courage he displayed in standing before me, owning his mistakes with humility rather than bitterness. As the conversation deepened, narratives intertwined, and we rediscovered that the essence of our friendship remained intact, nestled under layers of experience and time like treasures forgotten yet cherished. The moment felt electric, transformative even, as we gradually ventured into those tender territories of forgiveness and understanding. I could finally voice how I had felt during those haunting months of silence, how the echoes of our camaraderie had haunted me in odd moments, how easy it had been to slip into narratives of anger and resentment instead of compassion and patience. His eyes reflected understanding, and we both recognized the beauty and acceptance in recognizing our human flaws. By the end of our conversation, something shifted in both of us, an unspoken agreement that healing wasn't about erasing the past but about embracing it, weaving it into our ongoing saga rather than letting it define us. As I stood to leave, I looked back at him, a smile breaking over my face, and for the first time in what felt like an eternity, I felt light, untethered from the burden of past mistakes. We exchanged promises to meet again, and reluctantly, I watched him leave with a tentative hope stirring in my chest. The rain had stopped outside, leaving the world washed anew, glistening under a timid sun breaking through the clouds, much like us. As I walked home, I reflected on our meeting. Life is indeed a series of fleeting minutes, and in every one of those moments, we are granted the chance to reclaim what was lost, to celebrate resilience, and to recognize that while we may stumble, we always have the power to rise again, a little wiser and a little kinder to ourselves in the face of fragility. It was a quiet evening, the kind where the dim light of my living room felt a little too intimate for a solitary life, and I sat down to scroll through the endless feeds of social media, half-heartedly looking for something to entertain my weary mind when I stumbled upon an article titled "Nearly Half of U.S. Adults Say Dating Has Gotten Harder in the Last 10 Years." Curious and slightly amused, I clicked on it, my heart sinking a bit as a flood of familiar sentiments washed over me: frustration, loneliness, and an overwhelming sense of nostalgia for a simpler time. You see, I'm 32 now, and while I like to believe that I have a good sense of humor and a decent collection of interests, the past decade of dating had been anything but kind. Part of me wondered whether it was just me, navigating the turbulent waters of relationships, or if the currents had indeed shifted. I spent a few years in a serious relationship, only to unravel into a heap of missed opportunities and awkward Tinder messages after it ended, and as I read through the comments beneath the article, I saw reflections of my own struggles: faceless strangers sharing tales of ghosting, lousy pickups, and the hollow echo of a once vibrant dating scene. I thought about the last guy I dated, Mark, who had seemed so perfect on paper. Conversations flowed easily, we shared a love for bad puns and obscure 90s sitcoms, but then it unfolded like a slow-motion train wreck. There was confusion about commitment and future interests, and I remember the moment he casually mentioned that he didn't want to label what we had. I couldn't understand why such a simple phrase felt like someone had pulled the rug out from under me. The invisible connection we had was palpable, yet it seemed to tether him with a sense of dread. My thoughts spiraled, suffocating creative ideals of love and a warming trend of increasing expectations, unsolicited dating advice from friends who watched every swipe I took as if the stakes were life or death. The irony was that even as the pages of my dating life flipped with a quickened pace, I found myself more isolated than ever, existing in a modern world designed to connect but somehow bestowed with the weight of disconnection. Had we done this to ourselves? The virtual blooms of online dating were ghost towns after the initial swell of excitement faded. Swiping became an almost automated motion rather than an exploration of new meanings, and I truly felt baffled by the thought that perhaps love had turned into a fast food mentality: quick, inconsequential, and often unsatisfying. That night, as I slipped into bed surrounded by the soft hum of streetlights filtering through the curtains, I felt an unwavering sense of weariness but also a flicker of hope, wondering if there was a way to rediscover authentic connections. I recalled a conversation I had with my grandmother just a few weeks before, an endearing woman full of wisdom, who recounted her youth in a world where love letters were precious and meeting someone meant risking rejection, which somehow made the connection feel all the more profound. So, here I am, still pondering, still swiping cautiously, feeling the thorn of anxiety prick each time my phone buzzes with a new match. The complexity of finding someone who truly sees me, who values the depth of connection over the fleeting chase, leaves me with a soft determination. I refuse to believe that love is only wrapped in the aura of instant gratification. All of this led me to reflect on my own desires, to lay a foundation of honesty and vulnerability rather than attempting to navigate a maze of manufactured connections. Days later, in between work and a string of mundane social interactions, I sat down at a cafe, determined to write out the thoughts swirling in my mind. But I wasn't just writing. I opened a book on relationships, one of those infamous self-help titles that seemed to taunt me with glossed-over solutions. Suddenly, amidst the pages and coffee stains, I noticed something: a middle-aged couple, their hands intertwined, speaking softly to each other like old friends enjoying a quiet secret. In their presence, I felt something shift inside me, a reminder that love isn't just a mere game or fleeting moment. It is about the connections we nurture, the patience we exhibit, and the stories we share. As I walked out of the cafe that afternoon, the sun casting a warm light on my face, I felt less burdened. Instead of isolating my search for a partner, I was growing ever more committed to entering any future relationship with authenticity, willing to embrace the complexities, the messiness of human experience, and even the beautiful unpredictability that comes with being open to people who might not fit into neat little boxes. The dating scene may have changed, but perhaps it's also about taking a step back to truly figure out what I want and why I want it in the first place. It won't happen overnight. After all, meaningful connections take time. But as I continue to navigate this stubborn, evolving landscape of love, I find comfort in knowing that I am not alone, and maybe, just maybe, that flicker of hope for something deeper is enough to keep my spirits alive. Update: a month later, after attending a small book club event to spark discussions around various love stories, I met Claire, a fellow book lover whose laughter felt like the first page to an unwritten narrative between us. We talked for hours, our conversation flowed as freely as the wine, weaving through ideas about relationships and the essence of connection, and for the first time in a long while, the spark felt genuine and eager, hinting at the possibility of crafting yet another story together, this time, one that embraces the complexities rather than shies away from them. Despite the promising start with Claire, I found myself perched on the precipice of doubt. As the days turned into weeks, I replayed our conversations in my mind. convinced that the connection simmering beneath our shared words was fragile, like the spine of a well-loved book, creased and vulnerable. Our subsequent meetings felt charged with a mixture of thrill and trepidation. Intimate coffee dates morphed into long discussions of our personal narratives, each revealing a tapestry of past loves and heartbreaks. One afternoon, as we sat on a sun-dappled bench in the park, Claire shared stories of her previous relationships, how she once dated a musician who believed passion was an erratic flame that couldn't be contained, only invited in for fleeting moments. I admired her honesty, feeling a kinship in her vulnerability, and shared my own tales of sorrow that echoed her sentiments. It was cathartic, this exchange of rawness, yet it left me haunted by the nagging worry of my romantic ineptitude, that perhaps I had glimpsed the sun but felt unworthy of its warmth. I wanted to keep nurturing that newfound bond, but the fear of failure lingered, muddying my heart's waters. Then, one evening, after our book club discussions took a playful turn into what love stories truly entailed, Claire leaned closer and whispered, "What do you think is the most important trait in a partner?" I paused, taken aback as I felt the weight of her gaze pierce through my self-doubt. The truth hovered at the edge of my tongue, and suddenly, my heart was alive with purpose. Vulnerability, I found myself saying, the word smoothing over the anxiety knotting my stomach. It's essential to share your true self, flaws included. Claire nodded slowly, a smile spreading across her face as if the moment had cracked open an abstract painting between us. She was reflecting something I desperately wanted to believe, to be seen, truly seen, without the fear of scorn. That honesty shimmered through our subsequent encounters, leading us into new depths of connection. Yet, the road to this authenticity wasn't without potholes. I stumbled upon an old photo of my ex tucked away in my drawer, and the sudden swell of nostalgia pained me. I recalled the late-night texts, the joy we once shared, the way it all crumbled into misunderstandings and silence. That evening, with the remnants of our last date swirling in my mind, I found myself hesitating to message Claire, afraid that shadows of my past would taint what we had begun to craft. But the next day, I took a deep breath and reached out, asking her to talk over dinner. The moment I saw her smile, the tension in my chest eased just a little. I found myself sharing everything, the memories that haunted me and the way they colored my perspective on this new chapter. Claire listened, her compassionate eyes never wavering, and by the time I finished my story, I felt light, as though I had released a hidden weight. To my surprise, she opened up about her own past experiences, revealing troubled relationships that led to her insecurities, finding refuge in her love for literature that allowed her to escape. As she shared her truth, a sense of warmth enveloped us, binding our stories together and creating a safe harbor where vulnerability flourished. From that point on, we agreed to navigate our relationship as readers of an unwritten book, one where each chapter would be approached with honesty and mutual respect. Yet, as much as our connection grew stronger, I couldn't shake the feeling of inevitable change. It felt like waiting for the last page to turn. About a month later, as we strolled together through a local art fair, I sensed a shift. The air around us brimmed with anticipation. Claire paused before a canvas, her eyes captivated by the swirling colors. I watched as her expression transformed, finding beauty in the imperfections of the artwork, and suddenly the words slipped out, unplanned, "I'm falling for you." As soon as I said it, I felt my heart seize in desperation, but she turned to me, eyes wide with surprise, and then a grin spread across her face. "Good," she replied, her voice steady. "I think I might be falling for you, too." The palpable tension melted away as we stood together in that moment of shared revelation, our fears surrendering to the joy of the honesty we had forged, a connection that no longer felt like a fragile parchment but a tapestry rich with color and texture. As we moved from the art fair to the quiet of a nearby coffee shop, I couldn't help but feel the weight of my earlier concerns transforming into hope. Seating ourselves at a small table nestled in the corner, I looked into Claire's eyes, thinking how this moment felt like a new, thrilling chapter of our story. Weeks turned to months, and while we did face challenges, moments of miscommunication that sparked doubts or past insecurities surfacing like forgotten shadows, we learned to navigate them together. Late-night discussions became a routine, where we transformed frustrations into understanding, reminding ourselves that we were not only authors of our own stories but co-creators of this shared narrative, steering it forward with determination and love. Each step forward felt like a tiny victory, and with every encounter, the initial fear of commitment softened into a love that was no longer simplistic but beautifully complex. Reflecting on those early days, I now understand why there's a quote I once read that kept echoing in my mind. "Love," I learned, "is not merely about finding the right one but about creating something right together, weaving memories into the very fabric of your shared existence." As I sit here, sipping coffee and writing this down, I realize I stumbled into what I had only hoped for, a love story shaped not by the echoes of past relationships but crafted from renewed hope, shared laughter, and an unwavering commitment to embrace the struggles of connection. Maybe dating had become complicated over the years, perhaps it had morphed into a labyrinth where many found themselves lost, but I finally learned that amid the confusion, there exists beauty, a beauty that envelops you in warmth when you allow yourself to be vulnerable. I'm not sure how this story will unfold, but for now, I'm grateful for every page that Claire and I continue to write together. As I close my laptop, I find peace in the thought that this narrative is still in progress, untouched and full of potential, just waiting for us to explore. Days turned into weeks, and what had begun as a simple conversation over the clinking of glasses at the book club evolved into a comfortable routine that both bewildered and delighted me. Claire and I would trade texts in the morning, each one an invitation to another lively debate, another shared thought that blossomed into broader horizons. We explored quaint coffee shops filled with the scent of freshly ground beans, sat in bustling libraries among dusty tomes, and strolled through leaf-strewn parks as autumn draped its colors around us. It amazed me how easily the words fell between us, how despite the complex layers of dating I had previously navigated, the connection with Claire felt refreshingly straightforward, refreshing like the crisp, cool air of a fall evening. We thrived in our discussions about literature, love, and the intricate dance of human relationship dynamics, often laughing at the misadventures we faced in our past romances. But as magical as our budding romance felt, I couldn't shake the gnawing shadow of my insecurities. After years of confusion and disappointments in the dating scene, I found myself plagued by moments of doubt. What if this was all too good to be true? What if Claire's laughter was merely a beautiful prelude to louder, harsher realities? One evening, we found ourselves huddled up on my couch, 2 mugs of chamomile steaming between us as the last rays of sun dipped below the horizon. It was soft and intimate, the kind of moment that felt like it should be framed and hung on a wall. Suddenly, as we trailed off from a conversation about character arcs, I felt that familiar discomfort wash over me. "Claire," I began, my voice uncertain, "I don't want to scare you or ruin what we have, but I need to share something." The warmth in her eyes dimmed slightly, just enough to tell me I had pricked the veneer of our cozy evening. "What is it?" she asked gently, her attention entirely on me. I took a breath, summoning courage. "I guess I'm wondering how you see this, us. I've struggled with connection, and I can't help but feel hesitant. What if I mess it up?" A moment of silence stretched between us, and I held my breath, weaving through my fears and waiting for her response. Claire placed her mug down and leaned forward, her expression serious yet kind. "You know, I've felt that too," she admitted softly, her honesty disarming me. "The last few dates I had weren't what I hoped they'd be either, leaving me feeling like I was just going through the motions. But this, what we have, it doesn't feel like anything I've experienced before. It feels comfortable, yes, but also thrilling. I'm not in a rush. I want to explore this with you." I let out a sigh of relief, realizing that vulnerability had granted me more than I expected. As the conversation meandered once again, I felt a weight lift. The beauty lay not in certainty, but in the fluidity of our development together, our stories intertwining like chapters of a well-loved book. Throughout the next few weeks, I learned to appreciate our gentle unraveling of connection. We embarked on small adventures, wandering farmers' markets, engaging in light-hearted debates over dinner, and letting time stretch blissfully as we discovered new layers to one another. With each shared glance, each brush of fingers, something inside me shifted. I began to revel in the present moment instead of living in fear of its potential future endings. But just as it often happens in life, as tranquility painted over our days, shadows from the past crept in. One chilly night, Claire confided her own horizon of past heartbreaks, an agonizing relationship riddled with betrayal and secrets that had once left her questioning her own worth. I listened intently, hoping she could find solace in my presence, reflecting on how we, too, had been shaped by our own struggles. It was surreal, a powerful moment where 2 narratives fused, echoing each other's pain but just as equally, reassuring hope. When our fingers intertwined that night, the connection felt electric yet grounded, a reminder that we were 2 people choosing to step into the vulnerability together, reaffirming the beauty and honesty in shared healing. There was no way to predict how our ongoing story would unfold. Rather, I learned to savor the chapters we continued to write, open to the unexpected plot twists that might emerge along the way. As the cold months passed into blooming spring, our comfort transitioned to laughter and light-hearted banter that filled our encounters with an even deeper affection. Then one evening, Just as the sun began its descent into a vibrant orange hue, Claire pulled a book from her bag. It was The Alchemist by Paulo Coelho, a tapestry of journeying and fate. She had read it several times but wanted to explore it with me. As we settled onto a park bench with the world around us fading into a gentle melody of birds chirping and children laughing, we delved into the themes that unraveled in each chapter, sharing perspectives, dreams, and our own losses. I could see how each narrative spoke to the idea of pursuing your personal legend, laying bare the truth that sometimes, the greatest story we can write is the one woven through the connection we forge with another. Claire's laughter erupted as we climbed higher into our discussions about destiny, fear, and the courage to love. It felt right to be there, and I marveled at how lifted I felt amongst the blooms of cherry blossoms. While the past may have forced me to walk through a maze of trials, it led me to this moment, surrounded by the woman who didn't feel like I was merely worthy of love but, instead, someone who had become a beautiful story I couldn't wait to keep writing. Life would inevitably throw its challenges our way, but what I learned was that as we navigated this journey together, the real weight lay in our capacity to embrace the uncertainty while continuing to choose each other, to be each other's anchors. As I hold on to this thought, I let it resonate in the quiet of the evening, knowing we were ready to write the next pages of our lives, unrushed and open, just like a beautifully unfolding book waiting to share its finest secrets. There are moments in life that shimmer with an irrepressible magic, etching themselves into the fabric of our memory, and sometimes they arrive when we least expect them. It all started on a rainy Wednesday, the kind where the sky drips gray and the world feels muted, a perfect excuse to stay in, wrapped in blankets with a book and a cup of tea. I had just broken up with Jake, a charming guy with a smile that could light up a room, but an emotional distance that left me feeling cold. I spent days mulling over our disintegration, wondering how it had gone from sweet promises whispered over candlelit dinners to awkward silences filled with things unsaid. It was in this fog of introspection that my phone buzzed. A notification from a book club app that I barely kept up with. Intrigued, I opened it to find a message from someone I had never conversed with before, a fellow member named Marcus. He had posted something simple, asking for recommendations on books about personal growth. My curiosity piqued. I tapped out a response, hinting at the layers of complexity I found in books like The Alchemist and Atomic Habits. I didn't expect the conversation to continue, but Marcus replied almost immediately, elaborating on his personal struggles and how literature had been a refuge for him during tough times. What unfolded over the next hour was an exchange unlike any I'd experienced before. He spoke openly about vulnerability and the importance of self-reflection, qualities often overlooked in our fast-paced lives. Each message felt like unwrapping a gift, revealing parts of himself wrapped in honesty and warmth. As the clock silently marked the passing hours, I felt an electric connection begin to spark through the weighted silence that had settled over my heart since Jake. I learned that Marcus was a teacher at a local school, dedicated to helping students find their passion, a fact that resonated with me deeply. It was refreshing to see someone who wanted to make a difference, not just in the classroom but as a person. He shared anecdotes of his students, the struggles they faced, and how life had shaped him into someone who believes in the power of kindness, not because he had to, but because he genuinely wanted to. That emotional depth was intoxicating. When I reluctantly closed my phone that night, a sense of contentment washed over me, replacing the anxiety I had been harboring. Little did I know, this new friendship would take me through a powerful transformation. Over the next few weeks, we would exchange thoughts on everything from life philosophies to the best local coffee spots, finding a rhythm that felt just right. But one sunny Saturday morning, he asked if I wanted to grab coffee in person. My heart raced. This was the moment to step away from the comfort of screens and into uncharted territory. I stared at my reflection in the mirror, feeling both a rush of anticipation and a tremor of doubt. What if it was a disaster? What if the chemistry did not translate beyond the brightly lit screens? Steeling myself, I agreed, buoyed by the hope that had rooted itself so deeply in my chest. The day of our meeting dawned bright and clear, a stark contrast to the uncertainty brewing inside me. As I sat across from Marcus in a cozy cafe, the sunlight filtering through the large windows casting warm light across the rustic wooden tables, I felt an unexpected wave of calm. We chatted as if we were old friends, the conversation flowing effortlessly, punctuated by infectious laughter that drew curious glances from other patrons. Slowly, I began to see glimpses of the person behind the messages, the vulnerability in his eyes when he spoke of personal losses, the passion that ignited his tone when discussing his hopes for his students. It was crystal clear that this was a man who cared deeply about the world and all its intricacies. However, the moment that stood out the most was when, in the middle of a conversation about a favorite book, Marcus caught sight of a homeless man outside the cafe, holding a cardboard sign. Rather than ignore him, Marcus excused himself and walked outside, speaking to the man in hushed tones. I watched, a mix of admiration and bewilderment washing over me, as he handed him the contents of his own lunch, an exquisite Black Forest sandwich he had just ordered with extra care. He returned, a soft smile on his face, but my heart felt heavy with the realization of the depth of his character. This was someone who saw people, really saw them. The world blurred momentarily, I could barely process the warmth that flooded my chest, a mix of respect and affection that had come out of nowhere. As we continued to talk, I found myself hoping for a future intertwined with this respectful, kind-hearted man, and my mind drifted back to Jake and the many things that led to our unraveling. I learned that sometimes, it's those little moments, like sharing a meal or acknowledging someone who might usually go unnoticed, that truly illustrate a person's worth. Days turned into weeks, and we began dating, exploring local parks, attending literature events, and discovering art galleries together. Every encounter deepened my belief that I had stumbled upon something rare with Marcus, his kindness casting shadows on my previous relationships. It took time, but with openness, he encouraged me to embrace my emotions, no longer feeling the need to cloak them in pretense. I often found myself reflecting on that rainy night when we first connected, wondering if my decision to engage in a simple conversation had altered the course of my life. It made me realize that sometimes, it simply takes one person to truly understand you to change everything. And just when I thought life couldn't surprise me any longer, Marcus announced he had signed up for a local volunteering program that aimed to help feed those in need. Without hesitation, I joined him. Together, we cooked, prepared meals, and served food, with the hope that we would one day be part of the change that transcended beyond our cafe conversations. Life keeps rolling forward, the days falling like leaves from a tree, each one different yet evolving beautifully in its own right. So here I sit, grateful for vulnerability, for connection, and for a man who took a moment to care, not just for the words I shared, but for the humanity around him. Perhaps I would still be wrapped in blankets, searching for something I had lost, if not for a simple notification on a dreary day. After all, isn't that how life unfolds? You just have to be present for the magic. I find myself in a cozy corner of my living room, the soft glow of the fairy lights wrapping around the walls like a comforting embrace. I had long resigned myself to the idea of solitude, filling my evenings with stories woven from the threads of fiction and the dim light of my imagination. My mornings danced to the monotonous tune of coffee brewing and emails pinging. It was a rhythm I knew well, but one that seemed to grind on my spirit with each passing week. Until that day at the cafe, sitting across from Mark, I had thought that perhaps my story was one of quiet solitude, a life observed from the sidelines. But he disrupted that narrative effortlessly with his warmth and authenticity, like a sudden ray of sun breaking through a cloudy sky. He listened, really listened, as I shared tales of my fears and aspirations, his dark eyes reflecting a genuine curiosity that was contagious. I remember a particularly rainy afternoon, the sound of droplets tap dancing against the cafe window while I unwrapped layers of my heart. I spoke of feeling lost in my work, of wanting to venture beyond the confines of my comfort zone yet being tethered to the security of familiarity. As I finished, I caught a faint smile dancing on his lips. "You know," he said softly, "the only real boundaries we face are the ones we impose on ourselves. What if you took that leap? What if you stepped into the unknown?" His words hung in the air, and I pondered them long after the cafe closed that day, echoing through my thoughts like a persistent melody. In the weeks that followed, our meetups became a salvation from the loneliness that loomed beyond my walls. His insights were not just words, they were keys that began to unlock doors inside me. With each conversation, the branches of my worldview expanded, reaching toward experiences I had once thought were impossible. I started exploring painting, something I had tried once in high school but dismissed as a failure, the shame of that long ago critique by a judge too stingy to appreciate the art of the moment. Inspired by Mark's encouragement, I splashed colors on canvas, my brushes dancing with joy and uncertainty, the very essence of vulnerability spilling forth in vivid hues. The act of creating became a sanctuary, a place where I found myself unmasking layers built over the years. One evening, as we chatted and sipped tea in my favorite cafe, Mark shared a turning point in his own life, a story so eerily parallel to mine yet uniquely different, rooted in struggles and triumphs that made me appreciate him even more. He had faced his own demons, and instead of running away, he dove deeper, confronting them as one confronts a storm. That night, I suddenly felt a connection stretching beyond friendship, ignited by openness and honesty, as we shared pieces of ourselves we had held tightly to for far too long. Yet, the fear of complicating this connection whispered doubts in my mind. Was it foolish to long for something more, to risk what we had built? But as Mark and I delved deeper into discussions, about dreams that loomed just out of reach, fears that felt insurmountable, and possibilities that seemed to shimmer like stars on a clear night, I realized that with him, there was a comfort in vulnerability, a safety net woven from mutual respect and shared experiences. The shift was subtle yet profound, and one day, as we savored the rich aroma of freshly ground coffee, I found my heartbeat racing. "Mark," I started, my voice steady through the tremor of anticipation, "do you think it's possible for friends to become something more?" The atmosphere thickened with tension, yet beneath it lay an unspoken promise. His gaze didn't falter, instead, it softened, and in that beautiful, breathless moment, everything shifted once again. "I was hoping you'd say that," he replied, a grin breaking the seriousness of his expression. In the haze of that afternoon, I felt as if our lives were threads being stitched into a larger tapestry, each stitch vibrant and alive. And just like that, the prospects of love, connection, and belonging became a canvas we painted together. As I reflect on this journey, I realize it was about more than just a simple attraction or shared cups of coffee. It became about rediscovering myself, about exploring the concept of vulnerability in relationships. Mark taught me that sometimes, when we allow ourselves to be seen, we invite not only connection but also the chance to grow, to evolve into versions of ourselves we haven't yet met. Perhaps, in the end, it was never just about him being different, but about how, through him, I could discover the facets of my own heart that had long been shrouded in shadows. That dreary day I received that notification felt like a distant memory now, buried under layers of laughter and shared dreams. I hold on to hope, not just for what's to come, but for the beauty found in simply being present for all that life has to offer. And as I lay in the quiet of my softly lit room, I can't help but smile, knowing that the simplest of moments can unfurl the most profound transformations, leaving us to wonder just how many other connections lie waiting, just outside the door of our comfort zones, ready to blossom if only we open ourselves up to the magic. As I basked in that tranquil moment, my reflection danced in the dusk-lit window, a reminder of a time I often replayed in my mind. I thought back to the first day I met Milo, the boy who burst into my life like a sudden summer rain, refreshing and unexpected. It was a chilly Tuesday afternoon, the kind of day where even the warmth of the coffee shop ticked just a bit too low on the thermostat, the scent of cinnamon laced throughout but feeling lost in the gloom. I sat hunched over my laptop, shrouded in layers of my emotional fortitude, consumed by words that refused to flow. Above the dull hum of the espresso machine, the world outside dimmed with the encroaching evening, and my thoughts tossed themselves around in chaotic knots. Just then, I heard the door swing open, and an unfamiliar face stepped in, glancing around until his gaze landed on a solitary empty table near mine. Even from a distance, I knew he was different. There was a spark of genuine curiosity in his eyes, a warm glimmer that rippled through the cafe as he settled into his chair. His hair was tousled, and his clothes looked slightly rumpled, but it was the quiet confidence in his demeanor that captured my attention. Milo pulled out a sketchbook, its pages filled with intricate doodles, and as he began to draw, the world around him seemed to fade into the background. I couldn't help but steal glances at his art, each stroke of his pencil revealing stories I yearned to know, stories that whispered to me as they met the paper. In a twist of courage buoyed by curiosity, I leaned over a little, letting my eyes devour the depth of his creativity. He noticed me, his brow raising in a friendly challenge, and unexpectedly, he grinned, that lovely, boyish grin illuminating his face. "You look like you could use a little inspiration," he said, inviting me into his enchanting world with a playful confidence. What drew me in was not just his talent but the way he didn't shy away from the connection. He took the chance to spark conversation, and before long, our shared laughter unraveled the tension that had gripped my heart. Hours slipped by unnoticed. We swapped stories, my struggles, his quiet dreams of an artist's life somewhere vibrantly outside these cafe walls, and I found myself unwinding like a tightly wound spring, revealing pieces of my heart I had nearly forgotten. It felt surreal, almost like I was stepping off a path I had walked for far too long, wandering into new territory where warmth and kindness danced around us like fireflies lighting the dusk. Our discussions flowed effortlessly, and with every sentence, a burgeoning friendship unfurled like petals kissed awake by the sun. As we parted that day, I didn't just walk back into the world outside, I crossed a threshold forged by connection, where vulnerabilities were shared and dreams no longer felt quite so distant. The weeks transformed into months, and our coffee shop became a beacon of ease amid the turbulence of life, an oasis of warmth where fears faded, replaced with dreams laid bare. With each encounter, I was met with expressions of empathy intertwined with gentle humor, and my initial hesitance melted. It was an awakening of the heart, discovering just how much healing resides in connection without pretense. The conversations meandered from our shared loves for art and music to the intricacies of life's struggles, loss, uncertainty, and the delicate dance of pursuing our passions. Each encounter felt like unwinding a thread, weaving together the fragmented pieces of our lives into a tapestry more vibrant than I ever anticipated. In this space, I uncovered what had been lurking within me, a long-buried desire for authenticity. I opened up about my fears, about how loneliness clung to me like a shadow, how I had long stopped believing I mattered. Yet, every time I shared, Milo listened more intently, his eyes reflecting empathy that brought warmth on even the coldest of days. In return, he would unfurl snippets of his own insecurities, tales of rejection as an artist, and the question of whether his passion would ever bear fruit. At this exchange, we somehow brewed a potion of mutual encouragement, our dreams blossoming within those small, safe moments where nothing felt insurmountable. And then, one fateful evening, under the soft, flickering candlelight of our usual table, Milo leaned across with a look that should have startled me, but instead felt like an inevitability. "You know," he said quietly, his voice barely above a whisper yet tinged with urgency, "you have this incredible light in you, and it feels as if you're ready to let it shine." My breath caught in my throat, his words pierced through me, exposing layers I had meticulously guarded. There it was, this gentle nudging that compelled me to confront my fears of inadequacy, notions of being forgotten, and the belief that perhaps it was time to step outside of the cocoon I had woven around myself. I felt emotions swirl, a blend of trepidation and elation, as he reached for my hand, an innocent gesture that connected us in a way far deeper than just two souls sharing dreams over coffee. It ignited something within me, this indescribable assurance that maybe I could contribute something beautiful to the world, that I had every right to occupy space. In that moment, as I sank deeper into his gaze, I realized I was in the midst of something so profoundly transformative, not solely because of him, but also because of my willingness to open up, to share the unfiltered truth of my heart. Even as I reminisce in my softly lit room now, with shadows dancing lightly across the walls, I know that everything shifted from that very first conversation. Milo not only encouraged me to explore my creativity but inspired a movement within me, lifting veils of doubt and replacing them with brushstrokes of hope and purpose. So here I lay, cherishing the beauty of life and love, knowing that vulnerability can lead to the most exquisite magic. Our journeys might intertwine in unexpected ways. But the truth remains, we are all just waiting for a little spark, for a connection that urges us to step fully into the light, reminding us that sometimes, the most beautiful transformations begin with a simple act of kindness.